of Batoché. By Darcy John Bouchard. Copyright 2023. With added material. Like the thunderbird of old I shall rise again out of the sea. Chief Dan George. Lament for Confederation. 1. The Métis of the Northwest Territories. Introduction. The origin of the name Canada comes from the expedition of explorer Jacques Cartier up the St. Lawrence River in 1535. Two Iroquois youths pointing out the route to the village of Stadacona, the future site of Quebec City, used the word Canada, the Huron Iroquois word for village. Jacques Cartier used the word Canada to refer to both the settlement of Stadacona and the land surrounding it subject to Chief Donnacona. By 1545, European books and maps had begun referring to this region as Canada, and by 1547, maps were showing the name Canada applied to everything north of the St. Lawrence River. The St. Lawrence River was called La Rivière du Canada, by Cartier, and the name stuck until the 1600s. French explorer Samuel de Champlain arrived in 1603 and established the first permanent European settlements at Port Royal in 1605 and Quebec City in 1608. These would become, respectively, the capitals of Acadia and Canada. Canadians extensively settled the St. Lawrence River Valley. Acadians settled amongst the Mi'kmaq in the present-day Maritimes and part of what is now the state of Maine, while French fur traders and Catholic missionaries explored the Great Lakes, Hudson Bay, and the Mississippi watershed to Louisiana. Among French colonists of Nouveau France, Canada's first permanent settlers, Louis Hébert and Marie Rolette, cultivated the land and lived off food they grew on the first land of value in the New World. Médard Chouart, Sieur de Groseilliers and Pierre Esprit Radisson established trade routes that led to the creation of the Hudson's Bay Company. HBC Louis Riel Fils called the HBC, a company of strangers living across the ocean. In 1670, the HBC was granted a charter by King Charles II of England, giving it a trading monopoly over the watershed of all rivers and streams flowing into Hudson Bay, thereby making the HBC owners of the whole of Rupert's Land, named in honor of Prince Rupert of the Rhine, the king's cousin and the company's first governor. This covered an area of 3.9 million square kilometers, 1.5 million sqm, over one-third the area of Canada today. From the early 17th century onwards, that part of Nouveau France that lay along the St. Lawrence River and the northern shores of the Great Lakes was named Quebec, and as land opened up to the west and south in the 1700s, the name Quebec was applied to what is now the American Midwest, as far south as present-day Louisiana, but it was not official. In 1791, the Constitutional Act or Canada Act divided the province of Quebec into two, the colonies of Upper Canada and Lower Canada. In 1841, the two colonies were united again, this time as the province of Canada. At Confederation in 1867, the British North America Act officially joined the province of Canada, Quebec and Ontario, with Nova Scotia and New Brunswick to become one Dominion, and the name Canada was adopted as the legal name for the new country. The term Dominion of Canada was in common usage until the 1950s, thereafter, as Ottawa asserted its political autonomy from Britain, the federal government increasingly used Canada on state documents and treaties, a change that was reflected in the renaming of the national holiday from Dominion Day to Canada Day in 1982. The Hudson's Bay Company dominated trade in Rupert's Land during the 18th and 19th centuries and drew on the local population for many of its employees. This necessarily meant the hiring of many indigenous half-breed workers. On Friday, November 19, 1869, the Hudson's Bay Company sold Rupert's Land, and its Northwest Territories, pursuant to the 1868 Rupert's Land Act, to the newly formed Canadian government for £300,000. Control was originally planned to be transferred on Tuesday, December 1 of that year, but due to setbacks caused by the Red River resistance, the government assumed control on Friday, July 15, 1870. Created as a province in 1870, The name Manitoba probably first applied to Lake Manitoba. The name used by La Vérendrye, combining mini and Toba, was of Assiniboine origin, meaning Lake of the Prairie, or in French Lac des Prairies, but a more probable source comes from either the Ojibwe word Manitoba or the Cree Manito Wapau, meaning Strait of the Spirit, in reference to the narrows of Lake Manitoba, which refers to the roaring sound produced by pebbles on a beach of Manitoba Island, in Lake Manitoba. The noise gave rise to the superstition among the Indians that a Manito or spirit was beating a drum. Disillusioned, the Red River Métis sought a haven against a British civilization that was usurping, foreign, and which imposed discriminatory measures against the half-breeds and First Nations. Those which could headed into the wilderness region of Saskatchewan, a vast unpopulated prairie dotted with spruce and poplar, where it would be possible to continue the practice of commerce and culture of the land for their livelihood, far from the machinations of government and place of immigration of white settlers. In the Cree language, the Saskatchewan River was known as Ki Saskatchewani Sipi, or swift-flowing river. The spelling of Kisaskatchewan was derived from explorer Anthony Henday, with the modern rendering, Saskatchewan, being officially adopted in 1882, when a portion of the present-day province was designated a provisional district of the Northwest Territories. Provincial status wasn't achieved in 1905. Colonization companies. The federal government drew up legislation providing for the creation of colonization companies in the early 1880s. Their intent was to steal the land from the natives of the interior and people it with foreign-born immigrants supplied to them by the likes of Zionist Baron Moritz, Maurice, von Hirsch. In 1871, Père Alexis André, a friar from the Oblates of Mary Immaculate, Omi, managed to convince Gabriel Dumont's Métis to abandon their winter camp at Le Petiteville, located about 20 kilometers to the south of Batoche, and to settle permanently on French-style riverfront plots. With this very idea in mind, Père André had already reserved a piece of land for a mission on the western shore of the South Saskatchewan River. It was located only a few kilometers to the north of the ferry crossing named after Xavier Letendre dit Batoche. Thereafter, St. Laurent de Grandin would become the spiritual and educational center for the region's Miakutetis. Then, Père André attempted to persuade a congregation of nuns to come and establish themselves at St. Laurent. In 1881, a MLLE Onsamé Dorval agreed to come to teach in the Little Métis school. Then, in 1883, 8 sisters from the Order of the Faithful Companions of Jesus arrived to open a convent at St. Laurent. Arriving at St. Laurent in 1879, it was Brother Jean-Pierre Paquette who started the devotion to Our Lady of Lourdes. Born close to Lourdes, France, he had met St. Bernadette Soubirous there. When he discovered the little stream that provided water for the mission, he was struck by how much the place resembled the miraculous site of Lourdes. When, for the first time, he suddenly found himself across from the tiny spring from which the mission's water supply was drawn, he was greatly impressed by the surrounding landscape. For him everything recalled Lourdes, the steep hill, the trickle of water emerging from the earth, the minuscule marsh stream, and even the subdued murmur of the Saskatchewan River's waters. During the years that followed, Brother Paquette and Father Vital Formand, who had replaced Père André in 1873, often came to the stream to pray. Father Formand even set up an icon of Our Lady of Lourdes in a tree. A little before the 1885 rebellion, an influential Métis from the area, Charles Nolan, sought out Father Formand and Brother Paquette at St. Laurent and explained to them that, for 10 years, his wife had been suffering from a mysterious stomach ailment and was spitting blood. She was also suffering from chest pains, insomnia, loss of appetite and blurred vision. On the suggestions of the priests, Nolan left the mission convinced that water from Lourdes would cure his wife if she made a novena to Our Lady of Lourdes. The Métis man promised to pay for a statue for the St. Laurent shrine if his wife was cured. Since Rosalie Nolan did indeed experience a miraculous recovery, her husband kept his promise and donated a statue of Our Lady of Lourdes. It replaced the icon put in the tree by Father Formond and still greets visitors to St. Laurent to this day. In December 1871, the Métis wintering at the forks of the Gros Ventres, near the present site of the mission of St. Laurent Grandin, gathered at Fort Carleton to decide on the establishment of a permanent settlement. Old Isidore dit Acapau Dumont Père, Louis Batoche Père, Jean dit Choc Asca Dumont, Saint-Pierre Oulet, Philippe Elzier Garipi and his father, François Garipi, all met with the factor-in-chief Lawrence Clark and Père Alexis André, higher Oblates district. Knowing that the buffalo had disappeared before the start of the next generation and that the colonization of land was inevitable, they agreed to establish a permanent colony and a mission they named St. Laurent, which would be situated on the banks of the South Saskatchewan. Their main concern was the need to occupy the land required to ensure that property remain in their names. In those days people were not rich, but business was done conscientiously. Batoche, located on the Carleton Trail, the main overland trade route for carts traveling between Fort Garry in the Red River Settlement, Manitoba, and Fort Edmonton in the Northwest Territories, Alberta. Batoche, which lies at the core of the Métis identity in Western Canada, is revered. It was established in the early 1870s, on the banks of the South Saskatchewan River, approximately 60 kilometers northeast of Saskatoon, by Mi'kmaq settlers from Manitoba which had been forced to abandon their homes in the Red River settlement by government policies ignoring their rights to accommodate white settlers. By 1884, the Mi'kmaq on the South Saskatchewan River were once again facing the same problems as had plagued them in Manitoba. Batoche was named in honor of Xavier Lettender, a chief trader of the district, and Batoche was his dit name. The village of Batoche was established in 1872, at a site where Métis freighters crossed the South Saskatchewan River, when Xavier Lettender dit Batoche arrived with 3 French Canadians, Charles Chamberland, a painter, and 2 Garreau brothers, one a carpenter and the other a mason. Jean-Philippe Charles Chamberland was supposedly responsible for Lettender's store during his absence. Taken prisoner, he was forced to cook for the exubdate. The 3 tradesmen built a trading shop for Xavier, as well as a beautiful home for his family. In 1873, Lettender began a ferry service where the Carleton Trail crossed the South Saskatchewan River, which he named after himself, Batoche Crossing. About 50 families had claimed river lots in the area by 1884. Since there were no wells, the pioneers drank water from the Saskatchewan River. Aquapel Valley Petition. On Friday, September 11, 1874, the half-breeds of the Lakes Qu'Appelle and environs offered their homage and submitted a petition in their name and in the name of all their brethren scattered over the prairies, beseeching the government give them a favorable hearing and remember the various arrangements that the government made with the Indians. They asked that the government allow them the right of keeping the lands which they had taken, or which they might take, along the river Qu'Appelle, and the right of fishing in all the lakes of the above-mentioned river, the right of hunting freely in the prairies west and southwest of the Lakes Qu'Appelle, without being arbitrarily hindered by the Indians, but only in virtue of the regulations that the Indians in concert with the half-breeds, and the government shall establish hereafter for the good of all, and the right of trading at the lakes and environs of the Lakes Qu'Appelle. Furthermore, they asked that the Roman Catholic mission have free and tranquil enjoyment of its possessions, and participate in all the privileges and rights of the half-breeds, and that the government, in concert with the Indians and half-breeds, with regard to winter quarters and buffalo hunting, create laws, such as to prevent wintering too far out in the prairies and to compel everyone to start together for the chase, and see. Moreover, they asked that the government establish an authority composed of persons who have the confidence of the people of the place, who would be charged to manage the affairs of the country, make its laws, and put in force and judge differences. In all these demands the half-breeds had no intention of depriving the Indians of their rights, but merely claimed the recognition and respect of their own, and were disposed to live with the Indians as with brothers and with friends. Hoping that these demands would be favorably received, the following 31 men signed this petition. begging the government's assurance of their profound respect for you and of their perfect submission to your government, Simon Blondeau, Augustin Brabant, Baptiste Davis, Norbert Delorme, Pierre Denham, Michel Desjardins, Michael Desmarais, Alex Fisher, John Fisher, André Flamme Mand, Louis Flamme Mand, Pierre Flamme Mand, Antoine Flaben, Antoine Hamelin, Thomas Cavanaugh, Michael Klein, Peter Lapierre, Antoine Leroque, Joseph Mackay, Jean Monnet, Patrice Monet, Antoine Oulet, Maïs Oulet, Joseph Peltier, Pierre Peltier, Joseph Poitras, Pierre Poitras, Corbett Seigneur, François Seguinoir, Francis Saint-Denis and Alex Swain. In 1875, Eoas Poitras Père, and Elzire Parisien, both Métis, were homesteading in the parish of St-Laurent, South Branch Settlement. In 1876, Philip Garnot, a French Canadian homesteading in the parish of St-Laurent, South Branch Settlement, purchased land from another settler, which was illegal according to the Land Commission. Jean Baptiste Vandal, Métis, was also homesteading in the parish of St-Laurent, South Branch Settlement. During the years leading up to Batoche, the Canadian government instigated widespread anxiety regarding land claims and provoked a resistance against a changing economy. Manitoba, especially the western part, defined as the area west of Portage-la Prairie to the Saskatchewan border and between the Canada-United States boundary and Riding Mountain, was in the midst of initial occupation. The new province was still coming to grips with the mercantilist relationship Eastern Canada had with the West. Most of these Manitobans were land-poor Ontarians who had come following a successful campaign by central Canadian promoters parceling off and selling stolen lands, claiming that better livelihoods could be had in Western agriculture. Approximately 40,000 foreigners immigrated to Manitoba between 1876 and 1881. This mass immigration came following the exodus of the Red River Métis, who after successfully negotiating the Manitoba Act of 1870, had been systematically marginalized from land and livelihood, and forced to find a new livelihood further west. On Thursday, September 7, 1876, François Amiot Fils and his sons Jean-Louis and Joseph were among the 30 Métis at Fort Walsh who submitted a petition, on behalf of the Métis of the 4 districts of Assiniboia to join Treaty 4. In 1877 Daniel Gariby, Métis, and George Ness, Métis, also homesteaded in the parish of St-Laurent, South Branch Settlement. Emmanuel Beaugrand de Champagne, Métis, also homesteaded in the parish of St-Laurent, South Branch Settlement. Emmanuel Beaugrand de Champagne was classified as a Northwest half-breed versus a Manitoba half-breed. Gabriel Dumont, Métis, operated a ferry known as Gabriel's Crossing, farmed, ran a store and acted as a general contractor, organizing Métis labor. It is known that Henry Kelly, Métis, Alexander Hamlin, Métis, and Raphael Parento, Métis, were all settled at Duck Lake, South Branch Settlement, this year or earlier. Alexander Hamlin moved to Lac La Biche about or before 1885. Raphael Parento is considered a Northwest half-breed versus a Manitoba half-breed by the government. In 1878, or earlier, Gabriel Lafournaise, Métis, and Guillaume Lafournaise, Métis, were homesteading Duck Lake, South Saskatchewan River. They are both considered Northwest half-breeds versus Manitoba half-breeds by the government. Cuthbert Gervais, Métis, was also homesteading in the parish of St-Laurent, South Saskatchewan River this year. In 1878, the half-breeds living in the vicinity of Cypress Hills petitioned the government for their own reserve, requesting a reopening of the buffalo hunt between November 14 and February 15 each year and the granting of Métis reserve land. The request was for a strip of land 150 miles long along the American border, beginning where the Pembina River crosses the border, running west for 150 miles into Saskatchewan. This strip was to be 50 miles from south to north. The petition did not receive a favorable response, though. 4 members of the family of Pierre Bonneau-Père signed this petition. Napoleon Nault, Métis, and William Vandal, Métis, were both homesteading in the parish of St. Laurent, South Saskatchewan River this year. Hayter Reed, Métis, too, was homesteading in the parish of St. Laurent, South Saskatchewan River this year, having purchased his land from Philip Gariby. This sale would be considered illegal by the government and may have resulted in his not qualifying for land permit. It is noteworthy that Maïs Napoleon Oulet, Métis, date of settlement not known, refused to appear before the Inquisition, so likely also did not qualify for land permit. Charles Nolan, Métis, one-time Minister of Agriculture, settled in Touchwood Hills in 1878 or 1879. Ambroise Dubois, Elian Rosset, Maxime Poitras, Jean Belunger, and Jean-Baptiste Parento, all Métis, were homesteading in the parish of St. Laurent, South Saskatchewan River this year. In 1880, or earlier, Louis Marion, Métis, later jailed Prince Albert, also homesteaded Duck Lake, South Saskatchewan River. Pierre Falcon and Alex Cardinal, both Métis, homesteaded Duck Lake, South Saskatchewan River. This year, or earlier, the government classified them as Northwest half-breeds versus Manitoba half-breeds. W. P. Beaudry, Métis, Louis Schmidt, Métis, and John Smith, both later jailed at Prince Albert, homesteaded Duck Lake, South Saskatchewan River this year or earlier. On Friday, August 6, 1880, François Amiot Phil, son of François Amiot Père and Marie, Cree, and his son Joseph both signed Louis Riel's petition for a reserve in Montana. On Thursday, September 2, 1880, the Métis of the Qu'Appelle settlement petitioned Governor Alexander Morris for land, hunting, and trading rights. The leaders of this group were Pierre Bonneau-Père, age 77, Peter Lapierre, Simon Blondeau, Blondin, Père, age 53, and Augustin Brabant Père. Other men who signed this petition are Blondeau's sons, Simon, age 27, Louis, age 25, and Zachary, age 22, as well as Napoleon, age 18, and twins, Ambroise, age 13, and Saint-Pierre, age 13, Bonneau's sons, Pierre Fils, Charles, and Julien also signed this petition. In 1882, Gabriel Dumont, Métis, considered a Northwest half-breeds versus Manitoba half-breeds by the government, was homesteading in the parish of St. Laurent, South Saskatchewan River this year. In 1883, or earlier, Norbert Sauve, Métis, was homesteading Duck Lake, South Saskatchewan River. He had a second claim listed in 1884, a change of location giving up the first. Albert Monkman, Métis, later in penitentiary, homesteaded Duck Lake, South Saskatchewan River this year or earlier, as well. The Church of St. Antoine de Padoue was built in 1884. It had a rectory which also served as a school and hospital. In 1883, Father Joseph Damiani offered Métis leader Louis Riel Fils a teaching position at St. Peter's Mission. Riel, his wife Marguerite Monet d'Ite-Belhumeur, and his son Jean-Louis were living with nomadic Métis. But with Marguerite pregnant with their second child, Marie-Angelique, Riel decided to settle in one place to provide his children with more stability. In 1883, weeks after obtaining U.S. citizenship, Riel accepted a teaching position at the Catholic mission of St. Peter's on Montana's Sun River. In December 1883, he began teaching English, French, mathematics, and training in a variety of practical manual skills, wood carving, metalworking, leather making, and so on, to 22 to 25 Métis boys. The student body at St. Peter's Mission changed over time, however. Ananin, known to whites by the mistranslated name Gros Ventres, boarding students soon outnumbered the Métis day students, and the Jesuits began to successfully encourage the pagan Blackfoot to send their children to the school as boarding students, as well. Riel enjoyed teaching at St. Peter's Mission, but the job paid poorly and the hours were too long to allow him time to pursue his true interests in religion, poetry, and politics. From deep depression in the winter, Riel rebounded to a mood of optimism. Around Easter Riel received an exciting revelation. The Lord said to me, I have tested you and you have remained faithful. You must march ahead. You asked me for it, and it is my will. Your prosperity henceforth will be as unshakable as Gibraltar. Other encouraging revelations emerged after Riel received a letter from the South Branch Métis in May, informing him of their planned visit and pleading for his services. So it is no surprise that a delegation of South Branch Métis arrived at St. Peter's, on Wednesday, June 4, 1884, imploring Riel to return with them to assist in advocating the Métis' effort to secure treaty enforcement from the Canadian government. While it can be said that the Miakutetis culture was syncretic in essence, there was no question that its predominant element was native. About 35,000 Indians were living in the Northwest Territories and Montana, in a destitute condition. By 1884, the Miakutetis were far from a homogeneous culture. There were those who lived in two-story houses, working as freighters and traders, those who lived in teepees and still others who had become treaty Indians. Some worked for the government as agricultural instructors, although few Métis were farmers, or as clerks and interpreters. The Ottawa government has been maliciously ignoring the rights of the Aboriginal during the last 15 years. The Dominion had taken the high-handed way of answering peaceable complaints by dispatching and reinforcing their mounted police. The avowed purpose being to confirm in Saskatchewan their government spoliation and usurpation of the rights and liberties of all classes of men, except the resident oppressors, the HBC and land speculators. Stanley, Birth of Western Canada, 316. Note: as construction on the Canadian Pacific Railway advanced into the Rocky Mountains in 1884 and applications for mineral rights to nearby properties began to materialize, Ottawa became convinced that a mining and land boom was about to commence and proposed the establishment of a senior Department of the Interior officer in Calgary whose specific responsibility would be to administer the development of the region's timber and mineral resources. The individual chosen for this new position, Superintendent of Mines, was William Pearce, who was appointed on 15 May 1884. Already one of a handful of federal civil servants with real power in the West, Pearce emerged now as an even more influential figure. As superintendent, he reported directly to the Deputy Minister of the Interior, until early 1897, Alexander McKinnon Burgess, and was almost an independent authority with free rein to exercise his considerable energy and talent over the federal land known as the Railway Belt, which straddled the CPR's main line from the Red River Valley to the Rockies and into British Columbia. It is not hard to understand why Pearce was known to some of his detractors as Tsar of the West. As both a member of the Dominion Lands Board and Superintendent of Mines, he was responsible not only for administering, but also for formulating, the regulations governing the future development of resources in the Northwest Territories. There is indeed no instance in history where the standard of revolt has been raised, and blood has been shed, so entirely without justification or provocation. A. M. Burgess report to his superiors on the causes of the Northwest Rebellion of 1885. W. M. Pearce, superintendent, was chosen to determine who qualified for land patents. A racist, he considered the Métis of the South Branch settlement as an ignorant people, prejudiced for the advancement of their own selfish ends, according to the report sent to Thomas White, Minister of the Interior, recorded 1883, published 1885. It is not surprising that only 10 of 250 Métis claimants in the parish of St. Laurent on the South Saskatchewan River qualified for land patents in 1884. On March 6, 1884, less than 4%, 10, of the 258 claimants for homesteads in the parish of St. Laurent on the South Saskatchewan River were entitled to land patents according to Pearce. It is noteworthy that many squatters, as they are called, did not register or apply for patents, Not trusting the government or their priests, their fears were justified when, in 1885, the application process attempted to identify a class system. 24 are Northwest half-breeds, assumed to be born northwest of Manitoba. 178 are Manitoba half-breeds, assumed to be born at Red River Settlement, and therefore don't qualify as Northwest half-breeds. 18 are doubtful or unknown half-breeds, of which 16 refused to appear before the Inquisition. 39 are American treaty-taking half-breeds or others who are not half-breeds, 8 of who refused to appear before the Half-Breed Commission to swear they were not associated with Riel and therefore are assumed to not qualify. 23 of those listed above were homesteading prior to 1880. By 1885, the community numbered about 500 people. Jno. William Toogood, Métis, and André Péchis Lettender, Métis, moved before an actual homestead date was determined. George A. MacLeod, Métis, was homesteading in the parish of St. Louis de Langevin, South Saskatchewan River this year, and was in jail at Prince Albert in 1885. William Bruce, an English half-breed from Kildonan, homesteaded in the parish of St. Louis de Langevin, South Saskatchewan River and was involved with Riel. He claimed to be a turncoat who joined Major General Frederick Dobson Middleton against Riel. Jean-Baptiste Deschamps, Métis, Isidore Capau du Montpere, Métis, and Isidore du Montfils, Métis, were all considered Northwest half-breeds versus Manitoba half-breeds by the government and were homesteading in the parish of St. Laurent, South Saskatchewan River this year. Margaret Smith was classed the same as this group, but no date of homesteading is recorded. The following Métis were classified by the government as Northwest half-breeds versus Manitoba half-breeds: Charles Garipel and Louis Garipel, homesteading Duck Lake, South Saskatchewan River this year or earlier. I assume Garipel infers Garipi, who refused to appear before the Inquisition, so likely didn't qualify for land patents. Morissette and Julien Ouellette, both classified as Northwest half-breeds but did not provide their homestead date nor appear before the Inquisition and therefore likely did not qualify for land patents. It is assumed they homesteaded sometime prior to this date. Louis Bourassa, Métis, was classed as a Northwest half-breed versus Manitoba half-breed, also an old HBC man, homesteaded Duck Lake, South Saskatchewan River this year or earlier and was involved in the Riel Rebellion but claimed he was led astray by Albert Monkman, who was sent to penitentiary. The Métis laid their farms out in Long River lot fashion, cultivating a small portion of them, but living principally by freighting, trading, and raising cattle. The Cree gave the Métis a name, Otipamsuwuk, which means their own boss. They were a sociable people holding parties and dances in their homes to celebrate weddings, New Year's, and other special occasions, or just to make the long winters pass more quickly. At the Turin settlement near Fish Creek, South Saskatchewan, 26% failed to record their land claims, likely because of the failure rate at St. Laurent. It is noteworthy that 20 listed claimants were homesteading prior to 1880. The Duck Lake settlement recorded 21 homesteaders who settled prior to 1880. The commission believed they identified 95% of those associated with Riel. 6 did not appear before the Inquisition, 5 were in jail at Prince Albert or penitentiary. It is noteworthy that any sale of land prior to survey was considered illegal and therefore didn't qualify for patents, unless you were white. 17 families were settled outside the parish of St. Laurent, South Saskatchewan River, and they extended along 100 kilometers, 60 miles, of river banks, counting both sides. By the 1880s, the Métis of Saskatchewan and new immigrant farmers from Ontario shared numerous concerns largely ignored by Ottawa. Both groups began to suffer under the imbalanced relationship Ottawa had been employing in its dealings with the West. Manitoban farmers began to protest the unequal transportation and tariff system which had brought disproportionate benefits to Eastern Canadians. These concerns led the Manitobans to establish the Farmers' Protective Union in 1883. The union protested the Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR, monopoly, the tariff system, and also argued for the need to gain provincial control over the land and resources. Manitoban farmers shared a number of common grievances with the Métis, which included the slow pace of railway construction, the high transportation costs, the country's protective tariff structure, and the second-class constitutional status of Manitoba and the Northwest Territories, what is now known as Saskatchewan. Like the Métis, Western settler communities grew an intense resentment for the limited attention given to their area by the national government. Both the Métis and the settlers were experiencing hardships from a life in a hinterland. Along the South Branch, the surveyors were measuring the land into great squares, again disregarding the traditional riverfront lots. One land promotion company had a grant for land that included the Métis settlements of Gabriel's Crossing, Batoche and St. Laurent, with no consideration for homes, stables or hard-tilled fields. In the early 1880s, almost everyone living in the Northwest Territories had grievances against the Government of Canada. The native people had signed treaties which were supposed to compensate them for giving up claim to the whole of the territory and agreeing to settle on reserves and learn white-style agriculture. But the government was reluctant to live up to its side of the bargain and tried to evade its responsibilities. Thus, people who were already unhappy at having to give up much of their traditional way of life were made more angry and desperate as the promised new way of life failed to materialize. Although their actions at Red River in 1869-70 had won some major concessions from Ottawa, many of the Métis had moved farther west and settled in the Saskatchewan territories. The Canadian government was already guilty of ignoring the Métis when negotiating the takeover of Rupert's Land, to which the native peoples had a primary and inherent claim. To quell the ensuing insurrection, the government sent Colonel Wolseley and a field force of 1,200 men over the 95-day land and water route from Collingwood to Red River. It seemed unthinkable, the same government and the same Prime Minister, just 15 years later, ignoring the deep concerns of the same people, would commit the same sin, costing much more dearly in lives and dollars. By the 1880s, settlers from Europe and eastern North America were moving into the Saskatchewan, and the Métis saw their traditional lifestyle threatened again. The white settlers in the territory were also angry and aggrieved. They accused the Canadian government of operating the territory solely for the benefit of Eastern Canadian business to the detriment of local interests. Gabriel Dumont. We have been forced to pay for wood that we cut in the wilderness. We cannot let that happen. This tax is too much. We have come to you to find a way to stop this, because you are our district representative. You must see that this is not right, and if you don't do something about it, there will be more trouble to come. Lawrence Clark. I can do nothing myself, the law has been passed. All the representatives were there when it was, and they were all in favor of it. Dumont. Well, if it has become a law, it must be abolished. The Miakitatis were a proud and independent people, wanting most of all to be left alone to their hunting and simple social pleasures on their untilled land. Gabriel Dumont wrote the Prime Minister, but received no reply. The Métis needed a second leader who would be strong where Dumont was weak. In a fight he would be best, but Dumont was not a diplomat and could not make a speech, though he could speak 6 Indian languages. In exasperation at not gaining the semblance of a hearing, Dumont and other Miakitatis leaders in Saskatchewan country called for Louis Riel Fils back from exile. Dumont and Charles Nolan, former Conservative cabinet minister in Manitoba, brought no results. Ottawa was deaf to their voice. The vague amendment in 1878 to the Dominion Lands Act appeared to recognize Miakitatis rights but was not followed up. When ignored before, during the political vacuum created the passing away of the Hudson Bay Company's government, they got results by taking matters into their own hands. Now, nearly 2 decades later, they were meeting yet again. By the middle of the decade, all parties in the West were holding meetings, sending petitions and discussing political tactics for redress of their grievances against a government which seemed as uninterested as it was remote. On Monday, March 24, 1884, South Branch Miakitatis held a meeting in Batoche to discuss grievances. The 30 representatives voted to invite Louis Riel back to act as political advisor and leader. On March 30, 1884, 30 Miacutetis met at the home of Abraham Montour in St. Laurent. They recalled that Lord Lorne, during his 1881 tour of the West, had promised to bring the Miacutetis problem to the attention of the government, but nothing beneficial for the Métis people happened. Their cry was similar to that of the Indians: the government stole our lands and is now laughing at us. On Tuesday, May 6, 1884, at a joint meeting, South Branch Miacutetis and English half-breeds passed several resolutions specifying grievances. In a petition was drawn up at the meeting and sent to Sir John A. Macdonald. Gabriel Dumont and the Métis of St. Antoine de Padoue claimed exemption from the township survey system of mile-square lots which were threatening to disrupt their long narrow river lots. A motion was adopted to seek Louis Riel's assistance. On Saturday, May 10, 1885, the Prince Albert Times newspaper taunted the Dominion government, labeling it a greedy, grasping, overbearing bully, and concluded on this note: where they get the information which induces them to believe the people are likely to submit much longer, we do not know, but we can answer them that they need not look for their friends among the Canadians, half-breeds, or Indians, as they are likely soon to be made aware of in a manner at once startling and unpleasant. The editorial was translated into French and circulated among the Métis in that area. On Sunday, May 18, 1884, a Miacutetis delegation left Batoche for Montana to solicit Louis Riel's aid. Accompanying Gabriel Dumont were James, John, Isbister, leader of the Anglo-Métis, Maïs Napoleon Ouellet, Dumont's brother-in-law, and Michel Dumas, on good horses, riding towards Montana, hoping to find Louis Riel Fils and persuade him to return. Riel had, of course, the charisma and the religious streak that made him seem the appropriate leader. He was, after all, the closest thing that the Métis had to a literate intellectual, and even in exile he had twice been elected to the Canadian Parliament. But when Prime Minister John A. Macdonald's pig-headed policies drove the Métis into armed rebellion, Riel was utterly dependent on Dumont to build a militia and put it up against the Canadian Army. That army was quick to recognize Dumont as a brilliant commander and tactician, as he consistently defeated larger and better armed forces. But Riel was deaf to Dumont's pleading that guerrilla tactics aimed at disrupting rail and telegraphy were necessary, and that a firm alliance with the Cree was a political necessity. Ultimately, Riel's mysticism and charisma led the rebellion to disaster. Dumont had people's respect, but not that bizarre, disaster-making stuff that everybody seems to admire more than virtue, skill, or good sense. Prior to the outbreak of violence in 1885, all groups in the Northwest condemned the oppressive policies of the Conservative government and threatened action if their grievances were not addressed. Riel became the spokesperson for not only the Métis but for Euro-Canadian farmers as well. Under his guidance, numerous petitions were sent to Macdonald but they received no response. On the eve of the outbreak of violence in the Northwest, Macdonald addressed the grievances of farmers but not those of the Métis around the South Branch of the Saskatchewan. Instead, his solution to the land grievances of the Métis was to send in the troops and defeat them militarily. On Thursday, 4–5 June 1884, the Miacutetis delegation arrived at St. Peter's Mission, in the western part of Montana Territory. They found Louis Fils and Marguerite Riel living with James and Marie, née Arcand, Swain, and conducting a Roman Catholic parochial school in connection with St. Peter's Mission and living fairly quietly with his wife, Marguerite, née Monet dit Belhumer, Riel, a Cree-speaking Miacutetis woman, and 2 children, Jean and Marie-Angelique Riel. He hesitated about returning, but yielded to Dumont's pleading, agreeing to return to Saskatchewan. The dream he had cherished for so long was coming true. His people needed him. It was with exaltation that he readily accepted the invitation to come to the Saskatchewan district, and he and his family left St. Peter's on Tuesday, June 10, 1884, never to return. After an absence of 15 years, he was returning to Canada. These years had strongly marked him, for, exiled from his native land and pursued by bounty hunters, he had suffered a nervous breakdown. Now he saw the opportunity to claim his rights and those of his brethren from the Canadian government. Riel and his family accompanied Dumont and the others back to Batoche. The reception was boisterous. Note: Riel is a symbol of the alienation that Western Canadians frequently feel as a result of the disregard or meddlesome policies towards the west of the Eastern-dominated federal government. Mistahimasque, Big Bear, organized a thirst dance held on the Poundmaker Reserve to discuss the worsening situation of the natives. By the middle of the month, June 17, 1884, over 2,000 people from many bands had gathered to discuss their situation. Treaty 6 promised food in time of famine. The buffalo had disappeared, and since crops had failed, many natives died from starvation. They want the government to give them the food and support promised by the treaty. The thirst dance celebration was disrupted by the Northwest Mounted Police pursuing an Indian accused of assaulting farm instructor Craig, the farm instructor on an adjacent reserve. Pitaquahanapiwian, Poundmaker, and Mistahimasque had to intervene to prevent bloodshed between the angry natives and the 90-man police force. To further defuse the situation, the farm instructor, Robert Jefferson, and several others distributed food to the hungry natives as the wanted man was being taken away. 2. The return of Riel. Riel was widely welcomed back. On Saturday, July 5, 1884, he arrived at Likuli Auxiliary Tourens, Northwest Territories. He stressed pacifistic intentions, maintaining that the Northwest should be a self-governing province and that the natives should be better treated. He spoke for many white settlers, too. The Miakutetis wanted Riel appointed to the Northwest Council, replacing Pascal Breland, who was not effectively representing their interests. The settlers were worried, unsure of Riel's relations with the Indians. Although Mistahimasque, Big Bear, did not join him, the Cree chief told Riel that he was confident the Miakutetis would not forget the First Nations in their fight for Métis rights. Suspicious of Mistahimasque, Deputy Superintendent Van Kuffnet ordered a reduction of the band's rations. Lawrence Van Kuffnet was the deputy of the Superintendent General of Indian Affairs, Ottawa, 1874–1893. The people were hungry, even cooperating chiefs Pierre Bellinger aka Mistawasis, Big Child, and Atakup, Star Blanket, were complaining. Rations were not the only issue, but the quality of agents and farm instructors sent by Ottawa. Although there were exceptions, these men had little or no knowledge of the natives and even less sympathy. They usually tried to enforce regulations by the book, without any consideration to particular situations. Ottawa's goal to transform the Indians into small-scale farmers mired in regulations. In 1884, poor crops were produced by a wet harvest. On Saturday, July 19, 1884, Louis Riel spoke to a well-attended meeting in Prince Albert. Prince Albert had become a boomtown in 1882. Lawrence Clark, the Hudson's Bay factor and an elected official for the district of Lorne, which covered the Prince Albert and St. Laurent area, turned to land speculation to make a quick buck. He had purchased land in and around Prince Albert with the intention of selling it at a profit. Similarly, Lt. Gov. Edgar Dewdney, Infer, who was also Indian Commissioner, was speculating on land in Regina and the Qu'Appelle Valley. These colonization companies were deliberately called into existence in order to furnish an indirect bribery fund for the election campaign. Toronto Globe, February 12, 1883. While using land as a patronage to enrich themselves and their supporters, they ignored the Métis and other natives who had made their homes in the northwestern wilderness. Dozens of foreign colonization companies had established operations as early as 1882–83. None of which gave a good goddamn about the indigenous half-breeds and Indians' birthright claims to the land. The Prince Albert Colonization Company had its headquarters in Ottawa, but conducted its business of stealing the land in and around Prince Albert area, which was, understandably, of great concern to the Métis and First Nations. They were granted land held by 35 Métis families at St. Louis, the churches, and a number of non-Métis settlers who had been petitioning for title to their homesteads. The company was owned by high-ranking government officials who wished to maintain federal control over the region and enrich themselves at the same time. There were rumors that the company was going to confiscate the church and cemetery of St. Louis and remove the bodies. Dumont had young men on patrol to ensure that this did not come to pass. The Prince Albert Colonization Company administered the area that had been set aside for the railroad and was in position to realize huge profits at the expense of the indigenous peoples. Still, the land companies were unable to take actual ownership to much of the Prince Albert area because the land had previously been settled by the Métis, and they were petitioning for ownership title to their land. The greedy Easterners were arguing that no clear land titles existed. The lack of patents gave rise at times to serious dispute over the boundaries of claim. Pierre André. A letter to David Laird, Minister of the Interior. Meanwhile, Riel repeated his interests in the constitutional nature and aims for responsible government in the Northwest. He sought to liberate the prairie peoples from the corrupt, repressive, unresponsive, and illegal Canadian regime in the East. White settlers, including spokesmen of the newly formed Settlers Union, endorsed his proposals. At the end of the meeting, after a question period, the gathering seemed convinced that he was opposed to violence. On Monday, July 28, 1884, William H. Jackson issued a manifesto of grievances and objectives of the Settlers Union. On Tuesday, December 16, 1884, Louis Riel sent a petition to the Secretary of State in Ottawa outlining Métis grievances and demands. People of the Northwest had every right to be treated with the full dignity of British subjects, which was not happening. The list of complaints included Métis and settlers issues. Ottawa acknowledged receipt of the petition. The Mi'akutetis were jubilant and honored Riel at a New Year's Day celebration banquet, and gave him money and a house with an illuminated address thanking him. Their optimism was premature. The most Ottawa was prepared to do was to establish a commission to list those Mi'akutetis resident in the Northwest in 1870 and their claims, but were not initially empowered to do anything else. Edgar Dewdney, realizing too little, too late, tried to modify message before relaying it to the Métis, but the ploy did not work. On Wednesday, January 28, 1885, John A. Macdonald's cabinet authorized the creation of a three-person commission to review and settle Mi'akutetis and half-breed claims in Manitoba and the Northwest Territories. On Wednesday, February 4, 1885, Dewdney received word about the Métis Land Claims Commission. On February 5, 1885, Louis Riel and a group of prominent Métis held a secret meeting, signing an oath, the Revolutionary Bill of Rights, to save our country from a wicked government by taking up arms if necessary. On Sunday, February 8, 1885, Riel replied to Dewdney, "In 40 days they shall have my answer." Riel's relations with Pierre Alexis André were already strained. He was beginning to set himself up as a prophet of his own religion. Aware of an anomaly, his position as U.S. citizen offered to return him to the United States and leave the Mi'akutetis to their own problems, but they refused to let him go. At a secret meeting agreed to take up arms if necessary. To save our country. On Thursday, March 5, 1885, Louis Riel and a group of prominent Mi'akutetis held a secret meeting. The following document was found among the papers of the Council of the Provisional Government of the Saskatchewan. We, the undersigned, pledge ourselves deliberately and voluntarily to do everything we can to 1. Save our souls by trying day and night to live a holy life everywhere and in all respects. 2. Save our country from a wicked government by taking up arms if necessary. May God the Almighty Father help us. Jesus, Mary, Joseph, Saint John the Baptist, intercede for us. Pray for us unceasingly, so that we may gain your successes, your victories, your triumphs forever and ever, for these are the successes, victories, and triumphs of God Himself. We particularly pledge ourselves to raise our families in a holy way and to ceaselessly practice the greatest trust in God, in Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and Saint John the Baptist and in all our patron saints. For our banner we take the commandments of God and the Church and the inspiring cross of Jesus Christ our Lord. Joseph Oulet, Gabriel Dumont, Pierre Garipi, Isidore Dumont, John Ross, Philippe Garipi, Auguste Laframboise, Maïs Oulet, Calichte Lafontaine, Napoleon Nault. Provisional Government. On March 8, 1885, Louis Riel Fils announced his intention to form a provisional government and presented a revolutionary 10-point Bill of Rights. In it, he maintained that the Miakutetis of the Northwest Territories should have the same rights to land grants as those in Manitoba, that they should be issued patents to land and that the districts of Saskatchewan and Alberta be created provinces with legislatures elected on the basis of representation according to population, so that the people may no longer be subject to the despotism of Mr. Dewdney. He also asked for better provision of the natives and for respect of the lawful custom and usages of the Miakutetis. 2 days later the Exuvities began a novena, Riel having broken with Père André by this time. Both novena and Riel's 40 days ended on March 18. Gabriel Dumont spoke, quietly and sadly, to his companions after the novena, "We will have to walk in blood before the government will give us our rights." Knowing rebellion was being engineered by Lawrence Clark, the Conservative government in Ottawa let it be known that the treatment of the Indians, in the future, depended on the stand they now took. The Anglo-Métis, just prior to the invasion, received title to plots of land and the radical European settlers had formed a farmers' union, co-opted by the conservative political machine. The powerful Blackfoot Confederacy was neutralized by the church and government pressure because of its control of the food supply. Dewdney's actions to stop the flow of ammunition into the Northwest had, at the last minute, influenced many groups of political insurgents out of the struggle. On Tuesday, March 10, 1885, white settlers who had been with the Métis originally, pulled out stating in writing to Riel, "We will have nothing whatsoever to do with any appeal to arms." On Friday, March 13, 1885, NWMP Superintendent Leif Crozier telegraphed Ottawa from Fort Carleton regarding the worsening situation at Batoché, half-breed rebellion liable to break out at any moment. If half-breeds rise, Indians will join them. On Sunday, March 15, 1885, Louis Riel spoke to an assembly of First Nations chiefs and scored a decisive coup when he uses a partial eclipse of the sun as a sign of big medicine. On Wednesday, March 18, 1885, Commissioner Akison Gosford Irvine left Regina for Prince Albert with 90 NWMP, 66 horses, and a long train of sleighs, leaving behind a skeleton staff of only 32 men and no horses to cover the rest of the territory. Lawrence Clark, on his way back from Winnipeg, stopped at Batoché and told the Métis that many soldiers are on their way to arrest Riel and Dumont. Ispeister reports that Clark said, "They are sending 500 men behind me, who will answer your petition with lead." Clark denies saying this. The Crisis of Confederation. Review. Margaret Bear and James, John, Ispeister of Fort Alacorn established a farm on the lower North Saskatchewan River, and, on June 3, 1862, were the first settlers in the area, originally known as the Ispeister Settlement and later known as Prince Albert. James Ispeister became a founding member and took a leading role in the Settlers' Union, established October 16, 1883, to press for redress of the community's grievances regarding land. This union represented the white majority as well as both the English and French Miakutetis communities. By 1884, both Miakutetis communities were in agreement with Gabriel Dumont that they should send for Louis Riel. Ispeister was the English Métis representative that accompanied Dumont to Montana to ask for Louis Riel's assistance. The sub-rosa activities of Lawrence Clark and his clique of speculators required military conflict to end a depression in the Prince Albert region. The CPR was facing imminent economic collapse due to the political disaster of the Conservative government and the national policy. Without the agricultural colony to exploit, there would be insufficient capital and no market for the creation and maintenance of a modern industrial state in the east of Canada. Graft and corruption surrounded the government and the CPR syndicate, weakening the moral and political fiber of the nation. The CPR was in control over the future of the West. Speculators stood to lose everything because of a shift of the CPR to the south, and they blamed the Macdonald government. Former supporters were switching to the Liberal Party. Charles Mayer, now involved in land speculation in PA, was one example of the disgusting businessmen who blamed Macdonald for their losses in the colonization scheme. The impending political crisis and economic collapse of the CPR had implications that Canada was little more than a colony of Great Britain, despite the considerable power of the Montreal merchants and Toronto industrialists, represented in Ottawa by the Macdonald government. British merchants needed a Canadian transcontinental rail line to aid Far Eastern trading operations in India and the Orient. Competition of the CPR was a vital step in England's plans for pursuing world conquest. Great Britain's War Office was embroiled in other armed conflicts around the world and involved in serious conflict in Russia. By March of 1885, a small contingent of British war vessels was stationed on Canada's west coast, waiting for reinforcements for transportation to the world's battlefronts. Having petitioned for years without satisfaction, the Mi'kmaq armed themselves and declared a provisional government at Batoché. The origin of the trouble in Saskatchewan can be traced back to complaints of white settlers and the Mi'kmaq regarding federal policies and administrative activity, or inactivity, in the West. The December 1884 Petition of Rights was endorsed by both whites and mixed bloods, the majority being Mi'kmaq. Justice commands us to take up arms. Louis David Riel, Exuved. Since the reserve of Chief Kapayakwaskanam, One Arrow, was the closest to the Métis settlement on the South Saskatchewan River, his people were, naturally, most susceptible to Métis influence. On Wednesday, 17 March 1885, Métis leader Gabriel Dumont visited the band and invited them to a meeting 2 days later. On March 18, Indian agent John Bean Lash arrived and obtained a profuse profession of loyalty from the chief. As he left the reserve, Lash was taken prisoner by Louis Riel and an armed mob of about 40 Métis in one of the first overt acts of the rebellion. Kapayakwaskanam and his band probably had no part in the capture, but the following day, under the guidance of their Métis farm instructor, Michel Dumas, Kapayakwaskanam's men butchered all of their cattle and joined the rebels, apparently becoming the first Indian band to do so. Later, claiming to be forced under threat by Dumont. Kapayakwaskanam, though, appears to have been too old and feeble to have taken an active part in the hostilities. The chief and his men were subsequently seen by the captive Indian agent, Lash, and others, armed and in the company of Riel and his Métis, immediately following the battle at Duck Lake on March 26 and in and around the settlement of Batoché until its capture on May 12. Other First Nations individuals who fought with the Métis included members of One Arrow's band, such as Gabriel Dumont's first cousin Vital, Kiley, Dit Dumont and his two oldest sons, and those influenced to participate by Michel Dumas, the reserve's Métis farm instructor. However, most residents of One Arrow's reserve did not take part because their reserve had recently been relocated to marginal land in order to preserve the Batoché Métis River lot farms. Most band members hid along the river or fled eastward to take refuge around Lake Lenore. Another local chief, Chief Beardy, Komiskauizit, chose to remain neutral, but some men from his band joined the Métis, such as Chisicum, Boss Bull, and Charles Trottier Jr. Some Dakota and Cree also fought with the Métis during the Battle of Likuli Auxiliary Turns on April 25, 1885. Two of those who died were Dakota, one being the son of Little Crow, who was shot at the start of the battle. On Thursday, March 19, 1885, the Métis, reacting to the news that police were on the way to seize Riel, seized control of St. Anthony de Padua Church, cut the telegraph wires at Batoché, ransacked government stores and seized employees as hostages. Riel proclaimed a provisional government with himself as president and Gabriel Dumont as adjutant general. In the east, militias were already mobilized before the outbreak of hostilities. 3,000 troops had been recruited from the Maritimes, Quebec, Ontario, and Manitoba. As early as March 25, before the incident at Duck Lake, the Winnipeg militia, with Sir John A. Son in their ranks, had begun the trek into the northwest. The innocent recruits festered with patriotic fervor. It was a miracle that most of them did not perish from exposure while they traveled from Carleton Place to Red Rock on their way to battle in Saskatchewan. They received good meals until they reached the first gap at Dog Lake, and then they had to live on hardtack and tea that resembled dry leaves. Note: hardtack is a simple type of cracker or biscuit, made from flour, water, and sometimes salt. Inexpensive and long-lasting, it was and is used for sustenance in the absence of perishable foods, commonly during long sea voyages and military campaigns. They were also called molar breakers. The Northwest Rebellion marked the first time Canada's new army was used, and the first time Canada's new transcontinental railway was used to transport soldiers to the prairies. At a few of the CPR camps they were fed tainted pork and beans and black bread. Their journey east was a precursor to the movement of British troops across the continent, especially enabling the British Crown access to India and other places in the Far East in less time and with less risk than sailing around either the Cape of Good Hope or Cape Horn. In April of 1885, Fred McCarthy of the No. 3 Company 7th Fusiliers wrote in a letter to his mother that he had endured more hardship than he ever did before in his life on the trip to Red Rock, Ontario. They had marched in some of the wildest storms imaginable on the north shore of Lake Superior. In some cases the wind was so fierce it picked up knapsacks out of the sleighs and whisked them clean out of sight over the lake. The night Fred McCarthy's regiment reached Superior Lake they marched out for almost a mile around midnight and were put inside the wrecked hold of a schooner. The ice on the floor of the hold was over a foot thick. There they laid themselves down in wringing wet clothing for a few hours' sleep, but were constantly awakened by the freezing air that seemed to cut through them like pins and needles. When they awoke in the morning some of their clothing was frozen to the ice on the floor of the ship. Their particular regiment did not have the luxury of boarding a CPR passenger train, but instead filled flat cars the next morning. Those cars were roughly boarded around the sides and contained about a foot of snow on the floor of the car. There they endured the cold until they reached Saskatchewan, which took 9 days. Wapahaska, Whitecap. At the beginning of the 1885 resistance, Dumont sent François Vermette and Napoleon Carrier as emissaries to Prairie Ronde to bring Trottier's men and Wapahaska's Dakota group north to Batoche. They proceeded to Prairie Ronde on snowshoes and presented tobacco to Chief Wapahaska, Whitecap or Bonnet, and Métis Chief Charles Wapas, Rabbit, Trottier, leader of the Prairie Ronde Métis community and a friend and relative of Dumont. There were about 40 men in Wapaska's group and about 20 with Charles Trottier. Wacer, Loyal Till Death, Indians and the Northwest Rebellion, Photographs, Charles Trottier. Photo credit, Glenbow Museum. NA 1036-8. Labeled 62 on back of photograph. Photograph found on page 151, Loyal Till Death, Indians and the Northwest Rebellion. Portrait sketch of Charles Trottier. Caption from Wacer/Stonechild book, Charles Trottier was named a member of Riel's governing council for his efforts in bringing Whitecap and his band to Batoche. Norbert Welsh tells the following story. I heard a big noise around my house, there were about 40 men on horseback surrounding my house. I opened the door and 2 men, Carrier and François Vermette, tried to enter, but I closed and locked the door. The half-breeds spoke through the door. They told me that I would hand things out when my friend Whitecap came along. Whitecap had some of his band with him, but most of the crowd was half-breeds. The next morning Whitecap returned and Welsh asked if they had orders to get his supplies. Vermette and Carrier replied that Gabriel Dumont and Maxime Lapine had given them definite orders to seize his stores. Welsh says that Whitecap and Charles Trottier then forced him to travel north with them towards Saskatoon. There were about 40 men in Whitecaps Brigade and about 20 in Trottier's group. Welsh got away from the group at Saskatoon. When Whitecap and Trottier got to their camp 3 kilometers, 2 miles, past Saskatoon, they sent Welsh's brother-in-law Frank Boyer to return and get him, but Welsh declined. Whitecap and his warriors traveled with Charles Trottier from their reserve at Moose Woods, near Round Prairie south of Saskatoon, to join the fighting at Duck Lake, Licoulis Auxiliary Turns and Batoche. It is not said whether or not their families traveled with them or were left behind to fend for themselves. I called to my guards and we returned to camp from Saskatoon. I told them what Trounce, the mayor of Saskatoon, had said, that orders had come from the government to stop Whitecap and his Indians, who were claiming that the half-breeds were forcing them to join Riel. Whitecap declared that the rumor was not true, and that he and his band would go through, that nobody would stop him. At Saskatoon everything went off as we had arranged. Trounce and Trottier took one side of the road, and Whitecap and I the other. Each man was challenged as he went through, and asked if he were going to join Riel of his own will. When the last rig had gone through, I wheeled my horse around, and said, "I'm the only man that's forced to go through, and I won't go through. Goodbye," I called to the warriors. In 1885, James Speister was imprisoned for 5 weeks at Prince Albert as a suspected rebel until the resistance was crushed. The other Métis prisoners held with him were Caleb Anderson, Charles Bird, Fred Fiddler, Henry Monkman, Thomas Scott, and Elzier Swan. Upon his release, Speister protested the suppression of civil rights by the government and, for his efforts, was attacked in the Prince Albert Times. The crushing of the Métis saved the Canadian Pacific. On March 15, 1885, Riel proclaimed himself president of a provisional government of Saskatchewan. As soon as the news was known in Montreal, William Cornelius Van Horn of the Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR, on the verge of bankruptcy, offered free transport for troops to crush the Métis, which allowed the Macdonald government to inject public funds in the construction of the Transcontinental. News of this outbreak aroused people in the Dominion's east, and a force of 4,400 men was immediately sent into the Saskatchewan district to punish those Métis beasts and Indian savages. Van Horn informed subordinates that the CPR depended on its ability to get the Canadian troops transported to the battlefronts of the Northwest, and, the troops were shipped from the east to Winnipeg by the CPR. Despite many unfinished sections along the line, troops were hauled over these sections by horses pulling sleighs or simply walking. Some 2 of the troops, forced to ride in open boxcars through the bitter winter, died of pneumonia en route. Many others suffered from frostbite. Most arrived in poor health because of the unnecessary hardships imposed upon them, as the troops could have used the American line from Canada east to St. Paul, Minnesota, where a line connected directly to Winnipeg. However, in 1885, the Canadian government in Ottawa was able to use its own manpower along the Saskatchewan River to control events to some extent, and to reinforce that manpower quickly with armed forces from the east. Macdonald was in control of the outcome. Then, like a thunderbolt, on March 18, at Batoche, the alarming news of a force of 80, Tremonton says 500 were reported, mounted police riding out from Fort Carleton to arrest Riel and Dumont was reported by a Hudson Bay factor, Mr. Lawrence Clark, which at last spurred all the local Métis to turn outlaw. By 1885 the Northwest Mounted Police had been established and a railway to the west almost completed. It is noteworthy that the NWMP did not protect the rights and interests of the indigenous population, but rather collaborated closely with Eastern business interests who paid their salaries. On Wednesday, March 18, 1885, Miakitatis seized control of St. Anthony's Church. They took hostages and cut the telegraph lines at Clark's Crossing. Riel was moderate and willing to compromise, but the Canadians were not. Enthusiasm brought about a sense of belligerence and there was looting at a Duck Lake store. The Exuvities armed themselves. The Exuvities had seized the Indian agent and other officials, and then occupied the church of St. Antoine de Padoue at Batoche, they cut the telegraph lines from Regina to Prince Albert, but left those to Battleford intact. Louis Riel spent that first winter improving public misunderstandings about his people, but on Thursday, March 19, St. Josephus Day, convinced that God was directing him, and seeing himself as the prophet of the New World, Riel seized the parish church at Batoché, armed his men, and formed a ministry and an army of the Provisional Government of Saskatchewan with himself as political head and Gabriel Dumont as military leader of the South Branch people and, as Riel had done at Red River, formed a temporary provisional government, the Exuvdate. Gabriel Dumont spake, "Let those who are willing to take up arms raise their hands." But, instead of raising only their hands, the whole crowd stands up as one man. They let out cries of joy and shout, "If we must die for our country, we will die together." This was the beginning of the formal Métis resistance at Batoché. The men elected to this Petit Provisoire Council were Pierre Parento, as chairman, Charles Nolan, Gabriel Dumont, Baptiste Boyer, Maïs Oulet, Donald Ross, Albert Monkman, Ambroise Jobin, Baptiste Parento, Pierre Henry, Norbert Delorme, Damasse Carrier, Maxime Lapini, Baptiste Bouchard, David Turand, and, as secretary, Henry William Jackson, replaced almost immediately by Philippe Garnot. Philippe Garnot, a Roman Catholic French-Canadian storekeeper, would later turn against Riel at trial and called him crazy and said that he acted very foolish, insisting that Riel had used armed men to force him into joining the rebels in insurrection. But then, Riel had been welcomed into his home occasionally, and even slept there twice. More so, Garnot mentioned it remarkable that Riel would pray loudly all night and kept him awake, sometimes. Riel would say the prayer Our Father, but all the rest of the prayers I never heard before, except by him. Having been sworn, Garnot nevertheless perjured himself during trial when questioned by Mr. Fitzpatrick, on Thursday, July 30, 1885, saying that they had never spoken on religious or political issues, but out of the other side of his face he commented, "Riel talked to me about changing the Pope, or something of that kind, wanting to name Bishop Bourget of Montreal, Pope of the New World, as he named it. He spoke about religion, but I cannot remember, once he said in my presence, not to me exactly, at a meeting, that the spirit of Elias was with him." Garnot was suggesting that Riel believed the divine attributes which are generally attributed to Elias were bestowed upon him, as well. Garnot said, at trial Riel wanted the people in the meeting to acknowledge him as a prophet, and he gave them to understand he had the spirit of Elias in him and that he was prophesying. Every morning, almost every morning, he would come in front of the people and say such and such a thing would happen. I don't remember any of them in particular. Although stating he never had much intercourse with Riel, and only spoke with him during the time of the trouble, having only met him the once before then, Garnot claimed that Riel was irritable and would not stand contradiction by anyone, saying at one point, he had to have his own way in everything. At another, in my presence Riel made the declaration that he was representing Saint Peter. When asked if Riel aspired to any particular gifts, or pretended he was endowed with the abilities of a poet, musician, or orator, or boast of his great intellectual qualities, Garnot answered, no. But Garnot went on to say, Riel was talking about the country being divided into several provinces, one for the French, Germans, Irish, Italians, and I don't know what else. He claimed that Riel intended to divide the country into 7 different provinces, one for each of 7 different nationalities, and that he did not believe it feasible. Riel mentioned he expected the assistance of an army of several nationalities, and I remember he mentioned the Jews. He expected their assistance and money. He was going to give them a province as a reward for their help. Riel always mentioned he was going to succeed. That it was a divine mission he had, and that he was only an instrument in the hand of God. It seemed as if he was working in the interest of the half-breed population, and the settlers generally, He mentioned that, when asked if Riel had influence over the half-breed population, Garnot replied, yes, he could do almost what he wanted with them. Garnot ended his testimony stating that the Miakutetes looked to Riel as a leader, relied upon his judgment and advice, and happily followed him of their own free will to power. Except for what Pierre Andre said of him during the trials, August 1885, there is nothing else that can be said of the man. It is almost as if he had absolutely nothing at all to do with the events which transpired in Saskatchewan. Riel was not a member of this council but was rather an ex officio leader calling himself exuved, meaning out of the flock. All the documents Riel were signed exuved. Riel explained that his new religion was a liberal form of Roman Catholicism, and that the Pope had no power in Canada. Jean-Baptiste Hamelin, though, resisted Riel's attempts to have the men renounce their faith, and at one point the provisional government sentenced him to death, but this order was not carried out, no doubt due to his stature in the community. Among the ironies of Canadian history, the most prominent individual ever executed for treason against the Canadian state, Louis Riel, was at the time of his execution an American citizen. Riel's long and complex relationship with the United States tells the tale about a man, his aspirations, and of Métis nationality in the 19th century. Riel's position was that of a prophet. Each morning, Riel brought new religious ideas to be discussed and voted on. They agreed to change the Lord's Day from Sunday to Saturday, like the Jews, and they changed the names of the days of the week to French Roman Catholic religious names. Also, many of them accepted Riel's belief that God would use a miracle to help the Métis win the next battle. From the beginning of the invasion, and previous to the first shedding of innocent blood at Duck Lake, Superintendent Major Leif Crozier had a proclamation posted by J.U. Astley, and instructed Captain Moore and Thomas Mackay, of Prince Albert, to tell any of Riel's men whom they would meet, that he believed many men had been driven involuntarily into this business, that he hoped they would disperse and return to their homes, and to wait to be dispossessed of their homes. Riel believed the government would take their cause into consideration and deal leniently with them, with the exception of the chiefs, which would have to answer for their offense. And that he would do all in his power to get amnesty for the rank and file, based on Riel trial evidence of Crozier. Then, Riel emulated his actions of 1868-70, going to Fort Carleton on Saturday, March 21, and demanded the NWMP Superintendent Leif Crozier surrender the detachment at Fort Carleton, threatening to commence without a delay a war of extermination upon those who have shown themselves hostile to our rights. On Sunday, March 22, 1885, English half-breeds of St. Catharines and the Ridge, which was 10 or 12 miles between Batoche and the south side of Prince Albert, voted to remain neutral in the event of armed conflict. The Winnipeg militia was ordered to a state of readiness, and 60-year-old Major General Sir Frederick Dobson Middleton, British commander of the Canadian militia, was given command of the troops. On Saturday, March 23, 1885, Prime Minister Sir John A. Macdonald, prompted by an urgent telegram from Northwest Territories Light Gov Edgar Dewdney, ordered mobilization of troops in every province of Canada. General Middleton was given orders to march west with all due speed. It is blood, blood, we want blood, it is a war of extermination, every body that is against us is to be driven out of the country. There are two curses in our country, the government and the Hudson's Bay Company. Louis David Riel Fils. 3. The invasion of the Northwest Territories. The Battle of Duck Lake. Thursday, March 26, 1885. On Thursday, March 26, 1885, at the Battle of Duck Lake, a Métis force under Gabriel Dumont engaged in an unplanned skirmish with Superintendent L. F. Crozier's mounted police and Prince Albert volunteers at Duck Lake. The police were routed. The world rained blood. Louis David Riel Fils. On Wednesday, March 25, 1885, Gabriel Dumont asked Louis Riel to let him take 30 men to gather supplies from the stores of those merchants who opposed the Métis resistance against the federal government. A group of Miakutetis and First Nations warriors rode to Hilliard Mitchell's store at Duck Lake and appropriated its contents. Riel told Mitchell to keep track of everything that the Métis took. HBC Factor Lawrence Clark had successfully manipulated Northwest Mounted Police Superintendent Major Leif Crozier, stationed in Fort Carlton, to attempt a sortie against the Exuvities. Crozier, having been warned that the Métis were likely going to occupy Duck Lake, however, unaware that this had already occurred, sent 15 mounted police and 7 Prince Albert volunteers under the leadership of Sergeant Stewart and Thomas McKay with a number of sleighs to get provisions from Mitchell's store. Gabriel Dumont, along with 30 Métis, and some First Nations warriors, intercepted the police. Dumont knocked a policeman over with the barrel of his gun, and had a shouting match with Thomas McKay. Sergeant Stewart decided to retreat to Fort Carlton because they were outnumbered. The next day, the Métis returned to Duck Lake, but barely had time to feed the horses when the police returned. Meanwhile, news of the first encounter between the Métis and the police and the Prince Albert volunteers had reached Batoche and St. Laurent. Led by Riel, reinforcements set out for Duck Lake. Clark then sent Thomas McKay to PA to delay Colonel Akison Irvine's support column from Fort Carlton. He could have prevented the battle. Meanwhile, rather than wait for reinforcements, Clark dispatched 56 Northwest Mounted policemen and 43 citizen volunteers from Prince Albert, who possessed no battle experience, and one 7-pound cannon left to seize the goods and arms in the Duck Lake store, around 4 a.m., on March 26, 1885. On the early morning of March 26, Gabriel Dumont took force of 25 mounted Miakutetis and natives painted with the garish colors of war to set up an ambush. He chose a snowy plateau covered by trees 3.5 kilometers from Duck Lake, where there was a low elevation overlooking the road, where there were plenty of low bushes, a gully, and a few log cabins, which were immediately occupied by a few men. The police and volunteers were encountered at this place chosen by Dumont. Some of Crozier's scouts were English Métis who were familiar with prairie warfare and detected Dumont's plan. Crozier ordered his men to halt, prepared a mounted barricade, placing his sleighs across the road, arming his cannon, and dispatched men to either side. The main force of Métis, nigh unto 100 men, went to a large depression on the north side of the road facing Crozier's force, but it is doubtful that all the Métis fighters participated in the fighting. There were only about 25 or 30 men who had arrived on foot at the outbreak, which were actively involved in the battle, and these placed themselves in a hollow. The Canadians occupied the road with their cannon. The Métis' plan was to surround the enemy, and for this purpose they spread out in a long line in a semicircle on each side of the road. But when the Canadians saw what they were doing, they fled in haste. The reinforcements, led by Riel, were just leaving Duck Lake when the shooting started. Asiuwin, Asiwin, baptized Joseph Trottier after his godfather, also called Makawi, a headman for Beardy's band, was returning from the Duck Lake store, on foot, and leading his horse, when Crozier advanced upon him, along with Gentleman Joe McKay, his chief scout, who leveled his rifle barrel into Asiuwin's stomach. Asiuwin was unarmed. Isidore Dumont Fils, waving a white blanket, rode to the venerable old man's aid and, as the four men exchanged unfriendly words, the Exuvities and natives silently surrounded the police on three sides. Isidore was mounted, he covered McKay with his rifle. Crozier saw the natives advancing through the leafless shrubbery on both sides of his column, all but surrounded now. McKay later claimed that Asiuwin kept snatching at his wrist and repeating the word, Tesquoit, which meant hold on. He said that Crozier came to believe that Isidore and Asiuwin were stalling so that the Métis force could maneuver to flank his own men, and told him that since they couldn't do anything they should go back to their own men. McKay said that as he turned to leave a brief scuffle ensued between the two parties. Asiuwin said, in Cree, "Where are you going, grandchild? You've got too many guns. Better give me one." Asiuwin reached out to take his revolver, but it was buttoned on, so Mackay grabbed the old Indian by the hand to loosen his grip on the revolver and was going to hit him on the head with his carbine, but a Siouan grabbed the carbine with both hands and ripped it out of his grip. Mackay claimed that Dumont had his gun ready to shoot him, so he put a Siouan in front of him. Crozier gave Mackay the order to fire. So, Mackay shot a Siouan, mortally wounding the partially blind old man. He was taken back to the village where he later died. Drawing his revolver at the same moment, Mackay also shot Dumont, who fell from his horse, dead. Mackay dismounted, continuing to shoot on foot, and the police brought up their sleighs. On the way, he said he saw Jean-Baptiste Parento and shot him, wounding him. As Crozier ran back to his own lines, he gave the order to fire and the air was soon heavy with the acrid scent of gunpowder and bullets and the cries of the wounded. The Northwest War had commenced. When the shooting started, I had just begun to wash my floor, I continued, although I was quite worried because my husband was over there. It was all over before I had half the floor washed. Marguerite Caron. After these first shots rang out, they were followed by more shots from both sides, and, the Battle of Duck Lake was aflame. It was short but disastrous for Crozier. At this point, the Miacutetis received their reinforcements, so that the Métis had approximately 300 men, which included some Cree from 2 nearby reserves. But many of the Métis present possessed no battle experience. Despite the superior firepower and training of Crozier's militia, the Métis force were more numerous and their position within the log cabins and the tree line proved to be an overwhelming advantage. Within 15 minutes, 12 Crozier men were dead and 11 wounded, a casualty rate of nearly 25%. The PA volunteers fought with great courage and audacity and, caught in a crossfire, suffered extremely heavy casualties. Crozier ordered the 7-pound cannon to target the log cabins. After numerous discharges, Crozier's cannon was disabled because the gunner panicked and put the shot in before the powder was inserted when he loaded it. Jean Caron Pier was in a little hollow where Captain Auguste Laframboise was killed. The two of them were about 100 yards from where Isidore Dumont Fils and a Siouan had been so callously murdered. Both of them had been running to see who'd be the first to reach the police when the bullets started to fly. The police retreated into a clearing where the Métis ambushed them. During the entire 20-minute battle, Joseph Delorme was at Gabriel Dumont's side, fighting like a lion. Whence Dumont was felled by a bullet to his head, taking a strip of scalp off and knocking him senseless. It was Joseph Delorme who cried out that he'd been killed, but, Dumont assured him the wound was not fatal. Courage, a man who still has his head is not dead yet. Dumont gave his rifle, affectionately called Le Petit, and his cartridges to Baptiste Vandal, while Joseph Delorme stayed by his side. During the fighting at Duck Lake, Ochemesis reported, "When I got up the ridge the bullets were coming pretty close, so I withdrew and went around by another way. The trail crossed the ridge, and I went back and heard a shout, 'They are running back.' At the place on the ridge I went to I saw the body of a man. It was my own brother lying dead. I was afraid. From there I saw people lying dead all around. In a test of marksmanship, it was Dumont's men which were the best shots, even with their inferior antiquated muskets, and some braves had only bows and arrows. After 40 minutes, the police were getting the worst of it, and so fled from the scene, leaving their dead to lie in the deep, blood-stained snow. Government casualties would have been much greater if Riel hadn't intervened. Angered over the cold-blooded killing of his brother, Dumont wanted to chase the police as they retreated, but Riel intervened and held him back to prevent Gabriel from having his men follow and kill all the fleeing troopers. Some 17 of Crozier's men died as a result of the fight, 3 of the mounted police and 9 volunteers died, their bodies left behind in their route. 23 others were wounded, 9 seriously, 3 dying later. Riel's group lost 5 men. The Illustrated War News portrayed a Métis rebel as a Christian hero, but did not further identify him. An anonymous half-breed saved the life of a wounded Prince Albert volunteer prisoner who was about to have his brains bashed out by a brave wielding a rifle. But Harold Ross, a Prince Albert settler, who was a prisoner of Riel on the day of the battle, did. In the aftermath of the fight, he feared death, at any moment, from angry Métis and Indians looking for revenge. As he told the story later, Riel, however, rode up, and after some talking and the interference of some sensible men, saved us. The police had retreated in such a hurry that the 9 civilians were left dead on the field, and 1 wounded man Riel saved. He was shot through the leg, and an Indian was beating him on the head with his gun when he was rescued. No. We will not fight like the savages they believe us to be. If we were fighting a war of extermination, we could put every farm from here to Regina to the torch and bring the sword upon women and children. But, no, we are God's soldiers and we will only strike when we are set upon. This is my word. This is the will of God. Louis David Riel Fils. An unimpeachable source claimed that none other than Louis Riel's direct intercession saved not only this Prince Albert man's life, but probably many others. The rebel heroes who died were, a Siouan, a half-blind old Indian man on his way home from the store who happened upon the scene quite by accident, Isidore Dumont Fils, whom came to help him when a rifle barrel was rudely poked into his stomach, Jean-Baptiste Montour, Joseph Montour, and Pascal Montour Fils, and Auguste Leframbois. All 5 of the Miacutetes who died were related descendants of the most ancient and revered mountain man and fur-trapping familial lineage. Few families were more esteemed in the history of the Northwest wilderness. The loss of these heroes is a great loss. 3 of the Métis were wounded, including Gabriel Dumont, who, grazed in the head by a bullet, fell from his horse and was unable to get up. However, Dumont continued to motivate his men. He gave his rifle, Le Petit, and his cartridges to Baptiste Vandal, whilst Joseph Delorme, one of Dumont's principal lieutenants, remained by his side, attending to his wound. Patrice Turand was another principal lieutenant chosen assistant to Gabriel Dumont. The police and volunteers lost 10 men and had 13 wounded, 2 of which were fatal. The Northwest Mounted Police who died were, Constables G.P. Arnold, G.K. Garrett, and T.J. Gibson. The Prince Albert Volunteers who died were, Captain John Morton, Corporal William Napier, and Privates Joseph Anderson, James Bakey, Alexander Fisher, not exubbed Alexandre P. Fisher Fils, Robert Middleton, S.C. Elliott, Daniel Mackenzie, and Daniel McPhail. During the height of this battle, Louis Riel, exposed to bullets, had rode a horse up and down the line of fire, and held out a heavy crucifix, calling out to God. Auguste Leframbois died beside him. The police began to flee. It was Dumont's younger brother Edouard who wanted to pursue them, but Riel ordered the bloodshed to end and stop the pursuit of the routed police, thus preventing an even worse massacre of the invader. These defeated men returned to their post and waited until reinforcements arrived, 100 men. After the Battle of Duck Lake, Marguerite Caron killed their 7 dogs to maintain absolute silence. 3 men were finally sent out from PA to recover the bodies of the dead volunteers. The Exuvites had placed them in an old house, to preserve them from desecration by animals, and gave what assistance they could to Crozier's emissaries. They also restored to them their wounded prisoners. Hilliard Mitchell, who owned the general store at Duck Lake, was accused by both sides as being a go-between spy. Superintendent Crozier campaigned for the support of the Anglo-Métis, unsuccessfully, but managed to sway their position to one of uncertain neutrality. Victorious after the Duck Lake incident, the Exuvites sent messengers to their native brethren to join the fight for freedom. The Duck Lake area was of strategic importance, since it controlled Hilliard Mitchell's store and trails from Prince Albert and Fort Carlton. Colonel Acheson Irvine, Crozier's supervisor, suggested that Crozier's official prowess and judgment was overruled by impulsiveness. On Friday, March 27, 1885, the reinforced Northwest Mounted Police abandoned Fort Carlton, accidentally burning it as they left, and they retreated to Prince Albert. Also on March 27, Major General Thomas Gunner Jingo Bland Strange, a retired British officer ranching in southern Alberta, received a telegram from his old friend Adolphe Philippe Caron, Minister of Militia, requesting that he recruit a field force of local volunteers citizen militia to help quell the unrest in the northwest, especially near Calgary and Edmonton, where rumors of Indian uprising are everywhere. He put together the Alberta Field Force out of 3 very green militia battalions along with a few mounted policemen and cowboys. On Saturday, March 28, 1885, news of Duck Lake hits eastern Canada. The federal government raised a Canadian militia force. Within 2 weeks, 3 columns of the Northwest Field Force were in motion. On March 28, Pitaquahanapiwian, Poundmaker, and Minnehacosis, Little Pine, met with Chief Apps N.S., Young Sweetgrass, at the Sweetgrass Reserve, about 16 kilometers, 10 miles, west of Battleford. Peter Ballantyne, operating as a spy for Edgar Dewdney, was present and determined the Indians had peaceful intentions. Meanwhile in Battleford, rumors were rampant that Poundmaker was coming to attack the town. On Sunday, March 29, 1885, Itka killed farm instructor Payne on the Mosquito Reserve. Itka had been grieving over the death of his daughter, which he blamed on farm instructor Payne. A few days before her death Payne had physically thrown the frail girl out of his house, which suggests that he raped her. After all, what was she doing in his house in the first place? Itka decided the time was opportune for revenge and shot him dead. Itka and his relatives thereafter sought refuge at the house of a local farmer named Barney Tremont, demanding horses. When Tremont refused, they shot and killed him, too. On Monday, March 30, 1885, the siege of Battleford began, under a full moon. Pitaquahanapiwian arrived at Fort Battleford along with Minnehacosis, having decided to utilize the unrest and fears of government agents to negotiate necessary supplies. Furthermore, they were concerned about the recent conflict at Duck Lake and wished to express loyalty to the Queen. The Indian agent refused to meet with them, though. Other groups began to arrive at Battleford: Stonies, Assiniboine, from the Mosquito Reserve, and Riel agitators from Duck Lake. Captain Joseph Falcon Joben, leader of the Turtle River Métis, was in constant communication with Riel and would pass on news to the Indians and Métis of the area. He also advised them to prepare by acquiring as much shot, ball, cartridges, and powder as they could. He and Athanasi Falcon led the Turtle River Métis when they joined Pitaquahanapiwian in the siege of Battleford. The raid on Battleford. Monday, March 30, 1885. The government had lied. Confederation was not living up to its promises, having done little, or nothing, to help them feed their hunger and solve their other problems. A severe winter in 1884–85, coupled with a decrease in government rations, made life more and more difficult for First Nations living on the reserves near Battleford. Pitaquahanapiwian had been induced to settle on the Battle River in 1879, but the crops were poor and he began to lead an Indian agitation for increased consideration. The shortage of buffalo left Pitaquahanapiwian's people desperately hungry, and in March 1885, when news of the Meakuteta's success at Duck Lake and of the killing of a farm instructor on the nearby Mosquito Reserve by Nakota, Stoney, warriors reached his reservation, he left with the Minnehacosis and the Stoney, Assiniboine, people and headed for Battleford, headquarters for supply distribution, to utilize the unrest and fears of government agents and negotiate necessary supplies. Battleford, a town located across the North Saskatchewan River, served as capital of the Northwest Territories between 1876 and 1883. Battleford was incorporated as a village in 1899, and was a town in 1911. On the night of Monday, March 30, 1885, the townspeople of Battleford and most of the settlers in the surrounding area, heard reports of large numbers of Cree and Assiniboine leaving reserves and making their way to Battleford, and fearing for their safety, abandoned the town and fled to seek shelter in the Northwest Mounted Police Fort Battleford, on the north bank of the river. Finding the town deserted, Pitaquahanapiwian then sent a band of warriors to the Battleford barracks, located about a quarter of a mile from the village, to see the Indian agent and to obtain overdue rations, his people had nothing to eat and were suffering from the shortage of food, damned to starvation by the Canadian government, so they joined the Miakutetis and rose up against their bureaucratic taskmasters. Efforts to open negotiations with Indian agent Ray failed when he refused to leave the safety of the fort. HBC Factor McKay and Peter Ballantyne, though, came out to meet Pitaquahanapiwian and agreed to release food from the HBC stores for the Indians. Ballantyne, acting as a spy, checked on Poundmaker's plans, and found his intentions peaceful. As Ballantyne and McKay were returning to the fort, some Métis, though, took pot shots at them. Pitaquahanapiwian and Minahakosis were unable to prevent the young warriors from ransacking the abandoned village. Despite efforts to prevent this action, hungry and frustrated, some of Cree and Stonies began looting the empty homes in the Battleford area, despite Pitaquahanapiwian's attempts to stop them. In particular, a number of Stonies who had been involved with the killing of the farm instructor actively supported a policy of open warfare against the whites. 2 had been killed by the Stonies, Assiniboine, and the Cree plundered the empty stores and houses. The identity of the looters is disputed. Some reports claimed Pitaquahanapiwian's Nakota people were responsible, but one observer alleged that most of the looting had already been done by whites. The natives had been too hurried to take much. The principal looting was the work of the whites. As soon as the coast was clear in the morning, the whites finished what the natives had begun in a clean sweep. They looted and burned several homes and emptied the Hudson's Bay Depot. Farm instructor Craig looted houses broken into by the natives, but his tent was persistently robbed when he left stolen goods to pursue more looting. The looting would never have taken place had the townspeople not deserted the homes and stores in the first place. Later, on April 24, the Canadian militia on their way to fight with the Indians at Cut Knife Hill, led by Light Col William Otter, also looted the town, scrounging for supplies and souvenirs. Occasional shots were fired. A policeman was killed. But the fort was never attacked or surrounded, and its surrender was never demanded. Fear, coupled with a succession of violent incidents between townspeople and First Nations groups, kept the townspeople crowded inside Fort Battleford for almost a month. The next day, on Tuesday, March 31, the combined Battleford bands moved west to Pitaquahanapiwian's reservation and established a large camp east of Cut Knife Creek. Envoys from Louis Riel kept arriving to urge the First Nations to join with him. Pitaquahanapiwian had lost control of his angry, starving warriors and, although he was the political leader and chief spokesperson for the combined bands, with considerable influence, a warriors' lodge erected in the camp became the real center of authority at the Cut Knife camp. According to Plains Cree tradition, once erected, the soldiers' lodge, not the chief, was in control of the camp. Throughout April, the combined bands, about 1,500 people, remained on Poundmaker's reserve. They awaited a police attack, just as the citizens of Battleford were waiting for a First Nations attack upon the fort. Telegrams sent by those barricaded in the fort indicated they believed it was an attack. The settlers, who had found refuge in the mounted police barracks, were penned up for nearly a month, until Battleford was later relieved by Light Col William Otter on April 30. Reports to Ottawa brought quick government action. A force of almost 4,000 was rushed westwards on the new CPR, not yet completed, loading and unloading 16 times before reaching Regina, under General F. D. Middleton, a former Imperial officer and new to the Canadian West. Middleton divided his army into 3 columns. The main body would leave the train at Troy, later called Qu'Appelle, with field guns and 2 Gatling guns. The second column detrained at Swift Current and followed Light Col W.D. Otter to the relief of Battleford, where Chief Poundmaker's Crees were looting and burning. The third body continued to Calgary to become part of the Alberta Field Force to march behind General Strange to Fort Edmonton and east from there. On Tuesday, March 31, 1885, the Council of the Provisional Government of Saskatchewan moved the Miakutetis force to Batoché and constructed a defensive system of trenches and rifle pits around Batoché. On Thursday, April 2, 1885, a massacre occurred at Frog Lake. Members of Mistahimasque's Cree Nation led by Iamesis and Kapapamakchukvu, Wandering Spirit, killed Indian Agent Quinn and 8 other whites. The Frog Lake Incident. Thursday, April 2, 1885. 7 days later following the Duck Lake Incident, on April 2, 1885, joining the Métis rebels, Mistahimasque's war chiefs took matters into their own hands and pillaged the HBC stores at Frog Lake Settlement, lying just north of the North Saskatchewan River, a few kilometers east of the boundary with Alberta, killing 9 white men, including the Indian agent, 2 priests and settlers, carrying off women and children. Bernard Fremont, the first victim of the murderers, was a Belgian by birth. He arrived in the United States when quite a young man, and enlisting in the Union Army served during the war, and spent a good many years on the frontier, traveling from Texas to British Columbia, before coming to Battleford, with the original telegraph construction party. James Payne, farming instructor on the Stony Reserves, a native of England, was also killed. Payne had married a daughter of Chief Bear's Head, and on the day after his death she gave birth to a boy. Thomas Truman Quinn, a native of Minnesota, who had come up to this country in the fall of 1878, he was a Sioux of mixed blood, whose father was interpreter and guide for the United States troops on service in Minnesota during the massacre of 1863, killed in ambush by Indians while leading troops to the relief of a beleaguered garrison. John Willis Craft, of Irish descent, whom was a long time a resident of the county of Grey, and came to this country in 1878, John C. Gowanlock, 28 years old, from Parkdale, near Toronto, John Delaney, from Ottawa, farming instructor of Frog Lake. Charles Gwynn was a native of California, of mixed Indian and white blood. W.M.C. Gilchrist, of Woodville, County of Simcoe, Ontario, Reverend Father Faffard, who had been laboring amongst the Indians in the Fort Pitt district for the past 10 years. Reverend Father Marchand, a native of France, who had only been a few years in the country. He was 26 years of age and a man of more than ordinary promise, and George Dill, of Bracebridge, Ontario were all killed, as well. John Pritchard, a half-breed in the employ of the Indian Department, and Henry Quinn, the storekeeper, a nephew of the murdered agent, had fled for their lives, as did his clerk William Bleasdale Cameron. Quinn reached Fort Pitt in safety. Teresa Delaney and Teresa Gowanlock were held captive until the Indians scattered, following the engagement at Frenchman's Butte on May 28. The 2 women, whose husbands were killed as they walked beside them, were spared from the same fate but were dragged, for 2 months, as prisoners by the band as it sought to escape the approaching army. Trudging miles in the winter snow without adequate food or clothes, and threatened almost daily with death, took a terrible toll on the women. They would never really recover mentally from their terrifying experiences. John Pritchard, who worked tirelessly by interceding and putting himself in harm's way, for weeks, to safeguard the women in his tent, and on the road, as the band moved from place to place. Many times his personal heroism saved the women from trouble, till he finally led them to escape into police custody. Teresa Gowanlock, worn out by her ordeal, died at 36 in 1899. Despite efforts by Mistahimasque, Big Bear, to stop the carnage, saving the HBC representative, as well as women and children, the band began to ignore his authority. Most settlers were able to flee to Fort Pitt, but after taking counsel among them, decided to surrender to Mistahimasque. After the massacre at Frog Lake, the few whites who were scattered across the West feared it was only a matter of days, in some case hours, before they would be killed by the rebels, as they were called. For years farm instructor Joe McKay and his family had lived in harmony on the Poundmaker Reserve, but the young men of the tribe were so thirsty for blood that even chiefs like Poundmaker could not prevent them from taking revenge. When his family was accosted at night in their home by a group of angry tribesmen, Joe McKay asked them why his family was being threatened after all he and his wife had done for the people over the years. He softened their hearts but was told that the only way his family could be safe was to flee before the young men of the tribe caught up with him. He was given a bark canoe and told to flee down the ice-choked Battle River. The 12-day flight of the Mackay family, in a small boat down the ice-filled Battle and Saskatchewan rivers, is one of the epic journeys in Canadian history. They had only the clothes on their back for warmth, and only a few pieces of cornbread for food. They were reduced to eating the caulking from their boat to survive. As young Anne Flora Mackay was to write, they were too frightened most of the time to be hungry. When their boat wasn't being crunched by ice floes, they were threatened by Indians chasing them across the ice pans or shooting at them from the shore. On one occasion they had to stop for 5 days, in the freezing cold, huddled under the willows on shore waiting for the ice to clear. They finally made a desperate gamble in their boat only to escape certain death when shouts along the shore told them their hiding place was discovered. After life-threatening adventures from nature and rebels, the family drifted into Prince Albert and the first meal in 12 days. On Friday, April 3, 1885, Cree of the Little Hunter and Blue Quill bands raid government storehouse at Saddle Lake, 130 kilometers northeast of Edmonton. Having made his escape when he heard that all the white men would be killed, Henry Quinn, a relative of Thomas Quinn, arrived at Fort Pitt on Saturday, April 4, 1885, to report that the white people at Frog Lake had been made prisoners by the Indians. When news reached the settlement about the massacre at Frog Lake, Charles Bremner and Louis Caplet, nephew of Charles Bremner, who was working for Charles, loaded all his furs on Red River carts and were planning to move everyone, and the furs, to Battleford the following day. Their plans never worked out, though, as the Indians arrived before they could leave. The store was ransacked and the settlers were taken prisoner. They were taken to the Poundmaker Reserve and held there until the Indians surrendered to the police. Charles Bremner's mother died while the settlers were being held prisoner. These were extremely difficult and dangerous conditions for all the prisoners. One of the people taken prisoner was Father Cochin. He was respected by all sides in the camp and was responsible for keeping an already dangerous situation from getting worse. Both Louis Caplet and Ellen, who was still Ellen Bremner, as they had not married yet, were prisoners. He, Charles, was a soft-spoken, kindly person who was very patient in his teaching of a small boy. He taught me how to trap, skin, and cure pelts. Ray McIntyre, son of Albert and Gertrude, née Bremner, McIntyre. Pitaquahanapiwian, who was a highly respected man and friend of the settlers, had told Bremner and the others that they should stay in their settlement if trouble arose and no harm would come to them from his men. The settlers, knowing that Pitaquahanapiwian's word was good, felt quite secure as they had no quarrel with either side. What neither party had foreseen was how unpredictable and dangerous the Big Bear Band was. Along with this were Riel's men, who worked the Indians into an even more hostile mood. This mood was becoming a bigger problem for Pitaquahanapiwian, as he had taken the settlers prisoners, more for the settlers' protection than any other reason. Now the radicals among the Indians were warring and threatening Pitaquahanapiwian to turn the settlers over to them. Pitaquahanapiwian spoke to Charles Bremner and Father Cochin and said, "I'm not sure I can control them much longer. You have your guns, do the best you can for your families. I will be outside your tent and before they get in they will have to pass over my body." With this, it was said that Pitaquahanapiwian undid his braids and let his hair hang loose. Anyone knowing him knew he only did this when he went to war. That night Pitaquahanapiwian sat in front of the settlers' tents with his rifle across his knees. In the morning, news arrived that a column of troops was approaching, and the warriors had other things to occupy them. An incident passed. On Friday, April 10, 1885, around 20 Riel supporters, led by Charles Trottier, arrived at Wapiska's Reserve, a few miles south of Saskatoon. Chief Wapiska, White Cap, of a band of refugee American Dakota, had resisted Riel's overtures 2 weeks previously. Before the Métis began forcing Wapiska, and 20 of his men, towards Batoché, Wapiska managed to send a message to a white friend in Saskatoon, Gerald Willoughby, asking him for assistance. When the group reached Saskatoon, a group of 9 citizens tried to persuade the Métis to allow Wapisiska to return to his reserve. Outnumbered, their attempt was unsuccessful. When Wapisiska arrived at Batoché, he was appointed the only Indian member of Riel's Council on Internal Matters, but because he understood neither French nor Cree, and he attended only one meeting. Wapisiska's men were seen at the Battle of Likuli Auxiliary Tourens and the Siege of Batoché. After the massacre, 250 Cree warriors moved from Frog Lake to camp on a hill overlooking Fort Pitt, the closest fort to Frog Lake. They intercepted a police scouting party, killing a constable, wounding another, and captured a third. On Friday, April 15, 1885, Fort Pitt was taken by warriors of Mistahimaskwe's band. Fort Pitt had been designed as a trading post and provided very little protection for the police and the other occupants, with 6 buildings and a fence on one side to contain livestock. The fort did not have a palisade around it. There were 67 people in the fort at the time, including approximately 23 NWMP stationed there under the command of Inspector Francis Dickens, son of famed novelist Charles Dickens. Dickens barricaded the windows and doors, making loopholes in the walls. He also wrote to Battleford requesting reinforcements of 50 men. No reply was received, as the bearer had been intercepted. Not having enough horses or wagons to allow them to escape, the people in Fort Pitt prepared for a siege. Mistahimaskwe, Big Bear, negotiated the evacuation of the fort by the Northwest Mounted Police. Surrounded and outnumbered, Garrison Commander Dickens capitulated and agreed to negotiate with the attackers. Mistahimaskwe allowed the fort's garrison to leave the fort without a problem, but kept the townspeople as hostages. 6 days later, Inspector Dickens and his men would finally reach safety at Battleford. The next morning W.J. McLean, chief trader for the Hudson's Bay Company, met with Mistahimaskwe, Big Bear, Imases, aka Little Bear, son of Big Bear, and War Chief Kapapamakchukwu, Wandering Spirit, occasionally known as Esprit Errant, to negotiate a peaceful settlement to the siege. Kapapamakchukwu would allow the police to leave safely if the Hudson's Bay employees gave themselves up to Mistahimaskwe. Meanwhile, 3 scouts sent out the previous day returned to the fort unexpectedly and came upon the Indian camp. The Indians opened fire on them. Cowan was killed immediately. Quinn escaped, but was captured the following day. Lois By, seriously wounded, was nevertheless able to ride to safety. The negotiations at the Cree camp were concluded. The police were allowed to escape by boat down the North Saskatchewan River to Battleford, and the 44 civilians of the fort became prisoners of the Cree. Once the police had left, limping away weakly with their tails between their legs, abandoning the citizens they were there to protect. The fort was then looted and burned by the Cree. Weapons that could not be carried away were destroyed. The ice in the river was breaking up, and Dickens' band of men managed to navigate the river in an unreliable scow that leaked, with hard bailing to Fort Battleford. On Saturday, April 18, 1885, 40 mounted men under Lord Melgant captured 3 of Riel's scouts, 2 sons of Chief Wapisiska, Whitecap Mavadiri, Yellow Bird, and Zitkatan Sapat, Black Bird, and a son-in-law, Tukwakan, enemy of the Great Spirit, also Sioux. The Exubbed people, at the time, were concerned that their needs would not be met by the new Canadian colonial power. Under the provisional government of leader Louis Riel, they were making the stand against the military. The Turand family farmed the area before the resistance, and some of the family even died in the later fighting at Batoché. The colonialists came to know the area as Fish Creek, even though the people who lived there still called it by its traditional name, Likuli Auxiliary Tourens. On Thursday, April 23, 1885, as the militia began advancing from Clark's Crossing, Dumont took 200 men and rode out from Batoché toward Likuli Auxiliary Tourens, about 40 kilometers, 25 miles, south of Batoché, on the southern boundary, the South Branch. Louis Riel accompanied them. A false report arrived that the Northwest Mounted Police were advancing on Batoché, and Riel returned there with 50 men. Dumont, planning an ambush, stationed most of his men in the heavily wooded coulee digging rifle pits. Dumont took a smaller party of 20 horsemen forward of the coulee to seal the exit once the ambush was sprung, and hid in a poplar bluff. There were not yet any leaves, however. "I want to treat them like buffaloes." Dumont, of Middleton's men. The Battle of Le Coulee Auxiliary Tourens. Known to the Métis as Little Beaver River and to the English as Fish Creek. Friday, April 24, 1885. Some 300 people, of which 200 were Métis and 100 were Indians, had supper at Roger Goulet's farm the night preceding the battle. Goulet had fled and Dumont had had 2 of his cows slaughtered for food. At about 7:30 or 8 p.m., whilst they were still eating, Captain Edouard Dumont and Emmanuel Beaugrand de Champagne arrived and made it known that an enemy troop was advancing towards Batoche by way of the Coipel road. After a discussion, it was decided that Riel would go back to Batoche with half the men, that is about 150 men. He took those who were better armed. In the end, what they thought to be the enemy army turned out to be nothing more than a band of wild running horses. There were already about 40 men back at Batoche. The remaining men continued on towards Angus McIntosh's place, then turned back so as to reach Le Coulee Auxiliary Tourens by daybreak. The Métis troops, at the outbreak of hostilities, were all positioned in a cove in the coulee. Some Sioux were in a little bluff to the right, and others were alongside a little creek, possibly Little Beaver Creek. Little by little, whilst skirmishing, Gabriel Dumont signaled his small troop to move toward the west. The majority, including most of the Indians, followed him. But those who were in the bluff and had to face the enemy on 2 fronts did not realize their precarious position. They had been left alone on the battlefield whilst the larger, better armed part of their forces were retreating towards Batoche with Riel. On the morning of Friday, April 24, 1885, before the infantry could cross the coulee, a Canadian cavalryman of Bolton's scouts spotted Métis horsemen. Dumont's Métis and Bolton's force then opened fire on each other. The scouts dismounted and began firing into the coulee, and the main body of Canadian infantry advanced the west side above the coulee's edge and engaged the Métis from distances of 50 to 100 yards across the creek. When the militia attacked, they had to move forward in the open, at the top of the coulee, where they became easy targets. After the Métis had pounded Middleton's men with a devastating fusillade, they withdrew into cover of thick willow bushes and, in order to conserve ammunition, restricted themselves to sniper fire. Middleton, with half of his force on the opposite side of the river, was unable to bring his full numerical superiority to bear. The Métis were on the east side of the coulee, using the natural brush cover by the stream and up on the eastern plateau. One flank was held by the Sioux, and the other by the Willow Cree. One of his artillery batteries, though, opened fire on the Métis, to little effect, succeeding only in driving away Dumont's Cree allies before their weight could be added to the battle. The Métis were on the east side of the coulee, using the natural brush cover by the stream and up on the eastern plateau. The west plateau was slightly higher than the east plateau, and Middleton's gunners had a difficult time depressing their guns low enough so that they could fire into the lower banks of the coulee. The terrain was cut with creeks, ravines, and coulees, all running into the South Saskatchewan River. At the Tourens homestead, east of the coulee's mouth, the rebels had constructed rifle pits, extending up banks in rows of 3 or 5, with escape trenches upwards along the face of the bluff. The Métis were armed with Winchesters, Peabodys, and 12-gauge shotguns. At this time, very few natives owned repeating rifles. Because of their desperate economic situation, they had disposed of any repeating rifles they had to the white settlers and had purchased the cheaper I. Hollis & Sons Parker Fields from the Hudson's Bay Company. These weapons were mostly 24-gauge, smoothbore, percussion duck guns with barrel lengths ranging from 26 to 36 inches. They were lightweight, sturdy, well made with few parts to break, and could be used with shot or ball. These guns were ideal for hunting in the woods or shooting waterfowl at close range. However, because these guns were not rifled, their accuracy was quite limited. Some rebels even had a number of earlier flintlock trade guns. Shot was short and many were reduced to firing nails and stones, although, a spent cannonball was melted down for bullets. Others did not own any guns at all, and were restricted to the use of bows and arrows, particularly the boys who joined their fathers in the fighting, however. Because of the distance between the adversaries, they did no damage. The Miacutetus, as a rule, were better armed than the First Nations fighters, with a number of them owning repeating rifles. At Likuli Auxiliary Turins, the men were only allotted 20 rounds of ammunition, and once this was expended many of the men left the area. Dumont's forces dwindled to only 50 to 60 men under the pressure of Middleton's cannons and Gatling guns. Furthermore, he was hampered by a lack of horses, only half his men at Likuli Auxiliary Turins had mounts. More serious was the lack of operable firearms and, eventually, the absence of ammunition, though. Most of the Cree were armed only with sticks with rounded tops, which were used to pound potatoes. Running into an ambush arranged by Dumont, Middleton was saved by the premature firing of the Exuvities on his scouts, but was driven back with heavy losses. Middleton then deployed his men in a half-mile semicircle skirmishing line across the mouth of the coulee. B and F companies of the 90th Winnipeg Rifles were deployed on the left, with the remainder at the center. A battery and the infantry school were deployed on the right. At the outbreak of hostilities, gunners blew apart the barns behind the rebels, targeting their mounts which had been carefully hidden, tied up to small poplars situated at the northern tip of the bluff. 52 horses were slaughtered. Old Vermette, who had been amongst those which had remained with the horses, was wounded there. Jean Caron Fils did not notice him before the afternoon, when he was discovered to still be alive. It was no accident that this heinous act of cowardice transpired. The purposeful destruction of hapless animals was probably ordered as a psychological assault against the hearts of the indigenous peoples whom loved their buffalo ponies dearly. Furthermore, money carried little or no weight to les gens libres et les sauvages, yet the horse was a status symbol of wealth and prosperity. When the fighting had began at Likuli Auxiliary Turins, Isidore Dumas started singing to allay their fear, and Akan Machini, the rock used to file bones, one of the Willow Cree warriors from One Arrow's band, began to dance. His brother Kahokudament also participated in the resistance. At the same time some of the Métis shouted out to him, "Your horse has been killed." "What's a horse?" Akan Machini replied, "As long as I am not wounded, there is no harm in that." As Middleton's troops close in, only 45 Indians and Métis remained surrounded in the bluff. Shortly before noon, Petit Corbeau's son was killed. This story is told of Mato Wakekizija, tormenting bear, at Likuli Auxiliary Turins. The limping Indian, the one who was walking with a crutch when leaving Batoche, was singing his death song. After his chant, he said, "Courage, when we were born, they told us we were men. Courage, if we are going to die, we will die today." He advised his brother to sing with him. The lame man stood up, and made a few little jumps. The sun was going down. The Canadians were using the exploding bullets, which were, according to Dumont, illegal, in an artillery shrapnel barrage. Rebel sharpshooters protected a bluff on the right, within 450 of the artillery battery, and inflicted on it much suffering, and, as the invader took on casualties, it could not fight back for fear of hitting the 90th Rifles beside the bluff. Placing himself in full view of the enemy, Middleton behaved with reckless bravery. A bullet tore through his fur hat, and his 2 aides-de-camp were both wounded by his side. Their casualties mounting, the frustrated Canadians undertook several fruitless rushes into the ravine. A few infantry regulars under Middleton's command made one charge. Another, larger one was carried out by the Royal Winnipeg Rifles militia, parried by Métis' use of improvised barricades within the coulee. These uncoordinated advances accomplished nothing but more Canadian casualties. Métis' morale deteriorated as the battle wore on, despite the heavy casualties inflicted upon the enemy. Although relatively impervious to enemy fire from within their gullies and ravines, Dumont's men were famished, dehydrated, and low on ammunition. They knew that their positions would not hold in the face of any sustained enemy assault. Although unable to turn Middleton, the defenders stood up to cannon fire. It was raining and, in order to create panic and screen their attempts to outflank the militia, the Métis lit grass fires, the smoke of which made it hard for the Canadians to see. Meanwhile, the part of Middleton's force which was on the opposite bank of the South Saskatchewan River crossed the river on a barge. But seeing that he was taking too many casualties, the general did not renew the attack. Exhausted from the day's battle, both forces withdrew. A drizzle that had begun in the morning had, late in the afternoon, turned to sleet as the cold, wet soldiers withdrew from the battle. François Turand reported that Broscoup, also known as Trial Man, Cahocudament's brother Akanmashini and Chief Kapayakwaskinem, One Arrow, were active in a group fighting near him. François also noted that there was a 14-year-old Sioux boy with a new rifle, who was afraid to fire it and followed him around all day during the battle. Chapatalata was a Lakota Sioux killed at the Battle of Likuli Auxiliary Turans. In an interview with Father Cloutier, Elie Dumont recalls, the limping Indian, the one who was walking with a crutch when leaving Batoche, sang his death song. After his chant, he says, "Courage, when we were born, they told us we were men. Courage, if we are going to die, we will die today." He advised his brother to sing with him. The lame man stood up, and made a few little jumps. The sun was going down. During the battle, Riel was at Batoche where he prayed with his arms stretched out to form the shape of a cross. When his arms grew tired, two Métis helped to hold them up. The Métis people were very religious and believed that it was important that Riel pray. Most Métis would agree with the one who is recorded as saying, "I believe that prayer did more than bullets." It was Marguerite, née Dumas, Karen who motivated the men at Batoche to go and rescue the Métis men which were surrounded and out of ammunition at Likuli Auxiliary Turans. During the battle at the coulee, Jean Caron's wife had heard the shooting like the others. Her husband and her sons were at the coulee. "How come you are here?" Marguerite asked of Riel. "Do you have news?" "No news. Are you going to get some?" "They aren't all dead since we can hear them firing." "Aren't you going to see?" A soldier arrived, Maxime Poitras. "Where are your people? Are they coming?" "Oh no. They are surrounded like that in the coulee," making a circle with her thumb and index finger. "What are you picking up here?" "Ammunition." She said to Riel, "Why aren't you going to see? Who will bring them ammunition?" "Not just this young man." "What are you all doing here?" Riel said, "Do not get angry without reason, you would do better to pray for them, go up to the chapel and pray." She answered, "I don't want to pray the way I am now, I'm too angry." The people from the council were there. She said to them, "Get dressed to go help them. You were more ready to charge ahead and loot stores than going to help our people that are in risk there. If you don't want to go, tell me, I will go to see if they are alive, yes or no." Jean Dumont's wife, Domitilde Gravel, offered her wagon to Marguerite Caron and also offered to accompany her. Old Pierre-Pierre Parento said, "Go home, I will go see if they are alive, yes or no." Around 6 o'clock, the Canadians decided to abandon the fight and try to pick up their dead. To distract the rebels, and also in an attempt to frighten them during this maneuver, they fired their cannon on the house of Levieux Turand. The small house was soon demolished, its roof caved in. Originally from the Red River parish of St. François Xavier, Madame Turand, a widow with a family of 5 boys and 2 girls, regarded by some as Les Septembre Étoiles, or the 7 stars shining with extraordinary brilliancy around Riel's head, 2 fell dead on the battlefield on the banks of the Saskatchewan, and lie in eternal sleep within a hastily dug mass grave at St. Antoine de Padoue Cemetery. A third died with sorrow on learning of the miserable fate of his brothers, the fourth was maimed for life, and 2 others were made prisoners, brought to Regina, and only escaped imprisonment, and one escaped over the medicine line into Montana. Her daughters, Marie-Therese Turand, 19, and Marie-Elise Turand, 17, suffered their own degradations during the aftermath of Ligue Nationale Territoire du Nord-Ouest, indéterminée, for many of the defenseless women in the absence of their menfolk were callously maltreated and even raped by the rampaging Canadian marauders. 'Tis hard seeing that we have been deceived. Madame Turand. During the fighting their home had been attacked by cannon and sacked by Middleton's troops. Fearing for their lives, the two Turand girls, Marie-Therese, 19, and Elise, 17, escaped into the woods with a Miss Gervais, probably a sister-in-law, and, undoubtedly, either Catherine, 21, or Marie, 19, the daughters of Alexis and Madeleine Angelique, née Fagnant, did fail Lant, Gervais, without a doubt, as mentioned above. They, like other poor half-breed and Indian girls in this conflict, became the spoils of war. The two Turand daughters later died of tuberculosis, both were yet quite young. The Métis, although they sometimes aimed at close range where the bravest amongst them had fallen, allowed the Canadians to pick up their dead and injured comrades. Only one Canadian was killed by an Indian during the ceasefire. He was the last one to be killed on this day. Whilst this was going on, a gunshot was heard coming from somewhere near Pierre Turand's house. The Métis were precisely in the middle of wondering how they'd managed to get out of there come nightfall, without being blown to pieces, when they heard Peter Houry, chief scout and interpreter for Middleton, shout, "Here are your people who have come to rescue you." And so it was. Elie Dumont gives the following account of the fight at Les Coulis Auxiliary Turans. We were surrounded on all sides except for the one facing Turand's house, for the enemy could not go that way without coming in full sight. Before sunset, I heard a discharge. I knew that the shot did not come from a carbine but from a shotgun. I said to Damas Carrier, "It must be our people who have come to help us." We soon saw them coming. They arrived at a gallop. The police were already fleeing by companies. In the coulee and at a short distance from the bluff, Edouard found, in addition to a white mare belonging to the police, a beautiful saddle, a saber, and some bags containing soap, a towel, a razor, and rolls of white cotton. He kept the saber only, and gave the mare to me, and I returned to Batoche on it. I had lost my horse, but now I had a better one. An animal full of spirit, healthy, and seemingly well fed with oats. They looked for guns abandoned by the police along the coulee, and collected 32 rifles. A short while later, Captain Edouard Dumont brought a cavalry of 80 reinforcements to the rescue of those surrounded at Les Coulis Auxiliary Turans, and saved the day there. They appeared on the north side of the coulee near the house of Les Vieux Turand. Like a whirlwind, they came straight down the steep slope and reached their people who were shouting out for joy. Already, the Canadian invaders, having been put to flight by the arrival of the enemy's reinforcements without even taking one shot at them as they were coming down the slope in full sight, were retreating in confusion. Charles Chaulius Thomas, having been wounded in the arm, had been pinned down in the water of Little Beaver Creek all day, hidden by a thicket of shrubs and bulrushes with only his head above water, but was rescued by the arrival of Edouard Dumont. Yellow Blanket was one of the men who rode with Edouard Dumont. Before doing this, Dumont was urging caution because they were so few. In response, Yellow Blanket had said, "Uncle, when one wants to go and rescue his friends, he does not wait for the next day." The battle lasted for about 6.5/7 hours, beginning around 9 a.m. and lasting until 4:15 p.m. The rebels had shot quite a bit, although only in the morning. The Karens had had hardly 20 bullets each. By the evening they were rationing their shots. For the most part, the others did not have any more ammunition than they did. A few of the Métis did pick up some abandoned guns and bullets belonging to some of the enemy who had been shot nearby. It was a stupendous and marvelous feat that the Métis had held off an enemy armed with repeating rifles and cannon, whilst armed only with shotguns having percussion caps, some only equipped with flintlocks, only 3 or 4 had carbines. The Métis gathered up their dead before quitting the battlefield. One of them quick remarked, "We must make a count to see how many of us were here all day." There were, including them which had been either killed or wounded, exactly 45 fighting men. Some of them were, François Turand, Pierre Turand, Jean Caron Père, Jean Caron Fils, Charles Thomas, Charles Carrier, Joseph Delorme, Charles Trottier, Isidore Dumas, Philippe Garipi, James Short, Baptiste Vermette, Gilbert Breland, Maxime Lapini, and Louis Ross. After the battle finally drew to a close with the withdrawal of all the Métis to Batoche, Middleton consolidated his column on the east side of the South Saskatchewan River. As his untried soldiers had performed poorly in their first encounter with the enemy, he delayed continuing his advance in order to train his troops for the main assault on Batoche. Time was needed to reorganize, tend to the wounded and better prepare for a formidable opponent. Middleton's forces had suffered 10 deaths and 40 wounded. At dusk a cold wind started to blow. Soon it became bitterly cold. The Canadian troops which had crossed the river suffered the most because they had come without their overcoats and blankets. The Métis and natives began to slip away from the coulee, returning to their own homes to prepare to defend them against the coming assault by Middleton's forces. Finally, there were only about 47 Métis left in the coulee, facing over 400 militia. Chapitwakpe and Wapitiwakpe, 2 Dakota, died in the defense of Les Coulee Auxiliary Tourins. Franco-Métis François Boyer, Michel Desjardins, Saint-Pierre Parento, and Joseph Vermette all died defending Les Coulee Auxiliary Tourins. François Boyer and Michel Desjardins were both mortally wounded in the battle and each died 3 days later. Saint-Pierre Parento was Gabriel Dumont's nephew. Around noon, whilst they'd been smoking, Michel Desjardins had been hit in the head so that blood just poured out. Nevertheless, he did not die right off, and was taken to Batoche in a wagon. All the way he uttered the most heart-rending screams. He died 3 days later at Batoche. His nurses later found a piece of his skull in the straw. During the Battle of Les Coulee Auxiliary Tourins, the Métis and Indians were forced to stop firing, handicapped by wet powder. The rain had stopped their guns from firing, only the guns with bullets were able to shoot, and not too many had these. Fortunately, whilst scouring for supplies abandoned by the enemy, Elie Dumont was able to collect 32 rifles dropped by Middleton's troops during the fighting at Les Coulee Auxiliary Tourins. During the fighting, the First Nations warriors were subject to abuses not endured by the Métis. E.R. Johnson, a city editor for the St. Paul Pioneer Press, gives the following account of the behavior of Middleton's troops at Fish Creek on Tuesday, April 28, 1885. Some of our soldiers mutilated the dead Indians left on the field by cutting off scalp locks, while all the bodies of the Reds were looted of bangles, bracelets, moccasins, etc. The Battle of Les Coulee Auxiliary Tourins, Fish Creek, was fought on Friday, April 24, 1885, a major Métis victory over the Canadian forces attempting to quell Louis Riel's Northwest Rebellion. After the battle, Major General Middleton had Light Gov Edgar Dewdney issued a proclamation to keep all First Nations on their reserves. All good and loyal Indians should remain quietly on their reserves where they will be perfectly safe and receive the protection of the soldiers, and that any Indian being off his reserve without special permission in writing from some authorized person, is liable to be arrested on suspicion of being a rebel, and punished as such. Although the reversal was not decisive enough to alter the ultimate outcome of the conflict, it was convincing enough to persuade Middleton to temporarily halt his advance on Batoche, where the Métis would later make their final stand. The Battle of Fish Creek was also significant in that it was the first time that war photography was practiced in Canada, the first photographs being taken by Captain James Peters of Middleton's artillery. On the whole, Middleton tolerated the war correspondents and photographers accompanying his campaign. The next day, on Friday, April 24, 1885, the Canadian camp was quiet. There was very little movement, and very little was done. Throughout the camp there was a sense of gloom. Middleton felt sorry for the young soldiers who had finally experienced the realities of war. Middleton was very cautious after his defeat by Métis troops and camped for 2 weeks before he felt that his army was ready to march towards another battle. On Friday, April 24, 1885, Light Col. William Otter's column arrived from Swift Current with a force of 500 men and relieved the siege of Fort Battleford without a battle. The news of Otter's engagement with Poundmaker reached Middleton before he left Fish Creek, and the wires between Battleford and Clark's Crossing being down, no further information from that quarter had been obtained, which added to the anxiety of the moment. The Battleford bands left the area and established a camp at Cut Knife Hill. On Sunday, April 26, 1885, Indians raided the HBC post at Lac La Biche, Alberta. On Monday, April 27, 1885, the Exubbed Council minutes recorded a motion that Madame Karen be rewarded and receive a yearly salary for her services and cooking, and that sum be $28. This motion was carried unanimously. On Saturday, May 2, 1885, Otter's column attacked Pittaquahanapiwian's camp at Cut Knife Hill. The first use of a machine gun on civilians, in Canada, took place here, as well. Otter was forced to retreat to Battleford. Pittaquahanapiwian prevented the angry warriors from attacking retreating troops. The massacre at Mas Mkatunitsis. Broken Knife's Lookout aka Cut Knife Hill. Saturday, May 2, 1885. Lieutenant Colonel William Dillon Otter had arrived at Fort Battleford on Friday, April 24, 1885, with a force of 500 men under orders from Major General Middleton to defend the garrison from attack by Cree and Stoney, Assiniboine, Indians. Otter, fearing that the lawlessness would escalate, marched on the reserve to restore order. Contrary to his orders, Otter instead decided to punish Pittaquahanapiwian for pillaging the village. Adopting an aggressive approach, he left the fort on the afternoon of Friday, May 1, to prevent a junction between the bands of Pittaquahanapiwian and Mistahimasquoi. Leaving a garrison in Battleford, Otter led a flying column of 392 men to attack the Cree and Assiniboine at Cut Knife Hill. He rode at the head of the column with the mounted police. Only 50 are mounted, some 48 wagons, 2 muzzle-loading artillery pieces, and a Gatling gun. Following were Battery B and C Company of the Queen's Own Rifles and a procession of ammunition and provisions. The terrain of brush-filled coulees that crisscrossed the hill and ravines was more suitable for ambush than defense. Cut Knife Hill overlooked the reserve on the right. A fast-moving creek, about 6 yards wide, ran along a gully at the base of the hill. On the left, the terrain rose into brush-covered hills. If reports were true, the Indians were bent on war. After marching 40 miles in freezing rain, a night out with no sleep, and nourished only on packed rations, the column reached Cut Knife Hill, on a hill bounded by rolling, bushy terrain on each side and a ravine beneath. Otter had blundered into a poor tactical position. Pittaquahanapiwian's camp lay just over a hill on the other side of the ravine. However, neither side was aware of the other's proximity. Poundmaker possesses the audacious courage, the noble bearing, the handsome face, athletic figure, and general manliness of the Blackfoot, the industry, shrewdness, and skill in the chase of the Assiniboine or Stoney, the caution, cunning and dogged determination of the Cree. Ernest J. Chambers, 1961. The sleeping camp was alerted by a Cree elder named Jacob who had been sleeping alone on the edge of the creek. Jacob habitually began his day with a horseback ride before anyone else arose and detected the militia and hurried back to rouse the camp. Firing broke out before all the troops could take up position. The cannon fired 3 shells among the teepees, tearing them apart, tearing the sleeping families apart, and the natives began to scatter. The cannon again shelled the teepees and continued to do so for the next 3.5 hours, when the carriage of one gun gave way, and broke, and they fell silent. This was the first battle for the Gatling gun. It had been deployed to protect the flank and concentrated its firepower down into the panicked encampment, wherein men, women and children, and the aged and infirm were all running away in confusion from the carnage raining down on them. The Gatling gun mowed down the scattering squaws as they ran 200 yards to cover of brush. Once the camp had dispersed, the Gatling gun ceased firing, having no one left to shoot at. The Gatling gun's range was too short to be effective at the 100-meter range that separated the combatants, and difficult to use against an enemy who refused to come out in the open. The Indians were trying to pick off the gunners, and 3 were wounded from B Battery. Otter had expected Pittaquahanapiwian's people to be caught off guard and demoralized and to surrender quickly. The natives were fearless. Cree war chief Kameo Kisikvu, Fine Day, divided his force into groups of 4 or 5 men, which he directed through the bush from a high ridge with signals from a hand mirror. The brave warriors ascended the hill, exposing themselves to bullets and calling on the enemy to shoot at them and not at the defenseless women and children. They were mostly armed with primitive weapons, spears, bows and arrows, sticks and stones. Otter's men had an advantage only in more modern weapons. The Cree, Assiniboine, and Métis used the cover of ravines to outflank the soldiers. Scouts and the mounted police had taken cover on the hill crest, while B Battery was sent into skirmishing order to the left and the right of the artillery. The Queen's Own Rifles and the Ottawa Foot Guard were sent to the left and C Company to the right, to cover Indian fire coming from across the ravine. Using a limited number of men, Kameo Kisikvu virtually surrounded and pinned down Otter's force on an exposed plain, because of the rapidity with which the Cree and Stony groups moved. By noon, after 6 hours of fighting and attempting to shoot at an enemy they could not see, realizing the exposed and hopeless position of his men, Otter retreated under a heavy sniper fire. Their rear protected by the rapid-firing Gatling gun. At this point Pittaquahanapiwian stepped in and stopped native warriors on horseback from attacking the retreating troops. The engagement was prevented from turning into a slaughter of the militia force only by the personal intervention of Pittaquahanapiwian. Otter's army was in sufficient disarray by this time that any Indian counterattack would have resulted in heavy losses for Otter's soldiers. As Otter's column withdrew, they were no longer fired upon and no attempt was made to pursue them. Because of the speed and intensity with which they had been outflanked, the soldiers and police thought they were facing up to 600 warriors and that they had killed anywhere from 26 to more than 100. Otter believed that he had decimated his opponents. Kameo Kisikvu, Fine Day, triumphed with a force of fewer than 100 men, sometimes reduced to as few as 50 as others were left to guard the evacuation of the camp's women and children. The natives had had the advantage of being on their own territory, but also several disadvantages. They were outnumbered, attacked by surprise, and short on ammunition. 8 of Otter's force died there, including NWMP trumpeter Patrick Paddy Burke, and 16 wounded. 5 or 6 native braves perished and 3 were wounded, some using Stone Age weapons against modern technology, the Gatling gun, cannon, and repeating rifles. Numbered among the native dead were Hole in the Nose, Medicine, Napare, an unidentified Stony, Assiniboine, an unidentified Cree, and an unidentified Nez Perce, who had come north from the United States some years earlier. There is no record as to how many women and children, aged and infirm, were killed or wounded there that morning, but the number must have been significant, even if history regulates these poor people to insignificance, especially the victims of the Gatling gun and cannon. After the attack, a number of Miakutetas present for the battle persuaded Pittaquahanapiwian's camp to join Riel's forces at Batoché. Following the battle, Pittaquahanapiwian himself made several attempts to move the camp to the hilly country around Devil's Lake. Stony warriors leading the camp, however, prevented this retreat and began leading the combined tribes east to join Riel at Batoché. Pittaquahanapiwian chose to remain with them to ensure that the white prisoners were protected and well treated. Pittaquahanapiwian was willing to lay down his life to ensure the safety of the settlers. When the fighting at Cut Knife Hill was over and the surrender took place, Charles and James Bremner along with Henry Sayer were taken prisoner by the police, accused of treason, and were jailed. They all asked for a trial and a hearing for which they were sure they could produce enough witnesses to prove the accusations false. They were never allowed their trial, and after a lengthy period in jail, they were released, but not with a pardon. So for the rest of their lives they were to live with this black mark against them. In addition, there was the loss of their stock, and for Bremner, the store, and a quantity of furs, so they were right back where they started. Right back where they started, with one exception: the closeness and the bond between the settlers were gone. There was much finger-pointing and mistrust that built into hostilities and resentments that to some degree still exist today. Charles Bremner, while being faced with trying to re-establish himself, was also preoccupied with trying to locate his furs. They had last been in possession of General Middleton, who denied ever seeing them. After many years of wrangling and wading through endless complications, and these were easily produced, as Charles could neither read nor write, it was finally proved that the furs had indeed been stolen and General Middleton returned to England. It was precious little compensation for Bremner. His reputation was ruined, he was financially ruined, and bad luck seemed to dog him. A few coals from a wood stove in his house fell through a crack in the floor into a keg of gunpowder stored in the cellar. The resulting explosion blew most of his place apart. He suffered a stroke, leaving him partially crippled. So it was 15 years after he had arrived in the district he loaded up the little he had left and moved away to the Edmonton area. He was able to re-establish himself in the Battenberg, Gibbons, district. Charles and Emily lived their last years with their daughter, Gertrude, who was married to Albert McIntyre. The exhumed militia were always subject to a civilian authority. 4. The Battle of Batoché begins. Louis David Riel MLA, MP, was spiritual and political leader of the Franco-Métis people, although many Anglo-Métis believed in him as well. Gabriel Dumont was chef Métis, war chief of the Métis Provisional Army. But, he was known to many simply as Uncle, Tonton. Michel Dumas, secretary of Riel's governing council, was another important personality amongst the exubdate. He had accompanied Dumont and the others into the United States in pursuit of Louis Riel, then living in exile in Montana, and he escaped with Dumont after the fall of Batoché. Yes. Michel Dumas was a major player, as well. As was Charles Nolan MLA, one-time friend of Riel but now in opposition to him and Dumont on the issue of the use of arms. Understandably. That Nolan was arrested by the exubdate is equally reasonable, considering his opposition. Nolan betrayed the exubdate and later testified against Riel, and is considered a traitor as they had once been good friends. Captain William Boyer, son of Jean-Baptiste Boyer Père and Hélène Macmillan, was also suspected of disloyalty and arrested by the exubdate along with Charles Nolan. Napoleon Boyer was arrested at the same time. Albert Monkman was also suspected of disloyalty and arrested by the exubdate. Monkman was later arrested and imprisoned for 7 years by the Canadian government. He is pictured in the prisoner's photo. It must have been difficult for him in prison, being a prisoner of the crown and ostracized from the other patriots who were now suspicious of him. It is no wonder that he abandoned his homeland after his release. Although his family had served honorably with Riel in Manitoba in 1869-70, Maxime Lapine Père MLA, who fought with a crucifix in one hand and a rifle in the other, was opposed to Riel, as well. And Charles Eugene Old Boss Bouchard, Assistant Secretary to the Council of the Provisional Government, was another future MLA. Now then, Métis Chief Charles Wapas Trottier and Dakota/Sioux Chief Wapaha Whitecap, from Prairie Ronde, near Saskatoon, were made honorary councillors. They brought 60 men and their families with them. Wapaha spoke no French or English, although Alexis Labombard, a venerable half-breed, was able to translate for him. Conversely, William Henry Jackson aka Honor Jackson or Jackson was a white man who sympathized with the Métis and their struggle against the Dominion government in Ottawa. Jackson became personal secretary to Louis Riel when Riel returned to Canada in 1884, and was instrumental in organizing the Métis militia and provisional government. He was later thought insane by Riel and, after the fall of Batoché, tried for treason felony but declared insane by the Canadian government of occupation and sentenced to a lunatic asylum in Lower Fort Garry. Too bad for him because he truly was a prairie visionary. Captain Elie Dumont had traveled from Fort Alacorn to participate in the resistance, but it is not known which fighters were in his dizaine. Perhaps he inherited Captain Isidore Dumont's or Captain Augustin Laframbois' dizaine after they died. Isidore Dumas, too, was in charge of a dizaine, but he was never called captain. Other notable members of the exuvdate were its chairman Pierre-Pierre Parento, a trusted friend and political ally of Riel, also in the prisoner's photo. Councillor Jean-Baptiste Boyer, though, fled to Coipel after the Battle of Duck Lake. Two councillors who had been elected captains, Jean-Baptiste Bouchard and Jean-Baptiste Vandal, both fathered sizable families, Bouchard parenting several exuvd patriots who also resisted the Dominion invasion. As did Emmanuel Beaugrand de Champagne, a founder of the community. He, too, is pictured in the prisoner's photo. His son Basile Cleophas Beaugrand de Champagne had to be forced to participate, though. Now, Damasse Carrier and Donald Daniel Ross were both heroes cruelly treated by the Canadians. Their deaths at the hands of the Canadians should be considered war crimes and them as martyrs. Both men were dragged by their necks behind horses. Damasse had his leg broken by the bastards, them believing he was Riel, and Ross was shot and bayoneted after shooting Canadian Captain John French, a popular man with his troops. Joseph Delorme, too, should be considered a martyr and his treatment at the hands of the Canadians a war crime. Joseph was captured by the English at Batoche and severely wounded, being shot through the thigh so that he lost both testicles. He was crippled for the rest of his life. Ambroise Joe Benfils was also mortally wounded at the Battle of Batoche, having his leg amputated in Saskatoon, and being buried next to the mass grave at Batoche. Note: Dumont contended that another war crime would be the Canadians' use of exploding shells, which caused cruel and unnecessary injuries on mass casualties. Pierre Garipi and Pierre Henry were both pictured in the prisoner's photo, as well. And two of Riel's September étoiles, 7 stars, referring to the Turand brothers, served on the council, principally, David Turand, who escaped into Montana, and Patrice Turand, one of Dumont's lieutenants assigned as Riel's bodyguard, especially after the fall of Batoche. Parento, Pierre Pierrich, 72, Chairman 16-man Exuvdate Council. Captain Boucher, Jean-Baptiste Père, 47. Boyer, Jean-Baptiste, 40, member of Philippe Garipi's dizaine. Carrier, Damasse, 34, mistaken for Riel. The Canadians broke his leg and tied a rope around his neck to a saddle, and he was dragged/hanged to death. War crime, martyr. Beaugrand de Champagne, Emmanuel, 62, conditional discharge for rebellion activities. Henry, Pierre, 47, prisoner's photo, 7 years for treason felony. Jobin, Ambroise Jr., 34, Tidalford Métis, Battleford, died of wounds on May 23, in Saskatoon. Lapini, Maxime Pierre MLA, 39, his brother Ambroise Didam Lapini served Riel as military commander in 1869-70, sentenced to 7 years for treason felony. However, he was released on March 16, 1886, he was opposed to Riel. Garipi, Pierre, 59, prisoner's photo, 3-year prison sentence for treason felony. Monkman, Albert, 31, imprisoned by Riel for disloyalty, prisoner photo, 7 years imprisonment for rebellion activities. Nolan, Charles, MLA, 62, he opposed Dumont and Riel when it came to the use of arms, he was made a prisoner. Ouellette, Maïs Napoleon, 45, 3 years imprisonment. Parento, Jean-Baptiste Père, 53, wounded during the Battle of Batoche, fled to Montana. Ross, Donald Daniel, 63, after he killed Colonel French, he was fatally wounded and bayoneted, on May 12, 1885 at Batoche. Ross, John, 53, in charge of the cattle supplies. Turand, David, 34, escaped treason felony charges fleeing into Montana. Captain Vandal, Jean, Baptiste Père, 55, appointed one of the guards over the prisoners. Chief Trottier, Charles Wappus, 46, there were about 20 men in Trottier's brigade, he escaped to the U.S. after the final battle. Chief Wappiska, Whitecap, Dakota/Sioux, with 21 men under Duras joined Riel. Conversely, it is said that there were about 40 men in Wappiska's brigade. Bouchard, Old Boss, Charles Eugene, MLA, 21, Assistant Secretary to the Council of the Provisional Government, left in charge of François Xavier's store in Batoche when he fled to Carrot River to avoid the fighting. Dumas, Michel, 36, One Arrow Reserve Farm Instructor, Secretary of Riel's Governing Council. Jackson, William Henry aka Jackson, Honor Joseph, 24, Riel's Secretary, later, considered insane and imprisoned by Riel, convicted of treason felony and sentenced to an asylum by the Canadians, escaped to the USA. Fisher, Alexandre P. Fils, 44, Gabriel Dumont's secretary, disabled the Northcote with Pascal Montour Fils. Chamberlain, Charles Adrian, 58, Council Headquarters Quartermaster. Delorme, Joseph, 36, Lieutenant, Principal Bodyguard to Louis Riel on the last day. Turand, Patrice, 28, Lieutenant, Principal Bodyguard to Louis Riel on the last day. Parento, Matthias, 18, Riel's guide and cart driver. The Métis forces had dug in and trenches stretched around the perimeter of Batoche. By the time his reinforcements arrived, Middleton had 1,339 men at Batoche, including the 50 men on the Northcote riverboat steamer. He had transport support of 900 horses and 250 wagons. Most of the militant exubbed leadership were older men of the plains hunting tradition, but youthful participation was widespread. The average age of the exubbed councillors was age 43 years, and the average age of the dizaine captains was age 44 years. A significant number of the fighters were young men between the ages of 15 and 25 years, another 152 were between ages 26 and 40 years, whereas there were only 25 men older than age 56 years. But many of the rebel fighters had been conscripted against their wishes, and these men all wanted to return to their vulnerable families and their homesteads, so, by the fourth day, when things got tough, many of them would desert the trenches. The Métis militia and its support staff were multilingual. The majority of the participants spoke Michif, a combination of Plains Cree and French, the language of the Plains hunters. However, Dakota, Sioux, Lakota, Sioux, Saulteaux, Plains Cree, Woodlands Cree, Nakota, Assiniboine, French and English were also spoken by the Métis rebels. Alexis Labombard, age 82, spoke 15 Indian dialects and, as mentioned, Gabriel Dumont was fluent in 6 native languages. It is noteworthy that at the Regina trials all but one man requested a Cree interpreter, for which Peter Houry was sworn in. Joseph Delorme understood neither Cree nor English. Typical of warfare in the 19th century, Dumont's militia included many conscripted troops. Loyal men had been sent out to round up those who had not come willingly or had left the camp without permission. If one is to believe the testimony of the priests during the Regina trials, most of the Métis and Indians at Batoche were unwilling participants, which is, no doubt, why they fled the battlefield at the first opportunity, as will be seen. Many men and young boys served as scouts, runners and messengers, foragers of food and ammunition supplies, gunsmiths, cooks, blacksmiths, horse wranglers, and guards. Many Métis and First Nations women served in the quartermaster and nursing corps of the rebel militia. Dumont would have preferred to fight Middleton away from Batoche, but Riel believed God sided with the exubdate and chose to make a stand at Batoche. There was no steeple on the church at this time. St. Antoine de Padoue Church and Rectory were constructed in 1883–84, and the two buildings were the spiritual and social center of the community, used as a post office, hospital, school, and hostel for internment priests. Commerce at Batoche was carried out in the village, 1/2 hour's walk north of the church and rectory. Gabriel Dumont mustered about 375 men to face 850 invading Canadian soldiers, a mercenary brute force there for rapine and to pillage the hostile savages, and all in a great Canadian fervor. He had his men constructed a series of rifle pits around the village. He sent messengers to ask all the Indians of the Northwest to join, but most chose to stay at home. Many Métis had close family ties with the local Cree and Dakota groups. Vital Dumont d'Itqueilly, a headman of One Arrow's band, was Gabriel Dumont's cousin. Vital's sons, Louis and François, Dumont's nephews, were also participants in the resistance. Apikonua, a Cree, was the adopted son of Jean Dumont. Andre Nolan was a Dean, Chippewayan. Members of Whitecap's band were related to the Trottiers and Laframbois of Prairie Ronde. Okemisi's daughter was married to Charles Trottier. The Trottier and Laframbois families and were married to women from Beardy's band. The Métis Garipi, Gardapi, family also had relatives who were band members of Beardy's band. The Cayen dit Boudreau family was in the positions of chief and headman for Muskeg Lake Band when Treaty 6 was signed. The Flam Mand family belonged to Muskeg Lake, and the Ladus from Muskeg Lake were son-in-law and grandson to Chief Mistawasis. Baptiste Deschamps, Augustin Laframbois, Louis Fable and Basil Fable had all been of the band list of the Carleton stragglers at one time. During the fighting at Batoché, the Lakota and Dakota warriors held the southern flank along the river. The Cree warriors held the northern flank near Belle Prairie. The Muskeg Lake Band, under Chief Pete Quakey, came down to join with Beardy and Okemisis. Chakastopison's band, that lived northwest of Batoché along the Saskatchewan River and shared their hunting territory in the Carrot River Valley with One Arrow's band, came to join with the other Willow Cree to assist the Exuvities during the resistance. The Lakota Sioux living south of Moose Jaw, in the Dirt Hills, came north to join with the Dakota Sioux from Whitecap's group. Other Sioux from the Prince Albert area joined their relatives at Batoché. These men were often in the forefront of the fighting and performed memorable acts of bravery. These First Nations and Métis warriors were facing great odds and were ill-equipped. A band of 12 Sioux Indians from the reserve near Moose Jaw raided Copeland's store at Saskatoon this morning. They demanded the arms and ammunition in the store, and on his refusing, they drew their revolvers and threatened to kill him. Word has just been brought to the general, who has ordered out the scouts to bring them in. After Hunkpapa Lakota Holy Man Chief Tatanka Ayotank, Sitting Buffalo Bull, returned to the United States in 1881, there were about 50 Dakota lodges in Canada. Of these, about 16 went to Prairie Ronde, Dundon, Saskatchewan, for the winter, and then to Batoché, where they remained until the 1885 rebellion. Siyaka, Teal Duck, and 2 of his brothers, Mato Wakekizija, Chapaitulata or Tormenting Bear, Kangai Tamiahika, Kanji Tamaiki or Lean Crow, and his wife Anpatu Wastyuan, Good Day Woman, and Lethbridge's grandfather, Mato Luta, were with this group and took part in the battle at Batoché. Mato Wakekizija was killed, while Mato Luta and Kangai Tamiahika were taken prisoner by the Canadian Army. Wednesday, May 6, 1885. The troops took the Gatling gun off the Northcote. They had just tried it, and it fired 600 rounds a minute. Pretty good work. The Northcote was a strange-built boat with a paddle wheel behind. They had a great deal of trouble with her coming down the river. Scouts brought word of Middleton's march from Clark's Crossing. Dumont, in concealment, watched the troops all that day, until they arrived at Gabriel's Crossing late in the afternoon. Middleton had decided to attack Batoché from 2 sides at the same time. He planned to have a boat sent down the river to Batoché, where it would attack from the west. Meanwhile, Middleton would lead his soldiers in an attack from the east. Gabriel Dumont had his farm across the river. He had a pool room there and ran his ferry service where the bridge bearing his name now crosses the river. After the Battle of Likuli Auxiliary Turins, some 10 kilometers upriver to the right, the steamer Northcote tied up at Dumont's on their way to Batoché, another some 10 kilometers further down the river. The steamer was prepared for battle by changing it into a gunboat. Her lower deck was strengthened by a double casing of 2-inch planks, and the men of C Company were placed on board. To provide protection from the Métis gunfire, they used boards from Dumont's house and barn, part of Dumont's pool table, and some feed sacks. Dumont's house was then looted and burned. Dumont watched their burning and wrecking of his buildings without a flicker of emotion, his store, his house, his barns, the best buildings in the whole country. He was waiting for their entry into Batoche, to judge how best to conclude his preparations and readjust his forces. 35 soldiers took up positions on the gunboat, and prepared to start down the river towards Batoche. 15 men of the Dominion troops had charge of the pickets during the night. One of the troops fired at 2 men and turned the whole camp out. Thursday, May 7, 1885. Middleton approached Batoche with caution, advancing within 8 miles, 13 kilometers, of the town. Middleton's plan was an encirclement strategy, with the main contingent advancing directly against the Métis. Troops transported by the Northcote would stream past and unload 50 men near the town, closing his pincer. It was difficult terrain and Middleton's force lagged behind schedule. Men of the Miakutetis and First Nations lined rifle pits and other hiding places in the brush. Women and children fled in terror of the field guns to their places of hiding along the river bank. Many of the Métis prayed earnestly or quietly recited the rosary to keep up their spirits, others sang old Napoleonic battle songs. Middleton resumed his march. Lieutenant Freer, of the Canadian Military College, was appointed aide-de-camp. Lieutenant Colonel Bowen Van Straubenzee was appointed Brigadier of Infantry, and Captain Young, of Winnipeg Battery, Brigade Major. Signals by bugle notes were arranged between the columns, but bugling was found impracticable to work in the noise of battle. As Middleton had received information that there were several bad and difficult spots on the river trail, he marched the force to the east, and then struck across the prairie, striking the main trail from Humboldt to Batoche, at about 9 or 10 miles from Batoche, and camped. Some of the scouts were fired on, and so the brigade at once threw out a stronger picket. After dinner a reconnaissance was ordered, the general himself commanding a small party of scouts to within 2 miles of Batoche. He circled out onto the open prairie to get clear of the bush, which was dense only within 2 or 3 miles of the river bank. After proceeding some distance, he ascertained that the prairie was open to the north, and that the column could thus avoid dangerous ravines and heavy timber, which obstructed the march along the main trail through the settlement. Under the guidance of Mr. Reed, a surveyor, who was acting as paymaster to the Midland Battalion, the general marked out his line of march for the following day, and they returned to camp, seeing nothing but one scout of the enemy, who disappeared at once. Gabriel Dumont had plunged instantly into the fortification of Batoche, setting the men to digging an elaborate system of trenches and rifle pits along the edge of the bush surrounding the village, which he stoutly devised by his own wits. The rifle pits used by the native marksmen and the buffalo hunters were intended for 1 or 2 men only, not a trench, and were carefully concealed in the edge of the bush or elsewhere. He sent messengers to ask all the Indians in the northwest to join the Métis. But, most of the aboriginals chose to stay home. They fought their own battles. Dumont had only about 375 entrenched men, the Indians swelling their numbers, to face 850 soldiers, and was dealt a blow of defeat to the insurgent community, which its descendants suffer from unto this very day. Some Métis deserted at this time, among them exhumed Councillor Albert Monkman, who had been active in the leadership in the early stages and was a member of the council, and many Indians sidled away, too. An order was issued that no man should work at farming, excepting that women might work their gardens. The night was an anxious one. They were encamped within 6 miles of Riel's stronghold, whom was aware of their presence, and there was ample cover to make a night attack, with little warning. But Canadian pickets were strong and well placed, and were kept vigilant, by being visited by the general himself as usual, and who was followed later on by the field officer of the day. General Middleton never failed to assure him every night that the pickets were well placed and doing their duty. Friday, May 8, 1885. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Middleton marched eastward at some distance from the river trail, to reach open prairie, and then turned north to the trail that led directly into Batoché. On the edge of the bush, near the line of the Humboldt Trail some 6 to 10 miles from Batoché, the general halted, and ordered camp to be pitched on a rising ground, protected by a lake on the bush side, and the open prairie on the other. Captain Freer, an aide to Middleton, rode in from Humboldt, bringing with him a Scotch half-breed, named Tate, who claimed to have deserted the rebels, and represented that Riel had about 500 men under arms. He also furnished a rude but tolerably accurate sketch, mapping the works surrounding Batoché. The general took some men on and made a reconnaissance to within a mile and a half of the rebel headquarters, to ascertain for him the lay of the country, to see that the front was clear, and to select a spot nearer Batoché for the following night's camp. He passed through the reserve of Chief Capayakuskanum, one Arrow, whose tribe had joined the insurgents, leaving the reserve deserted. Beyond a scout or two, who were seen watching their movements, nothing unusual occurred. Gabriel Dumont watched the arrival of the steamboat, Northcote, towing barges, ahead of schedule. Middleton had planned for the Northwest Field Force and Northcote to arrive simultaneously. He noticed them load heavy timbers on board the Northcote. The boat had been conveying supplies by river alongside the marching troops. It flashed across Dumont's mind that the Canadians intended to attack Batoché by river as well as land. It had not previously occurred to him that the invaders would bring such a ship into action in that rapid, shallow, uncertain Saskatchewan River at Batoché. Dumont raced his horse into the village to amend his plan of defense. The Métis formed two scout detachments. Ambroise Champagne led one, patrolling the east side of the river, and Patrice Fleury led the other, patrolling the west side of the river. They were organized as they would be during a bison hunt, elected men acting as captains with 10 men forming a dizaine under each, reporting to Dumont. But the Métis, completely concealed in Dumont's trenches and rifle pits, were outnumbered. Dumont would have preferred to engage Middleton's forces elsewhere, but Riel, believing God sided with the Métis, chose to make a stand at Batoché. The Métis and their allies, despite smaller numbers, offered remarkable resistance to the militia. Dumont led his warriors in guerrilla warfare, using their mobility and knowledge of the terrain to advantage. Lieutenant Grasset had called the officers to his tent and explained the situation, and all knew that they had serious fighting ahead of them. There was a feeling of anxiety among the troops, for they had seen bloodshed and knew that we were not out for a picnic. In the evening the general assembled the officers' commanding corps and explained the duties each was expected to perform on the morrow, when an attack on the enemy's stronghold was to be made. Previous to leaving Gabriel's Crossing, the general had given instructions to Major Smith and Colonel Bedson, Chief of Transport, on board the steamboat, to drop down the river and join them at 8 o'clock on the following morning, opposite Batoché, to co-operate in the contemplated attack. The Siege of Batoché, 9 to 12 May 1885. Saturday, May 9, 1885. Battle began in the morning at 8 o'clock with a naval attack. Fortified by sandbags and staffed with militiamen, the flat-bottomed riverboat Northcote was commandeered into service to proceed downriver, towing the barges, armed with a 7-pounder and 35 riflemen, while Middleton would lead the remainder of his men. The Hudson Bay supply vessel's conversion to a gunboat had not gone unnoticed by Dumont's scouts, however, and when it reached the narrow channel at the edge of town on May 9, gunfire erupted from both banks. And as the Northcote came into view, 30 Métis concealed along the banks opened fire, pouring into her sides and deck such furious volleys of fire that the combatants on board the ship were unable to reply. As the gunboat reached Batoché, many of the Métis and Indians left their rifle pits and ran to the river bank. There was an exchange of fire as the boat passed Batoché. As its crew poured on steam, Northcote's captain saw too late that the Métis had strung 2 heavy steel ferry cables across the river, several hundred feet apart. The Métis used these cables for an attempted interception. After Northcote passed under the first cable, Both were lowered to entrap the vessel, but the Métis failed to bring them low enough to snag its hull. Instead, the second cable knocked the pilot house ajar, decapitated the smokestacks and the steam whistle, which toppled overboard and damaged other deck gear, knocking over the mast and loading spars, and before they were aware they were at once attacked by the whole strength of Riel from both sides of the river. But the steamer was well barricaded, and C Company, under Major Smith, so steadily and rapidly returned the fire from their portholes, that no loss was sustained beyond 3 men wounded, although she was in a most dangerous position. Colonel Bedson offered a large reward to the men who would replace it in the face of the rebels' fire, and this was done by 2 volunteers without loss. This is the first naval engagement in the Northwest and only inland naval war in Canada's history. Thereafter the vessel drifted helplessly through the village onto a mud bank beyond the village and was out of commission. While its crew put out a fire that had started in the debris, the steamboat blowing her whistle for all she was worth as the river current carried the Northcote around a bend to safety, but the action had put the improvised gunboat out of the fight. The captain, pilot, and most of the crew of the Northcote had lost their heads, and control of the steamer. The hottest fire had been directed at the pilot house, which was also well barricaded, but the captain of the vessel remarked that this kind of thing was not in his articles of agreement, and steadily refused to guide the boat, taking shelter from the enemy's bullets on the floor of his pilot house. The vessel was allowed to drift for a short distance at will, but fortunately keeping clear of the many shoals in the river. She was followed for some miles by a few excited half-breeds, but finally escaping to the Hudson's Bay crossing, where Colonel Bedson communicated with Colonel Irvine, and obtained from him a small detachment of mounted police, under Mr. White Fraser. Major Smith, Colonel Bedson, and Wise exerted themselves greatly to maintain discipline amongst the crew. The boat drifted stern foremost 5 miles below Batoché, where, under fire from the west bank, it dropped anchor, officers in command refusing to allow the boat to go further until they had communication with Middleton, knowing the formidable nature of the rebel position. The natives maintained fire on the boat all night, C Company returning it. The steamer Northcote had a narrow escape, and had it not been for the coolness displayed by C Company of the School of Infantry under Major Smith, a disaster would have resulted. Colonel Bedson was shot through the coat. His clerk, Viren, had a flesh wound through the thigh. The diversion of the 30 Métis left fewer men to meet the attack of the Canadian invaders. Mission Ridge. On the morning of May 9, the Canadian camp was astir before daybreak, making preparations for the important day's work before them. Bolton was ready to march punctually at 6 o'clock, and as they were assembling for parade, a box of cigars, which had come by that morning's mail, a present from Messrs. Davis and Sons, of Montreal, who for the comfort of the troops generously sent up 10,000 cigars to the column. By this thoughtful act the sergeant was enabled to serve out a cigar to each man, and they marched off amidst great good humor and lots of chaff. The scouts were in front with the Gatling gun. No. 1 Company formed the advance guard. The camp was left as it stood under guard of teamsters. When within about a mile of the river, Bolton heard sounds of a hot contest, in the direction of the stream, volley after volley and shot after shot being fired in rapid succession, and the steamboat blowing her whistle for all she was worth. Bolton knew at once that this part of the program had miscarried. The general had ordered a shot to be fired by the artillery to advise them of their approach, and if possible to draw the attention of the enemy from them in case they were in danger. They then advanced rapidly to the scene of action. The trail by which Bolton had approached Batoché from the east, made a turn and came up parallel to the bank of the river, for half a mile, and only a few yards from the edge of the valley to the church. A short distance beyond the church the trail disappeared in the bush, down the slope of the valley leading to Batoché. The bank of the river is very steep, sloping abruptly down to the water about 150 feet below, the valley between these two high banks being about a mile wide. On one side, opposite the village, where a few horses with a store stood, a portion of Riel's men were camped, protected by a semicircle of rifle pits and entrenchments, whose points touched the banks of the river to the north and south. The river bank on Bolton's side was covered with heavy timber, and afforded good cover to the enemy, further protected by rifle pits which enclosed the slope towards the village, and the ferry. Near the church a short gully formed an indentation leading down to the river, clothed with brush, towards the bottom, where the enemy was in force. On the prairie level was an open space, about half a mile square, surrounded by clumps of trees and flanked by the river. This position Middleton occupied, making the neighborhood of the church his headquarters. The rebels were on two sides, in front, in their rifle pits, and on the left, covered by the protection of the river bank, and the shelter afforded by the bush in the gully. On the south side of this short gully, farthest from Batoché, and next to his position, was a graveyard with a fence around it, resting on the edge of the bank and overlooking the magnificent valley below. General Middleton's advance guard reached the outskirts of Batoché at about 9 a.m., shots were heard in front and they were halted. Presently, a 3-mile gallop brought Colonel Monty Isambert and the 2 guns of a battery up at a canter, Major Jarvis' 2 guns being held in reserve. The troops raised a cheer as the guns passed to the front. Note: the Canadian field artillery are, for short distances, able to move at a rapid pace, as they carry the gunners on the off horses, gun axle seats, and limbers, like the old Bengal horse artillery. Middleton ordered his infantry forward, only to be driven back once more by Métis firing from well-concealed pits and trenches. The general advanced cautiously with his infantry, NOS 1 and 2 companies of the 10th Royal Grenadiers in front, the other 2 companies in support, and the 90th Rifles in reserve, in extended or skirmishing order, driving the enemy back until the crest of the hill was reached. Middleton approached the church at Mission Ridge on the morning of May 9. It was occupied by priests and civilians. The Redcoats formed a line of battle all around the mission, using the hilly ground to hide their advance, and thereafter advanced without molestation of the occupants on Batoché, no hindrances occurring to impede them until they arrived about half a mile from St. Antoine de Padoue, a Roman Catholic church with a fine 2-story house, the rectory/school house, alongside of it, both frame, that had recently been erected at a point where the trail struck the river bank, before it turned down to Batoché. The church stood on the brow of a ravine, which was heavily wooded. Some women had taken shelter in the rectory, but Middleton's men had fired upon that too. Métis snipers started firing from the first 2 houses along the eastern branch of the Humboldt Trail, which was about 400 yards, 357 meters, from the church and the rectory, near the trail, likely the houses of Jean Caron Pere and Ludger Garot. A shell from a gun of a battery went through the roof of the second house and sent half a dozen natives out at once, running and taking shelter in the woods. As the houses were of a light construction and not very large, not much damage was done. The men in both houses scattered, some men ran out of the ravine behind the building and into the bush. Both houses were fired and soon in ashes. The Métis retired behind the church and the large wooden house beside it, from which shots were fired as the advance continued. The advance guard was then moved up towards the church and fire was opened upon the house. Middleton, after a careful survey in which he saw no other human beings, selected the ridge commanding the village as his artillery site and brought out his artillery onto the ridge and began shelling the barricaded houses of the town, from which men were seen issuing. In front was an open space which dominated the river and the village of Batoché. On it was placed a Gatling gun under Captain Arthur Howard, which had the disadvantage that it drew fire from the enemy. Captain Howard, on loan from the American Army, fired the Gatling gun on the first house, spewing a wall of bullets with no effect, firing towards the west and then north, hitting homes that were still occupied by frightened women. In the meantime, the Midland Battalion, under Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Trefusis Hanige Williams, deployed to the left as far as the river bank. The Grenadiers were in the center and the 90th were on the right, all hidden in dense bush. The battery on the right shelled the village and the bush. The general was enabled to bring his cannons into action and shell the houses of Batoché, which could be seen, and where it was known the rebels were entrenched. The reports of the guns were heard as the artillery began shelling the town, and the troops were ordered to advance. The battalion was extended in skirmishing order. On Bolton's approach to the village he found the houses in the neighborhood of the church barricaded, those which lay on the high ground before descending to the valley. Some men were seen. It took some little time to form up the column from the line of march preparatory to going into action. The Gatling opened fire upon a few teepees between the house and the parish church, and the Indians who occupied them fled. The Gatling gun also fired on the house. One of the bullets went through the wall and hit Father Moulin on the leg. After Captain Howard had fired about 20 rounds through the gable, a man came to the door and waved a flag of truce, a white handkerchief. The general at once advanced to ascertain the cause. He found that this house was occupied by 4 priests and 5 sisters of mercy, and several families, about a dozen half-breed women and children who were in a great state of anxiety and fear, and who luckily had not been touched by the Gatling, which only hit the corner of the building. They begged for protection, which was accorded them. The general, assuring them of his protection, shook each kindly by the hand. Middleton's men took custody of nuns and priests, passed them by and entered the bush, and then the firing began. Bolton's line of scouts went on beyond the church and seminary, and into the brush that lay about 200 yards the other side of the church, and there they received the fire of the enemy from the concealed rifle pits. The general's orders to Bolton were that the moment he felt the enemy he was to retire his men and form them up to await further orders, which he now did in the neighborhood of the church. There was a sharpshooter across the river who every little while threw a bullet at the Gatling gun. Just then some shots came from across the river, from a bluff along the bank, and the spot the guns were in was completely exposed to this fire. Howard was slightly wounded, and a man sitting on the steps of the church was shot through the knee, on account of which he had subsequently to have his leg amputated. Middleton directed the guns to retire. As they were doing so, suddenly a very heavy fire was opened from what were afterwards found to be some rifle pits in a bluff, just below where the guns had been, but which were stopped by the rattling fire from the Gatling, which was splendidly handled by Captain Howard, ably supported by Lieutenant Rivers and a battery. Middleton then went off to the right of his extended line behind the church and found the men, of the Grenadiers, holding their ground, but exposed to a fire from a bluff with a newly made grave in front of it railed in with wood. He then ordered the Gatling round to try and silence their fire, which it did at first, owing probably to the novelty of this weapon, as regards the enemy, but shortly afterwards the enemy's fire was renewed, and they afterwards found that the natives were firing from carefully constructed rifle pits which completely covered them from any fire. During this time Captain Peters' battery had endeavored to drive the enemy out of the pits from whence had come such a fire that the guns were made to retire with a portion of the garrison artillery of a battery school, leaving a wounded man behind. The Gatling gun provided covering fire for the withdrawal of the cannon which had come under sniper fire, dispersing an attempt by Dumont to capture those guns. Little is written about the heroines of Batoche. We read about the men fighting and dying, their political leadership under Riel, and the military genius of Gabriel Dumont, about the atrocities committed by the Canadian military during and after the battle. But not to be forgotten are the women of Batoche, their courage, dedication, and support during the fighting. People were aware of the coming battle, some fled the area, and others sent their wives and children away. Those women that chose to stay were loyal to the cause and their husbands and knew that their help would be needed. Throughout the battle Métis women endured many hardships and faced danger constantly. They carried messages, food, and supplies to the men in battle. Many times they placed themselves in harm's way. There are accounts of Madeleine, née Wilkie, Dumont and Marguerite, née Monet d'Itbelhumer, Riel tending to the children and the wounded. People took shelter in tents and makeshift dugouts covered by robes and blankets. Some had moved to the riverbanks and dug caves. Most of the women, children, and elders had camped in a secluded flat surrounded by bluffs on the east side of the river. Middleton had his field guns fire at the village of Batoche. Homes were blown apart, burned and destroyed by the action of the soldiers. The field guns rained down a cannonade upon homes and shelters. In one home a deaf old man sat at soup when a ball passed through both sides of his house behind him, being at unawares that the battle had commenced. The women and children fled in terror, women ran from house to house herding the children ahead of them, helping the elderly reach the safety of cover. Those wounded that could walk, the heroines took them with them. The guns of a battery were then turned on the rebel council chamber. The rebels gave evidence of their presence with a whoop and a yell, and opened fire. But their bullets went high. Middleton began to attack with his soldiers. The Métis men were fairly safe in their rifle pits which had been carefully hidden in the bushes. Once again, Middleton's soldiers fought from higher ground where they were easy targets. During a lull light Col Van Straubenzee rode up and ordered a company of the Midlands to discard their equipment and fix bayonets as he desired to clear the bush with the bayonet. The men were standing in line when a shower of bullets arrived, which caused Van Straubenzee and his men to fall flat so quickly that onlookers thought they were annihilated. When they had recovered their surprise, everybody began to laugh, for it was found nobody had been hit, but the bayonet attack was abandoned, because of the dense bush. The wounded in the meantime were brought into the church. Bolton now again advanced past the church and were fired upon from a sort of low brush about 200 yards or 300 yards ahead. As the Canadians came on smartly and confidently, they were suddenly met with withering fire from the trenches, and gave way. The Grenadiers now came up, and 2 companies extended in skirmishing order to advance upon a position at the edge of the ravine on the left. Another 2 companies of the Grenadiers moved forward on the right near the church. The men of the Grenadiers were peculiarly well fitted for this campaign, being hardy, intelligent and strong, able to endure fatigues and privations, and fitted by their various occupations to make themselves peculiarly useful. The artillery was also advanced and opened fire upon the other side of the river. The 2 9-pound guns of a battery and the Gatling gun were pushed still farther forward to the crest of the hill, Mission Ridge, until they commanded the village and the ferry, and there commenced shelling. By the time these positions were taken up, the fire in the neighborhood of the steamboat had ceased, and it was not to be seen near the ferry. After 9:45 a.m., the firefight continued. This was the most advanced position that the Northwest Field Force made that day, but it did not regain that ground until May 12. The Grenadiers advanced into the bush, were received by a hot fire from the concealed rifle pits, and were ordered to lie down. The guns were shelling the village. The Grenadiers were then ordered to change their position. The general and all his staff, besides a number of officers, were watching the effect of the shelling, and just as the guns were being limbered up preparatory to changing their position, a body of the enemy, who had crept through the bushes which lay a short distance in their front, poured in a volley and wounded 2 or 3 men and killed a horse. The Gatling turned its fire on the concealed foe, and for the moment silenced them. Captain Howard on this occasion showed his gun off to the best advantage, and very pluckily worked it with great coolness, although the fire from the enemy was very hot for a time. On this occasion they were all anxious to compliment him on the service his gun had performed. This went on all day until Middleton withdrew his best troops to a retreat hastily prepared out of the range of the trench fire. Bolton's mounted infantry had now received a decided check. Immediately in front lay a thick bush, beyond which he could not penetrate. They had been driven by the heavy fire of the enemy from the position which the guns occupied overlooking the village, which was within easy range of the rifle pits that were covered by the bush. The Gatling gun was used to hold off the Métis fire emanating from the rifle pits. The scouts were checked by a fire from brushwood about 200 yards in front. They retired behind the church. A rush was made on the guns by the half-breeds and Indians, but Lieutenant Rivers' Gatling was of service in the absence of any infantry escort, which was necessarily left far behind. Captain Howard, the American volunteer, turned the crank and poured in a fire which enabled the guns to be retired without serious loss. General Middleton now lined the edge of the river bank, with the 90th, occupying the graveyard and the slope of the hill to the river. The Grenadiers occupied the front, opposed to the rifle pits of the enemy. After the infantry came up, the guns attempted the shelling of the pits from the same point, but the nature of the ground, consisting of rolling prairie and heavy bluffs, made it necessary to come to too close quarters for effective work. Gunner William Phillips from A Battery, Artillery School, RCA was wounded at the edge of a ravine occupied by the enemy, and rolled down into it. Gunners Coyne and Beaudry went down to bring up their comrade, who was lying in front of the rebel pits not 100 yards off, dead. Since he was an orphan and had no one to claim his body, he was buried on the riverbank next to the battlefield and became the only Canadian soldier buried at Batoché. Some of Bolton's men, with Captain French's, flanked the crests of the short gully, joined by the dismounted artillery. At the point Gunner Phillips was killed, 2 of Captain French's men were wounded. The mouth of the gully evidently contained the enemy in force. Light Col Williams was ordered to charge down this gully with his 2 companies, which he gallantly did, clearing the front in this direction. The general advanced a part of the Midland Battalion down a coulee over on the left, between the cemetery and the church, with orders to keep up a hot fire, so as to distract the attention of the enemy from the spot where the wounded man was lying, and also directed a part of the 9th and 10th, Grenadiers, who were lying down in advance across the trail, to do the same, and sent down a party of the artillery with a stretcher to bring the man back. Captain Peters, accompanied by Dr. Codd, took advantage of this movement to go with 3 or 4 of his men to recover Phillips' body, which was lying under fire. Phillips was shot the second time and killed while being carried up, although his rescuers escaped unhurt. Note: the Red Cross flag belonged to Surgeon Lieutenant Colonel Alfred Codd of the Winnipeg Field Battery, who tended wounded soldiers in the battles of Fish Creek and Batoché. It was one of 2 Red Cross flags flown during the 1885 Northwest Resistance. The Red Cross flag was first flown in Canada by Surgeon Major George S. Ryerson at the Battle of Batoché. The positions being unknown to the troops, and the dangers from the unseen rifle pits was so great to their inexperienced men that no further advantage was gained, but a continuous fire from both sides was maintained in a determined manner, the natives not venturing out of their rifle pits and the troops not venturing into them. They were somewhat annoyed at this time by a galling fire from the opposite side of the river, 2 or 3 long-range rifles reaching them, sending occasional bullets into their midst. But the artillery opened fire and silenced it, and so the day wore on. The casualties were not heavy, although 2 gallant comrades, Phillips, of the artillery, and Pte. Thomas Moore, of the Grenadiers, breathed their last, and 6 more were wounded. As the rebels were being pressed from different quarters, they replied from the rifle pits. Fire began to slacken by afternoon and the force retired to within 400 of the church. Lines of entrenchment were marked out, wagons were sent for, zareba formed. No natives were killed during this first attack. The fighting ended around 3 p.m. A Métis attempt to surround the Canadian lines failed when the brush fires meant to screen the sortie failed to spread. Elie Dumont and others tried to encircle the field force to capture the Gatling gun, but were unsuccessful. They tried a second time, only to ignite a prairie fire, which almost cut off Middleton's supply line before burning out. The question that was discussed with a great deal of interest and anxiety during the afternoon was, what did the general intend doing? The question privately discussed was whether the general intended retiring to the camp, or would he bring the camp up to the positions. On the previous evening, during reconnaissance, the general had selected a spot upon which to camp after the Moros' engagement at Batoché, but he had altered this arrangement, and the orders which had been issued to strike camp at 4 o'clock in the morning had been countermanded, and the camp was left standing to await the events of the day. The general gave no intimation of his policy, until about 3:30, when he gave orders to take men and go to the last night's camp with Mr. Secretan, the assistant transport officer, strike camp and escort them up. As soon as the general had given this order, his face brightened up, and the load of anxiety that had rested upon him, in determining his policy, seemed to pass off when he had made up his mind as to the course he should follow. He was now relying on the valor and determination of his troops, and casting upon them the fate of the day. He was not to be disappointed in the result. There was a certain element of risk in thus moving up his whole equipment close to the enemy's lines, but the general determined upon a bold policy. Then the firing began. The enemy retired to their rifle pits in a bluff. They were shelled there and the Gatling gun was turned on them, but to no purpose. They could not be got out of it, and this was at 5 p.m. The troops had been firing at them all day. Bolton, with Secretan, assistant transport officer, cheerfully returned to the last night's camp at a brisk pace, and the tents were struck and loaded up. Lord Melgand went on his way to Humboldt, to convey the dispatches of the general, and continued his way to Ottawa, to confer with the government upon the present situation, and if necessary to bring up reinforcements. Bolton was sorry to lose him, for a more kind, gallant officer no troops ever served under. I fancy, he felt the affair was likely to be of longer duration than was at first supposed, owing to the stubborn resistance of the enemy, or else he would not have left us at all. Bolton returned with the transport and camping outfit by 7:30 in the evening, very much to the relief of everyone, who had a long, fatiguing and harassing day, and unproductive of any material results. The houses had been burnt down in the neighborhood of the church as a precautionary measure, and a place selected, and lines for an entrenched camp marked out. The wagons were corralled on an open space about 1,000 yards in rear. No tents were pitched, except for the wounded, as the horses were inside the enclosure. Lines of entrenchment were marked out and wagons were sent for. Middleton had a zareba built on the property of Jean Caron Père, a defensive enclosure meant to protect supplies and combatants from enemy fire, a daily base of operations constructed on the highest open ground available, to prevent possible surprise attack. A corral of about 250 circled transport wagons was soon formed about a quarter of a mile distant from the church, in a plowed field, and about 200 yards distant from the bank of the river. Inside this small space some 600 horses and about 800 men, the whole of the troops, besides teamsters, were placed. Using the wagons as a barricade, in case of an attack, they spent an uncomfortable night on cold rations under intermittent native fire. As soon as the men had their supper, strong pickets were placed outside the corral, in front of the wagons. When the grenadiers were retiring, it was discovered that a wounded man had been left behind in the vestry of the church, and an ambulance man named Sam Fern volunteered to go and get him, which he did, passing through the lines of the grenadiers. On their return they had the experience of being fired on by a group of men who suddenly rose from the edge of the bush. They were so close that one could see their faces quite plainly. They aimed too high, though, and the Canadians escaped unhurt. On withdrawal of the troops, the natives reoccupied their church and the schoolhouse and kept up a desultory fire till darkness fell, accidentally killing 2 horses and wounding 1 man. It was getting late, and though the Canadians were holding their own, the natives had been reinforced by those who had been engaged with the steamer, and the general did not think it advisable to attempt an advance through thick cover surrounding the village. At dusk, he decided to retire a short distance and bivouac for the night. The troops were ordered to withdraw from the church, the wounded being carried about 500 yards to the rear and placed in a large tent which had been erected for their reception in an entrenchment which had been thrown up, and which was occupied by the infantry. As the troops were gradually withdrawn, and as they retreated, they were followed by the natives with a hot fire, which was kept up till the troops reached the zareba, some bullets taking effect upon the horses, and several men being wounded inside. The enemy followed until checked by a fire from the zareba. The artillery was farther to the rear, also entrenched. As nightfall had now come on, their firing ceased, and the troops were allowed to get supper in quiet and prepare for the night. Middleton's troops had fired at the rebels all day. Dominion advances saw less success but were carefully conducted, keeping casualties to a minimum. The causalities after the fighting on May 9 consisted of 2 men killed, 1 officer and 9 men wounded. On this day the casualties were 2 troops killed and 8 wounded, including Gunner William Phillips of A Battery, who suffered a gunshot wound, Private Stead, wounded on the arm, and Cantwell. Captain Mason of No. 2 Company Grenadiers was wounded on the side. The priests and the sisters gave their aid to the doctors. At the end of the first day of fighting, Middleton believed he was losing. The men worked hard during the night with pick and shovel, throwing up shelter works. Very heavy fatigue duty fell upon the grenadiers at this time. It was work in camp making trenches, or work in the open under rebel fire day in and day out. I.e., the state of affairs was very much like which it is said used to exist on the old East India sailing vessels among the sailors, described pithily thus: 7 days shalt thou work / and do all thou art able / on the 7th / holystone the deck and scrape the cable. Dr. Gordon, of Winnipeg, chaplain of the 90th, afterwards principal of Queen's University, operated on Captain Mason, who had been wounded in the groin by friendly fire. He had 1 wound of entry and 2 of exit. This was caused by being hit by 2 projectiles, one side of each had been flattened so that they fitted one another. It was an illegal Canadian bullet. That night he trephined a man who had been hit a glancing blow by a round ball and who had a depressed fracture of the skull. He had no operating table. The wounded man lay on a stretcher on the ground. The only light was a candle stuck in the neck of a bottle. I mention this to show how poor was his medical equipment was. He slept that night behind a hospital tent, lying alongside of the graves of the men killed that day. The men lay down by their arms, retiring to sleep behind their network of improvised barricades. The battle was fought with little ground being gained by either side. The Métis were well hidden in their rifle pits, and Middleton's troops were ineffective against them. The Midland, under Light Col. Williams, with 1 company of the 90th, under Captain Forrest, took up a position on the edge of the bank overlooking the valley, to prevent a surprise from the enemy at that point, and during the whole night it kept up a dropping fire into the bush, which clothed the bank of the river. This was done to prevent the enemy in any numbers sneaking up under cover to surprise the Canadian troops, and to keep the interlopers awake. 2/3 of the force kept vigilant watch on all sides, as sentries, pickets and skirmishers, for it was felt by the general that if there was any enterprise in the enemy they would be exposed to a night attack, which, in their crowded position, would have been very harassing, if not serious. The Métis and First Nations pursued the Canadians until they came to the range of the Zareba and kept up their attack until midnight. Firing shots into the Zareba every 10 minutes throughout the entire night, the Indians and Métis harassed them with gunfire until daybreak. A large rocket improvised by Dumont to explode overhead at midnight, was sent up to show the whereabouts of the Dominion force, just to unnerve them further. The natives believed they had won a victory on this first day of fighting. The next 2 days would change little. The Northwest Field Force bombarded the Métis positions with their 4 9-pounders and harassed the riflemen with their rapid-fire Gatling gun. Probing attacks of May 10 to 11. Sunday, May 10, 1885. For the next 2 days, Middleton made use of his field guns and the Gatling gun, but he avoided a major attack. The Métis continued to use up their ammunition. On the 10th little more was done than to keep an eye upon the enemy, though the grenadiers were out all day. There was some slight skirmishing on both sides, 1 man being killed and 5 wounded among the general's command. Middleton had decided to delay a major attack. His men needed a rest, and he hoped that the Métis defense would weaken with time. Before dawn, the teamsters were all aroused, and the troops astir, in case that hour should be selected for an attack. The greatest danger would have been the stampeding of the horses, as it would have embarrassed their movements, so the teamsters were ordered to stand by them. But dawn came and early morning passed without any disturbance, thus a bright Sunday morning opened upon a scene of war and anxiety. At 5 in the morning Middleton's troops hoped to demoralize the Métis by firing heavily on them from all positions. During the morning, Middleton's soldiers were ordered to move out and surround the camp in extended order and to dig rifle pits between the Zareba and the cemetery with the rebels stirring all around. They established heavily defended gun pits and conducted a devastating, all-day-long shelling of the town. It was on the 2nd day that the stealing of cattle and horses began, and houses were set on fire by the Canadian soldiers. The amount of punished crime among soldiers during the Northwest Rebellion was relatively low. About 7 in the morning Middleton saw through field glasses a party of men digging near the graveyard. It was a funeral party of the enemy, burying their dead of the day before, and the Canadians refrained from interfering, or making any attack, until all was over. At 8 o'clock the general ordered out the grenadiers and directed Light Col van Straubenzee to advance them to their position of the day before. Bolton's men were also ordered out, as a line of skirmishers, in front of the right bank of the corral, to protect the camp from surprise in that direction. The Canadian skirmish lines re-established, but at no closer than 200 yards of the jeering Métis. The Midlanders again occupied the position on the left flank. When the Canadian force moved out they found the positions captured the day before reoccupied by the enemy, who had also made fresh rifle pits. Attempted advances, however, were turned back by native fire, and no ground was gained. The second day was a repetition of the first. On the second day, houses came under artillery fire and were badly damaged. Middleton gauged the strength of the defenders by dispatching a contingent of men north along the enemy's flank while simultaneously conducting a general advance along the front. Having redirected a portion of their strength to hold the northward flank, the natives lacked the manpower to oppose the Canadian thrust, ceding ground with little resistance. Captain Dennis, in command of 50 mounted men, composed the Intelligence Corps/the Land Surveyors Corps, most of whom were surveyors and their assistants. Many of the men had surveyed the country in which the struggle took place. Armed with Winchester repeating rifles and Colt revolvers, the unit deployed in a line of pickets from Swift Current Creek to Lone Lake, a distance of 130 miles. When action was ordered, on the 3rd of May they began to join Middleton's column. In just 4 days they assembled and rode the 150 miles to meet the general. Dennis's scouts, as they became known, arrived at Batoche on Sunday, May 10, the second day of the action. By the time the fighting was over the unit had 1 killed and 2 wounded. The arrival of this corps was opportune, for they were a useful, hardy, and intelligent lot of men, who were of material assistance in the campaign, and a valuable addition to the mounted force. The Winnipeg Field Battery turned out in the afternoon and opened fire from the right of the line across towards the graveyard, and Lieutenant Bolster, of the 90th, with a small detachment, made some blind rifle pits, to occupy and protect the line of skirmishers until they made their usual retirement in the evening. Middleton ordered the men to dig their rifle pits even deeper. His goal was to prevent the Métis from using the same tactics as the previous night. Dominion troops constructed pits out of sight of the enemy to cover the evening retirement. When the force withdrew they were followed, but the enemy were stopped by the unexpected flank fire. The troops withdrew by 6 p.m. under heavy fire, having been kept from the ground that they had previously gained from the Métis a day earlier. Canadian soldiers had ventured as far as the Batoche cemetery before turning back. Satisfied with the enemy's weakness, Middleton retired to sleep and was contented to take the town in the morning. One of No. 3 Company was hurt and one of the 90th. The Reverend Mr. Gordon, who had joined the force as chaplain of the 90th, and who had been sent up by the parishioners of Knox Church, Winnipeg, of which he was pastor, held service in the evening. During his sermon the retirement took place, which was accompanied by heavy firing, to cover and protect the retreating troops. This made his remarks so much the more impressive, as he had to raise his voice above the din of the firing, to show how completely they had lost track of the days. The arrangements about divine service were being put in orders and Mr. Gordon was consulted, when he had to tell the brigade major that Sunday was over. Had a hard matter to retire that night. They got all the wagons up from their late camping ground and formed a corral on a piece of plowed ground with a slough in the center. Then the troops threw up some light earthworks about 12 paces on the outside of it. One of the men was shot in the arm and another in the leg, both of No. 2 Co., when they were in the corral. These were chance shots, for it was too dark to take aim. One of them stood within 2 feet of the sergeant, and was taking a drink out of his water bottle which was still attached to him. Another man of the 90th was shot through the head, within 4 feet of the sergeant. When retiring, he gave a jump and a yell. The Canadians had to lay behind the earthworks all the night in their tunics, having no coats or blankets, and it was very cold. Not yet mid-May, the nights were cold and wet, People shivered throughout the night, fires thought to be too dangerous and giving their positions away. While Riel visited his men, assuring them that God was on their side, the more pragmatic Dumont exhorted them to conserve their ammunition, which was running low. At the end of the second day's fighting, the rebels were gathering cartridges that soldiers had dropped there during the fighting. Unexploded artillery shells were salvaged for the powder, and any lead found was to be melted down by the women for the Métis rifles. Kapayakwaskinem, One Arrow, and Chakaspachan, Chakastopizan, also known as Shadow in the Water, were on the west side of the river amongst a dozen of men during the fighting on May 10. During the next 2 days, Middleton made use of the field guns and the Gatling gun, but avoided a major attack. The valiant defenders continued to use up their ammunition. The Métis camp north of the ravine moved further north. That night some women and children camped in tents north of the ravine, along with the wounded, children going hungry while the wounded went without clean bandages. Monday, May 11, 1885. On Monday, May 11, the troops had breakfast, and then the regiment was told off in squads to finish the trench, which was about 5 feet high all around the camp, and about 2 feet below the level of the ground, and 6 feet wide for the men to sleep in, and then there was another mound thrown up again about 20 paces from the outer one on the inside, so that if they were driven in from the outer one they could get behind the inner one. They were quite safe. The Canadian troops cut down all the bush around the camp for 100 yards or more, and the camp was half a mile around, the cattle and horses being kept in the center. The rest of the men were out skirmishing, 1 or 2 of them being brought in wounded. During this movement, the general engaged him in shaving himself in the center of the corral, a daily duty he never neglected. His pocket glass was resting on the wheel of a wagon, and a bullet struck the wagon box behind the glass. The general, with the utmost composure, took no notice of it, but went on with his shaving, though the incident was sufficiently exciting to make most men give themselves a gash or dispense with the ceremony on that occasion. French's scouts reported open prairie northeast of Batoche, and Middleton staged a diversionary tactic, feinting attack by the cemetery. The general left the Zareba on his horse, Old Sam, as he called him, and rode north to Jolie Prairie, a good large plain of an irregular shape about 2 miles long and 1,000 yards in the broadest part, with a sort of slight ridge running down the center and some undulations. Middleton started by taking with him Bolton's scouts, about 60 of them, Toronto's Royal Grenadiers and Captain French advancing as well, bringing the Gatling gun up with them, to make a reconnaissance on the plain to the north of Batoche. Just as they were going out, one of the priests was being carried to the hospital tent. He had been severely wounded by one of the enemy's bullets, which had entered the window from the rear of the seminary. They marched about 10 o'clock under the command of the general himself, leaving Colonel Monty Isambert, Colonel Grasset, Light Col Williams, Major Jarvis, Colonel Maciand, and Light Col Van Strabenzie all discussing the position, and studying a plan of the ground, which had been drawn by Captain Haig, R.E., of the general's staff, with a view of preparing for the attack. With Hoorie for guide, Middleton made a short cut across, just skirting the prairie where it dips into the thick bush towards the valley, and after a march of about a mile he came to a fine level plateau, of about 1,500 acres in extent, and nearly half a mile wide. Middleton discovered that the edge of this plain, next to the valley of the river, was lined with men, who were sheltered, as he afterwards found, by the customary rifle pits which formed part of the semicircle of entrenchments with which Batoche was surrounded. He saw a good many men moving about on his left front and fired 2 or 3 rounds from the Gatling, at the same time lining the crest of the ridge with some of Bolton's men. This soon drew a pretty smart fire from the edge of the bluffs running parallel to the ridge, which Middleton soon saw was defended by a series of rifle pits. After dismounting, the general threw out skirmishers, under shelter, in order to draw the fire of the enemy and to ascertain their strength. After gaining all the information they could at this point, without exposing the men more than was necessary, the general continued his reconnaissance down the plain. Here he found that they had regained all their lost ground owing to a feint on the enemy's left, which had drawn a good many of the enemy from their right to repel what they feared was a general attack, as, owing to the lay of the ground, the enemy could not see what his force was. Those Métis positioned at the cemetery moved north to meet Middleton at Jolie Prairie, which allowed the field force to advance further. Middleton gauged the strength of the defenders by dispatching a contingent of men north along the enemy's flank, while simultaneously conducting a general advance in the front. The Métis redirected a portion of their strength to hold the northward flank, but lacked the manpower to oppose a Canadian thrust, and ceded ground with little resistance. The Métis fired upon them from their rifle pits. Middleton ordered the Gatling gun to be fired on the Métis to stop their shooting. The Gatling, supported by dismounted scouts, was advanced to a slight rise, but the enemy was too well covered to be impressed. The Gatling opened fire upon some houses, half a mile distant, where some men were seen, which had the effect of bringing out from a house about 40 or 50 men who were therein assembled. Captain Arthur L. Howard, operating the Gatling, ran his gun ahead of the battery and fired it into the charging rebels, mowing down some and putting the rest to flight, who scattered in all directions under the rapid firing of the gun. That marked the end of Canadian progress for the day and, for all the excitement, it left the Redcoats no closer to victory as Middleton, twice bitten and thrice shy, resisted the pleas of his officers to resolve the issue with a bayonet charge. At the ridge overlooking Batoché, 2 gun crews of the Winnipeg Field Battery began shelling the town, but were surprised by a number of Métis and Indians who had crept up along the ravine to within 20 yards. The guns of A Battery, RCA, and the Winnipeg Battery shelled the cemetery, which held rifle pits, and some skirmishing took place, from which the fire slackened. Seeing this, Light Col. Williams took the Midland Battalion and gallantly rushed some rifle pits beyond the cemetery, and drove out the rebels, who had been left on their right out of them, capturing some blankets and a dummy which had been used to draw their fire. The casualties were 4 wounded, including Captain Manley of the Grenadiers. They held it until the usual evening retirement, which was unmolested. After firing for some time at the pits, Middleton retired the force in good order and set the party back towards camp. 2 scouts were observed in the distance watching their movements and a chase and chevy ensued, led by Middleton himself. After an exciting gallop for a couple of miles, they pulled up, but the enemy had escaped them. On return, the general, who had been left by himself, had made a capture on his own account of an Indian who had been lurking in the bush. The half-breed was unarmed and represented that he had come out for cattle and was not a fighter. He observed, as they marched him off, that the men would have to go hungry today for dinner. He says they will fight to the last but they have not much powder left. It was then that Middleton first learned the Métis were running out of ammunition. Some thought the general would choose to starve them out, and that soon. The scouts brought in about 40 head of cattle and horses. The troops got all the fresh meat they wanted. Before going back into the zareba, Middleton burned down log houses that the Métis could have used for shelter, in case further operations were needed here. The Canadians returned to camp in good humor after their morning's excitement, driving before them a herd of cattle, some heads of which had been intended to supply the rebels with their dinner. They also drove off, during these days, all the ponies they could find, and herded them in the neighborhood of their camp, to prevent the enemy obtaining them for offensive purposes or for flight. They did not hear the boat whistle this day. Dumont considered taking up new ground across the river, but desisted when late at night, he saw the Canadians abandoning their gains and retreating to their sleeping ground. He could not pursue them for lack of ammunition. In defending their position through the first 3 days, the Métis and Indians seriously depleted their supply of ammunition. They lost ground and all but lost their trenches and rifle pits. On this 3rd day of siege, Dumont's men began to run out of ammunition. The Métis women provided a solution. They collected the spent shells of the Canadians and melted them into balls for the Métis rifles. Madame Veronique, née Gervais, Fiddler and Rosalie, née Parento, Garipi, wife of Philippe, one of the captains, in order to form bullets, melted the lead that came wrapped around Hudson's Bay Company goods such as frying pans, kettles, and the linings of tea tins. Batoche's Métis women played many key roles during the 1885 resistance. They nursed the wounded, nurtured children and elders, provided supplies to the men in the trenches, and a few even influenced Métis strategy. While the fighting was raging in Batoche, most of the Métis women, children, and elders hid themselves in a secluded flat surrounded by bluffs, on the east side of the South Saskatchewan River. Some Cree from the One Arrow and Beardy's reserves joined them. The families stayed in tents or dugouts covered with robes, blankets or branches. Mary Fiddler said that her grandmother hid herself and her grandchildren, along the riverbank, under several coats during the day, while at night they used them as blankets. During the battle and even several days later, the women would change places constantly so as to avoid the fire of the enemy. They would hide behind trees or in damp holes. While in hiding, the women shared what little food that they possessed and cared for the children and elders. In the village, Madeline, née Wilkie, Dumont, Gabriel's wife, and the elderly Madame Marie, née Hallett, Lettender cooked and tended the sick and wounded. The Canadians returned to their camp, where the day's work had been similar to the previous one, Light Col Van Straubenzee with his infantry brigade occupying the positions in front of the enemy, and keeping up the same excellent practice, making experienced soldiers of his men. The Winnipeg Field Battery turned out in the afternoon and from the neighborhood of the graveyard, which position had been regained during the day, had a little practice, shelling the opposite side of the river, where they observed that the shells created great consternation among the rebels, making them scatter and get well beyond range, and silenced the long-range rifles which were a constant source of annoyance. In the evening, Middleton's advance parties were withdrawn to the camp, as usual, but the enemy hardly pursued at all. There was no firing into their camp, and casualties of the day consisted of only 4 men wounded, all very slightly. This showed that the troops were becoming more at home in this mode of warfare, and though as yet they had not made much progress pegging away until they succeeded in Middleton's objective of taking Batoche, which he was sure he would do. During the day the men left behind to protect the camp and the teamsters added to the slight parapet and trenches already made, and made a traverse across the south side of the zareba, which would have effectually prevented any shots from doing mischief in the camp. The retirement was effected in the evening in the same manner, with the same heavy, independent firing from both sides. It was on this evening that poor Dick Hardisty, the son of the well-known and respected Hudson's Bay officer, who acted as secretary to Mr. Donald A. Smith in 1869, was brought in on an ambulance to breathe his last in a few short hours. His death and a few wounded made up the casualties of the day. Among the latter was Captain Manley, of the Grenadiers, who was wounded while covering the retirement of the 90th. The general, having now ascertained the exact situation and lay of Batoche, determined on the following day to make an attack and carry the position. Both officers and men had gained valuable experience from their 3 days' fighting, and were, doubtless, getting impatient over the tedium of their daily skirmishing. But nothing of the general's intention was known until the following day, and I may say here that there never was a man who was so thoroughly able to keep his own counsel, no one knowing until orders were issued what his projects were. Middleton ordered every available fighting man must join the attacking column, and all non-combatants and sick or disabled men remain in camp, the surgeons of the different corps making an examination of men who were on the sick list with a view to ascertain whether or not they were fitted for the attack on the following day. The general, furthermore, provided that the Grenadiers should have the post of honor, and lead the attack, and it was well known that the resistance would be such that a bloody struggle was anticipated. The Canadians had ventured as far as the Batoche cemetery before turning back. Satisfied with his enemy's weakness, Middleton retired to sleep and contended to take the town in the morning. 5. The storming of Batoche. Tuesday, May 12, 1885, the 4th day of battle. On Tuesday, May 12, the Exub defenders were in poor shape, 3/4 had either been wounded by artillery fire or scattered and divided in the many clashes with the Canadians on the outskirts of town. Those that held their positions were desperately short of ammunition, a fact which traitors who surrendered had revealed to Middleton. Middleton's plan was for a flanking feint, one column drawing the rebels away to the north, and a second one under Lieutenant-Colonel Van Straubenzee assaulting the town directly, clearing Batoche in the face of heavy fire and driving those damned savages out. Bolton was ordered to furnish 2 mounted men from the infantry brigade to act as gallopers, and he detailed Logan and Flynn, who had remained behind with the infantry. Captain Haig, R.E., of the General's staff, told Bolton as they marched out in the morning, "Batoche is to be taken this day." In fact, May 12 was to be the decisive day of the battle. A dispatch had been received from the Northcote, at whose absence some uneasiness had been felt, and was expected in the afternoon. By the morning of the 4th day, some of the Métis, those who were considered the finest and best prairie fighters in the country, had realized that the battle was hopeless, so they left out of the strong positions which had been so carefully selected and entrenched by themselves, and fled. Many of the Miacutetis that remained were venerable old men, running out of bullets and firing stones from their antiquated shotguns. These were those who had first settled this land. They had no hopes of other homes to flee unto. This was where they'd established their families, and their church, li natio exuved. For them there was no running away. There was nowhere to go. This morning General Middleton started on a reconnaissance with the cavalry, 1 gun, and the Gatling, towards the hills 2 miles distance, among which some rebels were encamped. His plan was to make an attack, with all the mounted men, upon the enemy from the plain to the north, so as to draw them from the front of the camp, and to allow the infantry brigade to advance beyond the shelter trenches which they occupied, and then to return rapidly and with the whole force capture the position. Middleton's attack plan was designed to mirror the success of the previous day's flanking feint, with 1 column intended to draw the Métis defenders out of their rifle pits around the church away to the north to where the Gatling gun was positioned, and a second, under Lieutenant-Colonel Van Straubenzee to advance with the infantry as far out as he was on the day before and to lay down and wait until he heard the scouts firing over on the right. "Advance your brigade to the old position, and as much farther as you can," General Middleton said to Lieutenant-Colonel Van Straubenzee. "Keep pegging away at them, until they exhaust their supplies, when they must surrender." Shortly after Middleton left the camp in the morning, Lieutenant-Colonel Van Straubenzee ordered out the Grenadier and Midland battalions, who had an early breakfast and all were ready for orders. Every man in the whole brigade felt that the crisis had come. The general consent was that there would indeed be something decisive done on this day. But what would be the first move? One of the officers of the Grenadiers in passing from one part of the camp to the other heard his name called out, "Captain," and looking around he saw the surgeon, Dr. George Sterling Ryerson, engaged in a discussion with one of the men of the regiment, Private Martin. This man had his foot frozen in traveling along the north shore of Lake Superior, and so badly, that the great toe was almost off, and he had been struggling along for some time with a piece of blanket wrapped around his foot, and wearing a moccasin. Dr. Ryerson told this man he would have to remain in the camp, but Martin insisted upon marching out with his comrades to take part in the fight, and appealed to Captain to speak on his behalf. This was done and the man permitted to go. It was rather an unlucky decision for him, as he was very severely wounded, his shoulder being broken, and he has a crippled arm to this day. Lieutenant-Colonel Van Straubenzee's brigade was to proceed to the cemetery, but, on hearing the guns to the north, were supposed to open fire and attack the village and move against the defense lines around the church, due to a strong 9 o'clock wind blowing across the camp. However, Van Straubenzee was unable to hear Middleton's guns open fire and he failed to coordinate his attack with Middleton's action. Not knowing exactly what to do, Van Straubenzee determined upon waiting the return of the general. Meanwhile, Middleton reconnoitered to the north of the church and rectory, and began to advance on the Métis rifle pits. Captain Denniscorps, Bolton's corps, and Captain French's, in all numbering about 130 mounted men, equipped with one 9-pound gun of a battery, under Captain Drury, and the Gatling, under Lieutenant Rivers, accompanied by Captain Howard, marched off under General Middleton to the position occupied the day before. The feinting action was intended to draw the rebels out of their pits around the church to the north, where the Gatling was positioned. The Miacutetis referred to the Gatling gun with contempt, calling it El Irababu, the noisemaker, claiming it made a lot of noise but did little damage. Note: the Gatling gun was used against women and children in the massacre at Cut Knife Hill, and killed at least 2 children at Batoche, namely Marcel Grattan, age 10, and a son of Wapiska, Whitecap. Gabriel Dumont, as one of the best marksmen, assigned him the task of engineering forward on his belly through the brush, with the express purpose of killing the Gatling gunner, Captain A. L. Howard of the Connecticut National Guard, on loan to the Canadians as an agent of the Gatling Gun Company of Hartford, Connecticut. The Canadians resumed their attack with greater vigor and confidence, shots were exchanged and one of the troops was killed. The 9-pound gun of a battery shelled the cemetery and pits near the church. The Grenadier and Midland battalions took up position in front of their respective lines, in quarter column, waiting to hear the attack which was expected to be made on the position to the north. General Middleton with a mounted force could be seen away to the right front, moving cautiously among the low-lying hills. The 2 companies of the Midlands, 60 men in all, under Light Col. Williams, were extended on the left and moved up to the cemetery, and the Grenadiers of Toronto, 200 strong, under Light Col. Grasset, prolonged the line to the right beyond the church, the 90th being in support, the whole being led by Light Col. Van Straubenzee, in command of the brigade. Light Col. Williams was in the woods overlooking the ravine, about 10 a.m. On arriving there, Williams had formed the companies into a square and addressed his troops in words scarcely above a whisper as follows: "I have not received any orders to do what I am going to do. Batoche can be taken and will be taken today. We will advance through and along this ravine. I only ask you to follow me, and we will go as far as we can. We will then be supported by the Royal Grenadiers and the 90th. Light Col. Williams stood for some moments with his adjutant, Captain Poston, watching the movements of the general and his staff as if waiting to see them out of sight. Then suddenly he gave the following orders to the men: "Men, I want you to fall in quietly at once. You will receive no orders farther than that A and C companies will move off in fours and take the positions we had yesterday, and there will be no talking. No orders given by company commanders. There was no order to fix bayonets. Each man had previously been served with 100 rounds of ammunition." The forward movement through the bush and ravines then began cautiously and without firing, merely feeling out the hidden enemy. 10 minutes passed. Then suddenly a scattered firing came from across the river. The troops pushed on then more rapidly and were presently met by a volley of shots. Every man dropped to cover and returned the fire. They had at last located the enemy. Light Col. Williams cautioned the men to take cover and lie low. "We will hold this ground until the Grens and 90th come up on our right." Williams went to the extreme left with the Midlanders, Light Col. Grasset was left center with the Grenadiers, and the 90th under Major McKean and Buchan were center and right center. Shortly afterwards Captain Dennis Surveyor and Bolton's horse took the extreme right and forward movement began. Bolton had received orders from the general to bring the mounted men out, and prolong the line to the right of Major Buchan, so he galloped back into camp and gave orders to the intelligence corps to turn out, and went over to where the men were already standing on the parade ground, each man holding his horse. Bolton gave the word to mount and advance, and within a few minutes of receiving the order they had galloped up to the skirmishing line and dismounted. Leaving the horses in charge of 3 or 4 men, the former standing perfectly quiet in the midst of the din, they formed up on the right of the 90th with a hearty hurrah. They debouched on the plain at the same point as on the previous day. The intelligence corps dismounted and marched up on foot, extending the skirmishing order to support the gun about to open upon the enemy. The Gatling took up a position a little farther down the plain, the main body of the mounted men keeping out of sight behind a knoll. Cheer after cheer rose from one end of the line to the other, as the men saw that they were being supported by their comrades. The whole line, stretching upwards of a mile from the river bank, now advanced steadily but rapidly through the bush to the open space which lay between them and the village. During the fight, a white flag was thrust from the window of the church, and was observed by a surgeon and a student, who were under shelter from the fire at a couple of 100 yards distance. The student immediately perceived it and proposed that a party should at once go to the relief of the one demanding succor. No one appeared willing to second his proposal. To go to the church through the open under such a terrible fire as was being poured from the half-breed pit seemed to be like proceeding to certain death, but persisting, the surgeon said, "If you are determined to go, and we can find 2 volunteers to assist us in carrying a stretcher, I am with you." 2 men from the grenadiers at once stepped forward, and the 4 started upon their perilous journey, crawling upon their bellies, taking advantage of any little inequality of ground to cover them, and to shield them from the bullets of the half-breeds. They reached the church, the bullets tearing up the earth all around them, without a scratch, and breathing a short prayer of thankfulness for their deliverance thus far from death and danger, they looked around for him whom they had risked, and were still risking, their lives, to succor and to save. They found him in the person of a venerable priest, who had been wounded in the thigh, and they at once proceeded to remove him, after administering temporary aid. To remain in the church was to court certain death. To return to their course seemed to be no less perilous, but they chose the latter. When they sortied from the church, so astonished were the half-breeds at their daring, that they ceased their fire for a moment. This time returning, they had no cover, and were obliged to march erect. When the bullets flew, they flew thick and fast, but the condition of the wounded men precluded anything like hurry, and they hastened slowly. God watching over them, and protecting them, they readied their comrades in safety, their wounded charge also escaping without further harm. Such conduct deserves recognition, and the names of the 2 grenadiers referred to in the Surgeon General's report unfortunately are not known. The other 2 were Surgeon Gravely, of No. 1 Field Hospital, and Mr. Norris Worthington, from the same hospital. Dumont and Riel conferred on how best to extricate the people of the village, whom they did not wish to abandon in a retreat. In an effort to slow up the advance, Riel was to enter into negotiations with Middleton, while Dumont would take up a new position on nearby hills. Riel thereupon sent a message by a prisoner protesting against slaughter of Métis women and children and threatening to kill their Canadian prisoners as a countermeasure. Astley, come quickly. Riel commanded, go and see Middleton. If our families are wounded in any way I will massacre the Indian agent and other prisoners. He gave Astley a note, and a similar one to Thomas E. Jackson. Each messenger to take a different route. The general took the Gatling farther down the plain to another position, a couple of 100 yards off, supported by some men, and brought it again into action. A few shots had been fired, when a man, riding quickly, appeared waving a white flag. General Middleton called out, "Cease firing." And the general rode out to meet the approaching rider. He proved to be Mr. Astley, one of Riel's captives. Astley, it seems, had been confined in a cellar with a number of other prisoners at Batoché, when Riel came to the trapdoor, called him up, and sent him with a letter addressed to the general, which he now presented, saying that if we murdered the women and children by our shell fire, Riel will massacre the prisoners. The letter read, "If you do not cease firing on houses, thereby injuring our families, we will massacre prisoners commencing with Indian Agent Lash." Middleton replied politely, saying that he did not wish to harm the women and children, advising the rebel leader to place them together in one building, which he would respect as neutral, and if Riel let him know where they were, he would take care that no shot should be fired in that direction, adding that he trusted to his, Riel's, honor that no men would be placed with them. Riel by this time was anxious to surrender, and if he could have got safely into the general's hands he would have done so, but it was too late. In discussing the advisability of his surrendering with Astley, Riel, anxious to have his safety assured, consulted Dumont, and then sent another letter thanking Middleton for his prompt answer to the first one. He was considering this letter when the guns commenced. Riel is reputed to have said to Astley, "But, there are three things that will save me, one is politics, another that I have assumed the office of priest, and that will save me, and the papers which are all here will implicate the council more than me." From this latter circumstance it may be assumed that the papers were left behind purposely whence he fled. Astley painted a picture of Riel's actions at this time as so selfish that he had completely lost the sympathy of his own people. The general now gave orders to form up preparatory to returning to camp, keeping for a while just out of sight of the enemy, occasionally showing a mounted man or two to puzzle the rebels as to his movements, which always drew a volley from them. Middleton stomped away and returned to camp to lunch, furious that the coordinated attack had not come off. Immediately on his return to camp the general dismounted from his horse, and sent him to be fed. He was mad as the devil, thinking that someone had blundered. He kicked Lord Henry, because he hadn't advanced when the firing began. The general growled, "Someone has blundered." Unknown to him, though, this maneuver had served its purpose. The Métis had in fact been drawn to the north, anticipating a major offensive there. He then went down on foot towards the high ground overlooking the river, to examine the position. About 11:30 Bolton returned to camp, and the general was annoyed to find that the advance ordered had not been made. Van Straubenzee informed the general that they hadn't heard the guns, due to the wind, and the general replied, speaking to Lord Henry, "Very well, we'll try over again." He naively told them he lost his temper and his head, and hurried off alone in the direction of the church on horseback in advance of the skirmishers, to view the position through his glass before placing the gun, thus offering an excellent mark to the enemy. As he sat there still and immovable as a target, he was discovered, and the enemy were tempted to try a shot at him at 400 yards, though they were careful of their ammunition. Ping! 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 So hot a fire opened that he had to indulge in exercise to which he was not accustomed, running away. The bullets whizzed past him, when he deemed it prudent to retire, and he took shelter, for the first time in the campaign, in one of their newly constructed rifle pits, into which he dropped, till Captain Young, who had been watching the solitary reconnaissance with some anxiety, advanced a party and brought him back. He swore in a temper to make it hot for them, the Métis rebels. Light Col Van Straubenzee and Light Col Williams stood watching him from the outside of the corral, greatly apprehensive that he would be hit. What his object was in going out, no one could imagine, unless it was to see if Riel made any attempt to withdraw his men or sent any message to the priests in regard to the women and children, or was only using the negotiations he had opened as a ruse to gain time, for Plains Cree Chief Pitaquahanapiwian, Poundmaker, and his braves were daily expected. During the Battle of Batoché, fewer than 60 First Nations warriors participated, being from the tribes of Chief Kami Istuowasit, Beardy, of the Willow Plains Cree, Chief Kapayakuskanum, Kapayak Estukum, One Arrow, known in French as Unflesh, of a band of Willow Crees, and Chief Wapiska, White Cap or Bonnet, of the Sioux, Dakota, from Ronde Prairie, near Saskatoon. The Cree occupied trenches around the west side of the village, and the Dakota were on the opposite side of the river near the church and rectory. Many of the First Nations participants were older and were more poorly armed than the Métis. During the battle, General Middleton sent in Whitecap's captured son to distribute copies of a proclamation saying that any First Nations who returned to their reserves would be protected and pardoned. 2 Dakota were killed by the Gatling during this battle. One was Whitecap's young son and the other was a 10-year-old Sioux girl from Saskatoon, Marcelle Grattan, who was accidentally killed, in fur. With the conclusion of the battle, Chief Whitecap and Chief One Arrow were taken prisoner, even though they abstained from fighting and pleaded for their band members to remain neutral. There were 9 lodges of Teton Sioux on east side with Riel, and 5 lodges were on the west side. There were some Cree lodges and Indian allies, but they didn't number more than 100. How many Crees there are between Batoche and Prince Albert wasn't known. Bolton was standing beside the general before receiving the order to bring his men, and that was the approach once more of Astley, who had brought the flag of truce in the morning from the enemy's lines. He gallantly galloped through the line of fire, pouring in from front and rear, and receiving several bullet marks in his clothes, in his anxiety to bring about the safe release of the prisoners. He was the bearer of another dispatch from Riel, thanking the general for his prompt and courteous reply, and informing him that he would put the women and children in some place of safety and send word, Astley all the time hurrying him up, as the firing was getting warmer and the time short. The dispatch Astley handed to the general read, "I don't like war. If you do not cease firing, the question will remain the same as regards the prisoners." But further negotiations were now out of the question. Astley returned to Riel with the general's answer. Riel, anxious to carry on the negotiations in a politic way, and to obtain some terms, wrote 4 different letters, as Astley later informed the general, and tore them up, one after the other. Riel finally sealed the letter up as he heard the ominous cheers of the soldiers, and the fire increasing, he hurriedly penciled on the envelope, hoping to stay proceedings thereby. Riel said to Astley, "Tell Middleton that I do not like war, and if you do not retreat and refuse an interview, the question will remain the same as to the prisoners." After the reconnoitering party returned to camp, the Grenadiers and Midlanders had their dinner, and, according to orders, again turned out at 1 o'clock to advance against the enemy's position, led by the Grenadiers, No. 1 Company Grenadiers on the right. No. 2, 3, and 4 prolonged to the left in skirmishing order. About 1:30, the Grenadiers marched out, ordered to occupy the position they had the day before, which was about 250 yards from the church. No. 1 Company got the order to extend 6 paces from the left, by which means they should have taken in the rifle pits on their right. No. 4 Company got the order to prolong the line to the left, which means that they would extend 6 paces, and then come up on the left. No. 3 Company was told off as support and No. 2 Company as the support of No. 4 Company. After a time they got the order to extend and join No. 1 Company of the Midland, who were lying in those trenches. They had got the order to extend to the left, which they did. They then formed the left of the line. 2 companies of the 90th, at first, in support, got the order to extend to the right, which they did, and the scouts were on the right of them again with 40 men of the Midland on the left on the river bank. They did not charge across the plain at all. In passing I may say that the regimental colors accompanied them to the front, but they were never unfurled and stood, in their cases, along with the officers' swords, in a barrel, during the Battle of Batoché. Infantry officers' swords have become, under modern war conditions, simply emblems of rank and are used only at drill and ceremonial parades. Cavalry officers may still be able to use the arme blanche on rare occasions, though. The colors were formerly carried by the 2 junior officers of a battalion and were always a target for enemy fire and led to the unnecessary deaths of many fine and promising young men. The old colors of the Grenadiers were presented to the regiment in 1862 and were deposited with impressive ceremony in St. James Cathedral in 1898, where they now are. The cemetery. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, on definite information furnished by those who betrayed them that the Métis had no more ammunition, Lieutenant Williams became over-anxious, and while the general was indisposed eating lunch, broke discipline and led his Midland battalion against the weakened Métis trenches near the church. The troops advanced and met the rebels about 200 yards from the church. The valiant defenders coming out of their trenches. But the Midlanders, sick of advances and retirements, under Lieutenant Williams, swept the enemy out of the pits and carried the small fenced-in cemetery with a rush right down to the river. Every man regulated his own shooting. The cemetery was reached, here the troops passed round either side, then doubled up to reform their line beyond. At this point the Indians and half-breeds put up their real fighting. Running from rifle pit to rifle pit firing as they went, they fell back, stubbornly contesting every foot of ground. After a stubborn resistance the troops drove the Métis before them towards the village, and charged them then on the plain, scattering them in all directions. Astley returned to Batoche with General Middleton's third message and looked a long time for Riel in order to give him the opportunity of surrendering, not knowing what the fate of the day might yet be, finding him consoling the women and children. Astley said, "The general says that if you order your men to stop firing, he will order his men to do likewise, and, you should accompany me to the general." Astley advised Riel to go to Middleton, calling him a kind, polite gentleman. Riel hesitated, but declared that he has no need to call a council to surrender and he'd do as he was asked, provided that he and his council were given their lives until the government had given a fair trial. Astley's evidence. Snipers from across the river, 200 yards away on their left, kept up a steady firing that worried the Canadian flankmen. Very heavy firing could be heard on their extreme right, where the 90th were having a hot time. All the mounted men, including Bolton and French's scouts and the Surveyor's Corps, left their horses behind, joined the infantry and further extended the line from the right flank of the 90th. The guns were ordered out to a spot held by the Midland advance party, near the cemetery, took an advanced position and opened fire, one gun of a battery shelling the opposite side of the river, and both guns of the Winnipeg Field Battery shelling the enemy's position in the valley, and clearing the houses on the opposite side of the river, about which a great many people were moving, one which was flying Riel's white flag, a colored print of the Holy Virgin sewn on a white banner. The range was a large one and the material of the house so light that not much harm was done, but the people all dispersed at once and seemed to take to the woods. Light Col van Straubenzee had given instructions to the commanders of the corps to advance to the old ground and as much farther as they could, telling them what was expected of them, and him accompanying them. Without a moment's hesitation they dashed into the bush, and with a rush carried the rifle pits from which the enemy had harassed them on Saturday, and then swept the enemy before them down a short valley dotted with bush into the plain, which extends half a mile back from the river bank. Light Col Grasset advanced his regiment straight to the front, and Light Col Williams advanced his men to the graveyard, and threw his line down the bank of the river till his left touched the water's edge and his right was near the graveyard. At this point the river takes a bend, and in advancing, it became necessary to change the front by throwing forward the left, so Van Straubenzee ordered Williams and Grasset to throw the left flank forward, which was well executed under a brisk fire from the front as well as from the opposite side of the river. This movement was performed at the double, men responding with cheers, taken up along the whole line, warning them still in the camp that operations had commenced in earnest. On one side of the plain the rebels had dug a long range of rifle pits, from which they opened fire as the troops advanced towards the village, which stands in the center of the plain. The ground to be crossed was open, and for the most part under cultivation, though here and there were patches of brushwood. The Midland dashed down into the ravine with ringing cheers notwithstanding the heavy fire formed the rifle pits and drove the rebels pell-mell before them along the river bank towards the crossing. The Grenadiers charged simultaneously with the 90th and captured innumerable rifle pits of formidable construction extending for a mile and a half from the river bank. In some cases hand-to-hand combat ensued, and cases of personal bravery on both sides numerous. When the Grenadiers reached their objective, instead of halting, they pushed on, fixed bayonets, and cleared the first bluff, a cluster of poplar trees and underwood, and with a cheer attacked and captured the second line. Then a ravine was occupied and the enemy driven out. The firing here was very heavy. Cheers inspired the 90th Winnipeg Rifles and the Royal Grenadiers to join the charge and advance, and drove the enemy from the ravine. The whole line, led by Light Col van Straubenzee, gave a rousing cheer, which brought the general from his tent with his mouth full of lunch and expletives, disgusted that there had been any fighting he had not had a hand in. An enraged Middleton ordered his bugler to sound recall, but the troops ignored it. The charge, if it could be called such, was gallantly made. It was in reality an advance by a long line of skirmishers through thick bush, and it was impossible that orders could be received or given to any, but those under immediate command. A great deal had to be left to the individual intelligence of the force. The ardor with which the troops charged was such that had the enemy been 5 times the number, they could not have withstood them. In fact, it could not be properly called a charge, but a steady advance of 450 men in skirmishing order, vying with each other in rapidity of movement, clearing everything before them as they steadily advanced on the enemy's position, and brought to a close by undaunted pluck and determination. On they went with a cheer that might have been many a poor soul's death cry, yelling and running like the very mischief. There wasn't no time to be frightened, no time to be thinking about it, with the guns cracking, the hurdy-gurdy grinding away, the shells bursting, the Indians ki-yi-ying and every mother's son of them cheering. There was no time to get scared. On they went helter-skelter, every one of them, that the showers of bullets from the rifle pits was forgotten. On they went lickety-split, every man for himself, and the devil take the hindermost, leaving the church and the schoolhouse far behind, charging pit after pit, past the graveyard into the ravine and across the open through a shower of bullets. The rebels fought like the very mischief, they stuck to their pits and kept up a steady fire, till they seen it was no use. The advancing troops could see nothing but banks and bush on their right. All the rifle pits of the enemy were still ahead of them, and they knew a hot reception awaited them. A few of the troops fell, and there were many had very narrow escapes. The firing now became heavier from both sides. Then the reinforcements arrived, and the whole line was extended a full mile east. The advance all along the line then began in earnest, firing as they went in rushes, and then taking what cover they could. There was no volley firing. Every man regulated his own shooting. As the armies fought in the distance, a group of métis in the town asked Riel to work a miracle. Riel sank to his knees and lifted his arms in the form of a cross, as he had done before. He spoke, all together, let us say 3 times, very loudly, "My God, have pity on us." Others fell to their knees and repeated the words. Riel continued, "My God, stop those people, crush them." He called 2 men to hold his arms up in the form of the cross, as in the previous battle, at Likuli Auxiliary Turin/Fish Creek. Many had fled to the security of the woods and the caves by the river, where the women of the Métis nation created a flag, the original Métis flag, in support of the battle. Women also played a spiritual role during the 1885 resistance. They prayed for the men's safety, attended Father Moulin's masses and received communion. They also attended Louis Riel's Reformed Church, where they prayed to Our Lady of Lourdes. The line had pivoted on the center and was now at right angles to the river, having turned the whole position. The Gatling and field guns were blazing away at the village and the ferry by which the enemy were escaping. The gun being placed in position opened fire, and was viciously answered by volleys from the enemy about 350 yards distant. Lieutenant Kippen, of the Intelligence Corps, who was skirmishing with his men in support of the gun, here received a death wound, and presently breathed his last. Dr. Ralston, assisted by his dresser, Mr. Kinloch, attended him instantly where he lay, in the line of skirmishers. Captain Drury dropped several shells into the enemy's entrenchments, and the skirmishers kept up an independent fire at the rebels as occasional opportunity offered. Light Col Van Straubencie soldiers performed brilliantly, charging to Batoche in the face of heavy fire and driving the remaining Métis clear. All this time the infantry were steadily advancing through the bush, supporting one another by hearty cheers. Of the original defenders, 3/4 had either been wounded by artillery fire or scattered and divided in the many clashes with the Canadians on the outskirts of the town. The field force broke through the Métis front line rifle pits. The battle was over in minutes as the field force swept down the slopes to Batoche. Those that still held their positions were fatigued and desperately short of ammunition. To this effect, some Métis were forced to fire nails and rocks out of their rifles, from their remaining gunpowder supplies. The Métis valiantly fought against their advance, but succumbed to the onslaught. The Canadian soldiers bayoneted some Métis. On the last day of the Battle of Batoche, Joseph, Jose, or La Pioche Vandal had both arms broken, was shot, and finally killed with a bayonet. After being fatally wounded by a bullet, Donald Daniel Ross was killed with a bayonet. It was then they were killed. José Ulet, 93 years of age, also very old, Isidore Boyer, another old man, Michel Trottier, André Batoche, Calixte Turand, Elzire Turand, John Swain. Furthermore, there were also 2 Sioux killed, including J.A. Patupa, a Dakota Sioux, who died heroically, having come out of his hole, trench, to meet the initial charge and was bayoneted by 2 of the Canadians. The rebels stuck to their rifle pits with great tenacity and several were run through with the Canadian soldiers' bayonets while taking aim. One native, whose face presented a horrible picture from the hideous war paint, discharged his rifle without success against a captain, and although the bayonets were close upon him, opened the breech block to insert another cartridge, when he received his quietus at the hands of a stalwart grenadier, who ran his bayonet through the Indian with such force that the savage was lifted from his feet and carried over the edge of the pit at the point of the rifle. The attack had been poorly organized, the bayonet charge of a bloodthirsty mob. It had become common knowledge that the Exuvites had exhausted their ammunition and were defenseless. Many of the Miacutetis were unable to escape into the safety of the brush. Daniel David Dumas saw a bullet passing 3 fingers above his wife's head. Several of the enemy were killed as the grenadiers rushed the rifle pits, and some more were shot as they cleared the valley, but the total number engaged was small, and there can be no doubt that many of those who fought against them on Saturday must have retired before the fighting began. When they seized the rifle pits, one after another, in their front, the troops found that the timber defenses with which they were surmounted had been changed from the south side to the north side of the pits. This showed that the sudden movement of the troops in the afternoon had caught the enemy unawares, making the victory so much the more complete, and unquestionably prevented a greater loss of life. A company of the 90th under Captain Rutten was ordered out to support Williams Midlands on the extreme left in the pits on the bank of the river, and another company under Captain Wilkes to support the Grenadiers. The 90th came across the plain, but as they were so much to the right or had so much further to come before they could get to the houses, that they had them all taken before either the 90th or the Midland could possibly reach them. The big guns and the Gatling gun did them good service that day. Number 1 company must have been in the hottest of the fight, for out of the 10 men wounded in the battalion, 6 of them were out of that company. As the Grenadiers cleared the valley, the other corps came up, so that the Grenadiers and Bolton's horse now advanced together with the Intelligence Corps on their flank. The scene was a pretty one as the troops advanced through the bush-covered hills towards the puffs of smoke darting out from the houses of the village. On their part there was no attempt at advancing in accordance with any military system. The troops moved forward in an irregular body, firing as they approached the village in front. The enemy were few in number but fought well. Okadoka, the whole or white dog, a member of Wapahaska's Dakota band, participated in the fighting at Duck Lake and at Batoche. Okadoka and the rest of Wapahaska's Sioux group were fighting on the north side of Dumont's defensive line about halfway between the head of Batoche settlement and Middleton's lines among some sand hills. On May 12, 1885 the group was fighting from a rifle pit lower down the river behind Champagne's house where their encampment was located. Maes Napoleon Ouellette was in a hole, trench, a little ways down from the one that the Tourans were in, but he fled toward Old Champagne's place when the English charged. He then started shooting from the river. When returning, toward Champagne's, he ran across Riel who says to him, "I've heard that 7 families have been taken." Who says? An Indian. I think that they don't know very much. Then Charles Thomas arrived with his gun and his rosary. "What is Riel saying?" he asked. "Does he say that we're going to win?" What are you talking about? Haven't you noticed that we're running away like rabbits? How do you expect us to win? In the heat of the fight Edouard Dumont went back toward Old Champagne's and stopped there for a while. A Sioux was standing there and leaning on his gun. A bullet hit the hand with which he held the gun barrel and which he had positioned in front of his chest. Edouard thought he had been killed. "No," said the Indian, shaking his bloody hand about, "the bullet hit the gun barrel." Elie Dumont mentions a group of 6 men fighting along with him as a unit on the 4th day of battle at Batoche, Patrice Turand, Baptiste Deschamps, Edward Fitcall, Modeste Laviolette, Patrice Dumont, and Salomon Bouchard. Captain Philippe Elzire Garipi, mentioned in Dumont's account of the fighting at Les Coulis Auxiliary Tourans, was part of the last stand in the graveyard trenches at Batoche with Edouard Dumont, Elzire Parisien, the two Lavallee brothers and one Cree. Isidore Dumas says that at the battle for Batoche, on one occasion, Philippe Garipi and Pierre Laverger were both seen kneeling down on the hillside and coming out in the open to shoot. When one led, the other would follow, and between them a sort of rivalry existed, as far as courage was concerned. "You are going to get killed," shouted the Métis. But they would not listen. The battle was over in minutes as the field force swept down the slopes to Batoche, past rifle pits, where by this time the defenders were firing nails and stones from their rifles, storming the first homes, driving the defenders out and taking possession of the houses. I remember seeing the soldiers coming down the hill. They were all in red uniforms. I could hear the bullets flying all around me, and I put my baby Sarah in a washtub, so I thought that would protect her life, and my husband came to me. "You better run away because we are going to get killed." Then I took my baby and ran to the riverbank. And I looked at the water, just like it was raining heavy. It was the bullets from the soldiers, and I seen all kinds of men killed around me, and I went through without a scratch. The half-breeds and the Indians broke little trees and hung their coats and caps there, and the white men fought the coats and caps all day. We were sitting down the riverbank. And I think that day we got many soldiers killed. There were 13 Indians killed and 3 half-breeds, and we lost everything we had. They took all our horses, about 35, all the wagons, all but my little black mare that used to be wild. Her name was Jessie. She broke her rope and ran into the bush and hid herself, and the white men couldn't find her. Joseph Delorme. There wasn't much of the Canadian line left by this time. Men of the left flank were mixed up with men of the right, and everyone was scurrying along in a go-as-you-please sort of a way, but with one idea in mind: to capture Batoche, to set the prisoners free, and to avenge the poor boys who had fallen during the day. The general committed the rest of his men to their support. The attack was poorly organized and allowed many of the Métis to escape to the safety of the bushes. Riel and Dumont fled as well. His horses having been fed, Bolton told the men to saddle and fall in to wait for orders, and rode out himself to join the general. He knew that there was likely to be some warm work, and determined to be on the spot to take instructions. The excitement now increased. Order after order issued in rapid succession from the general. Bolton galloped back into camp with the general's commands to hasten the movement, and met them all coming thundering along at full gallop, with the Gatling in their midst, followed by the ammunition wagons, under Lieutenant Despraux, who was indefatigable in supplying the troops with ammunition. Other mounted officers galloped to and fro carrying orders, and making a stirring scene. E and F companies of the 90th, under Colonel Maciand, and Major Buchan, followed the artillery, to prolong the line to the right. Light Col Van Straubenzee, in command of the brigade, dashed forward with a cheer, assaulting the town directly. Van Straubenzee commanded his men, "Come on, grenadiers, keep steady and we'll clear them out." During all this time a heavy fire was kept up from the other side of the river, which annoyed their advance. After a stubborn resistance, the troops drove the rebels before them towards the village, and charged them then on the plain, and scattered them in all directions. The fire was very hot. About 6 were killed and 30 wounded on the Canadian side. About 30 killed on that of the rebels. From the hillside, as they advanced straight to the front, Bolton's scouts could see the line of skirmishers advancing on the left, in the form of a semicircle. They could also see the rapid rush of the Midlanders on the left and the Grenadiers in the center, mixed with the 90th, all rapidly advancing and concentrating on the clump of houses which formed the village. Bolton's men, with the remainder of the 90th and the Intelligence Corps, advanced straight to the front to protect the flank of their comrades who were now capturing the village. They were further reinforced by Captain Cootley, with a gun from the Winnipeg Field Battery, supported by the Gatling. The latter had been ordered round to open fire upon the village from the right flank, to assist the Grenadiers and Midlanders. Half-breeds scampered out of the first house they struck, and they knew the end was near. The natives were few in number but fought well and steadily, keeping under cover of the houses and seldom showing a head. The troops advanced briskly until near the village, when they hesitated a little and the officers had to expose themselves a good deal to get them forward. The result was that Major Dawson, Captain Mason, and Captain Manley had been wounded, and 3 officers were killed, Captain John French of French's Scouts and Captain E. L. Brown of Bolton's Scouts and Lieutenant Fitch of the 10th Royal Grenadiers, while only 2 privates fell in the whole day's fighting, one being P.T.E. T. Murrow of the 10th Royal Grenadiers. Captain Mason's wound was much more serious than was at first supposed. An inch further and it would have ended his career. 2 slugs went in and came out again, this could have been an illegal Canadian bullet. Manley was shot in the sole of the foot and had a narrow shave. Major Dawson's wound was on the outer side of the leg, near the ankle. Captain Brown of the Scouts was killed, too, being shot through the heart, and Lieutenant A. W. Kipping of the Intelligence Corps, and Private James Fraser of the 90th. Major Dawson was hit in the ankle, and a nasty hurt it was, too. Captain Caston got a shot through his cap, and another through his tunic, but he didn't seem to mind, and seemed satisfied as long as his shirt was safe and sound. This speaks of itself, and shows also the steadiness and accuracy of the aim of the enemy. A most promising young officer, Lieutenant William Fitch of the Toronto-based 10th Royal Grenadiers, was shot straight through the heart and died instantly, making no sound as he fell. Dr. Ryerson was in rear of the line, a few feet behind Fitch, who fell almost into his arms. Fitch met his death in harness like a soldier and a man, if that's any consolation, and he sleeps up in Mount Pleasant Cemetery now, sure enough, poor boy. Happily, owing to the impetuosity of the advance, forcing the rapid retreat of the enemy, the killed were confined to these few, who, in their country's cause, nobly met a soldier's death. Irving had the skin taken off the end of his nose. Private Nwer was wounded on the head, Private Cook was wounded on the arm, Private Eager was wounded on the jaw, Private Hughes was ruptured in action, Private Marshall was wounded on the ankle, Private H. Milsom was wounded in the chest, Private Quigley was wounded on the right arm, and Bugler Gaon was wounded on the hand. Dr. Ryerson mentions the gallantry and ability of Colour Sergeant Curzon thus: there was one case of heroism which deserves mention. One of the grenadiers was seriously wounded at Batoché and would have bled to death had he been left any length of time. Colour Sergeant Curzon had attended Ryerson's ambulance class last winter and learned how to stop bleeding. His knowledge enabled him to save the life of a man who was shot in the main artery of the arm and was fast bleeding to death. He did it under a shower of rebel bullets and carried the wounded troop of the Midland Regiment to a place of safety, marching coolly away to the music provided by the guns of the enemy. The sergeant major's shoulder strap was shot away. Attached to the 3 columns were numbers of young men who had volunteered for hospital work in any capacity, either as dressers, bearers, or ambulance men. For the most part these were students at the various medical schools in Toronto, who were anxious for work and experience. They performed their duty admirably, working hand in hand with the regular troops, and earning great praise for themselves. The Surgeon General, in his report after Batoché to the Minister of Militia, thus speaks highly of them. Many of these young troops did noble work, regardless of danger. Where the bullets flew thickest, with a heroism that has never been exceeded, they were to be found, removing the wounded and the dying to places of shelter and safety in the rear. Some cases of individual heroism were reported, which called for more than a passing remark, and among the non-combatant lads and the staff to which they belonged, were found some of the greatest heroes of the war. The deaths of Captain John French of French's Scouts and Daniel Donald Ross, exhumed martyr. On the left, the Midland and Grenadiers pushed nobly on, reaching Batoche's house on the river bank amid terrific fire from rebels from ravine beyond, and on the opposite bank. Everything was done to prevent the Indians from getting around them and attacking in the rear. Suddenly, when rounding a bend at the foot of a rise, the village of Batoché came into view. It stood well out in a large clearing. Several neat-looking houses and stores could be seen. But to take that village, they all quite understood that the hottest fighting of all could take place. There were at least 200 yards of open ground for them to cross, that afforded no protection, while the enemy had the protection of their houses and stores on our immediate front with dense bush on their two flanks. There was a short pause made at the edge of the bush. Every man held to his last bit of cover before emerging into the open on the final charge to take the village. With some of his men, Captain John French of French's scouts had advanced along with the Grenadiers and Midlanders, and after taking possession of the first houses in the village, made a gallant rush for Batoché, which was about 100 yards nearer the bank of the river and standing by itself. Those on the extreme left of the line stormed the first houses, drove the enemy out, and took possession. By this move the Canadians protected their left flank along the whole line. They poured a heavy fire into the enemy across the street and in the bush to their left. Every window inside and every corner of that house outside was filled by Dominion men. With characteristic gallantry, Captain French entered the house with others, rushed upstairs, and went at once to a window to open fire on the enemy below. The latter, observing the movement from the shelter of the bank, only a short distance off and waiting their opportunity, concentrated their fire on the windows. French was shot dead from a ravine as he and W.F. Stewart stood firing out of the same window of Batoché's house. An old French half-breed, named Donald Daniel Ross, was standing at the corner of a house nearly opposite Batoché's house, and fired the fatal shot, then made a run for cover, but paid the penalty for shooting French just before reaching it. Captain French was a gallant, kind-hearted Irishman, and a friend of everyone. This officer's loss was keenly felt and mourned by the whole force. He had been with the force from the commencement and he was always ready for the front, and his cheerfulness and good humor were proverbial and had a cheering effect on the whole camp. Just at the moment of victory, death met him in triumph, his last words being, "Remember, boys, who led you here." French's body was carried down the narrow stairs and reverently laid out on the floor in a small back room for the time being. Other men were shot down in this hell-hole: Laidlaw, Wrighton, Christie, Barton of the Midland and one of the Grenadiers. The house was heavily bombarded from the houses across the street until the whole line with a rush advanced across the open and a ploughed field right through and around the stores and houses and for a half-mile and in some cases fully a mile beyond. The village was theirs. Middleton was called to Batoché's house shortly after French's death. The next house was where the prisoners were locked up. French was lying on the floor, a magnificent figure of a man. Firing was still going on from across the river and balls were striking the house. A company of grenadiers was sent along the river to our left up to the house of the rebel, Champagne, and a company of the 90th was sent well forward on the right as a few desultory shots were fired from a ravine there. French's men revenged the death of Captain French, his men bayoneting the rebel Ross as he lay fatally wounded on the field of battle. Furthermore, his remains were despoiled by thieving Canadian souvenir hunters, an obvious war crime. His wife, Catherine, née Delorme, Ross, was among the heroines of Batoche, attending him as he suffered his last moments alive in the midst of battle, and bear witness to him being bayoneted whilst laying defenceless upon the ground where he had been shot down. The death of Marcel Grattan. This diary account was first published in the Weyburn Review in April 1966, with permission of Bob Hamilton, great-grandson of Walter F. Stewart, one of General Middleton's soldiers at Batoche. Marcel Grattan, a little French half-breed Sioux girl, aged 10, from Saskatoon, ran across the line of fire and was shot dead on the doorstep of one of the stores. She wanted to be with her mother. Dominion men gathered round the little dead creature as she lay in her frantic mother's arms, who, kneeling on the step, rocked her as she had when a baby, trying to get her to speak. She couldn't believe that her child was dead. The Gatling's only victim during the charge. Suddenly a figure was seen to break away from among the group of prisoners, then under guard, farther up the street. Bareheaded and in shirt sleeves he bounded like a panther through the crowd, pushing Canadian soldiers right and left until he came to the mother and the little dead girl. He stood for a moment looking down at them, his long black hair half covering his face. Then dropping to his knees he stroked his little daughter's hair gently, reverently. "Our poor little Marcille, est mort." He passed his other arm about his wife's shoulder and the tears welling in his eyes dropped on the little girl's dead hand. The group of soldiers looking on was deeply touched by the scene that was being enacted at their feet. "I'd sooner let them keep Batoche than to have hurt one hair of that poor little girl," one soldier was heard to say. Then one officer was heard to exclaim, "General Middleton, only yesterday, sent orders to Riel, to have all their women and children put in one place under a white flag and every man would respect it." The reply that Riel returned was such that if one woman or child was even hurt by our fire, he would have all the white prisoners in his possession shot. By now the troops had all these prisoners safe in their camp. No one knew what to do or say. The father slowly rose to his feet, assisting his Indian wife to hers. He took his little Marcille in his arms and they slowly made their way, towards the setting sun and the ravine, where a few hours ago the troops were fighting their way toward the finish of the campaign. Such is life. Such is death. Batoche's house was taken at 3 o'clock. Calishte and Alzire Tourand were killed about the same time. Ambroise Joe Benfils had his upper thigh pierced by a bullet. Jean Caron Pere helped him get under cover of a cluster of uprooted willows, saying, "You're safe here as you can speak English. They won't finish you off." The Canadians took him to the hospital in Saskatoon, where he had his leg amputated. He died shortly thereafter and was taken to be buried at Batoche. Batoche was taken at 4 p.m., with tremendous fire and élan. At the word charge, the Dominion troops had dashed down on Batoche, capturing the houses. The troops had made a rapid advance down into Batoche, capturing rifle pits and the ravine, and driving the rebels before them. They went through every house and store, the enemy having retreated to the bed of the river, protected by a bank of some 20 feet, from which they poured a hot fire upon the victorious troops. The fighting was desperate, many brave fellows biting dust. The men, little heeding the fire they had become so accustomed to after 3 days fighting, went from house to take possession, the first one visited being that in which the prisoners were confined in a cellar. So quickly was the affair over, that Riel's men had no time to carry out their prisoners with them, and they were all found uninjured. In the small house next to Batoche's new store, a trapdoor leading into the cellar was discovered. A large box full of stores placed on the closed trapdoor, and a heavy pole 5 or 6 inches in thickness stood wedged between it and the rafters above. It was surrounded at the base with a pile of rocks and large box full of stores placed upon it. This was the prison. Prisoners were found confined in the cellar. Men of the 90th, on entering the house, heard sounds of knocking below, removed the box, and standing round ready to shoot, saw a white-faced man raise hands. They helped him out, and 6 others, all who embraced their rescuers with tears in their eyes. Inside were prisoners previously collected on the prairies by Riel soldiers, consisting of surveyors, storekeepers, and settlers, and for more than 18 days had been confined in this 10x12 hole without light or ventilation and very little food. 7 in number, named McDonnell, Thompson brothers, H. Ross, Astley, McKean, Jackson brothers, and Albert Monkman, one-time exubdate counselor. They were a sickly-looking lot when the Canadians released them, but they were glad to be alive. As soon as they had their liberty they were stamping about to beat the band. "God bless yez, boys. God bless yez," they said. "We were going to be shot tonight." They were quickly assisted back to the Zaribo for a square meal. Staff Sgt. Mitchell, of Grenadiers, alone silenced rebel rifle pits across river, making splendid long-range shots. Rebels now gave way altogether, and fled along the trail northwards, leaving families, numbering several hundred women and children, on a low, bushy, flat on river bank with only a white flag to protect them. They were immediately taken under protection by the Canadians, and were treated considerately. Northcote and another steamer were coming down the river with Sea School of Infantry and some police to cut off retreat of rebels. On the troops went the rebels scattering in all directions. The Métis were defeated. The two leaders reacted differently to this defeat. Both were hidden in the woods and ravines around Batoché. Riel, after ensuring the safety of his family, withdrew into the woods to pray, making no attempt to flee. One souvenir hunting redcoat discovered a shrine in a poplar grove, where Riel had conducted prayer meetings. It consisted of a cheap lithograph of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, mounted on cardboard, draped with a scrap of white muslin and nailed to a tree. The Canadian considered taking the sad little icon home, but then thought better of it and left it there. This may have been the last place that Dumont saw Riel, who was on his knees praying amidst women and children. Patrice Tourand was with him then. Bolton's men picked up 40 or 50 pairs of blankets in the trenches, besides camping utensils and food, showing that the pits had been occupied for some time, and that men had slept in them. Despite the clergy's, including Pierre Andry's, indignant protests, Canadian forces and the volunteers looted and burned, pillaged, and plundered, after the battle, and every man had his shaganappi in fur. Horses, too, were stolen, and, thus begun the era of systematic marginalization of Mi'kmaq and First Nation people in Saskatchewan. A camp on the bank of the river was deserted excepting by women and children. The troops pushed on about a mile past the village and halted. The half-breeds and the Indians put for the river like the very mischief and left the general in possession, and that ended the charge on Batoché, that is if ye call it a charge, but to tell the truth, it was nothing more nor less than a fight and a foot race, 400 men in skirmishing order with their bayonets fixed, running, cheering, yelling, and shooting, all struggling for first place at the finish, and if ye call that a charge then it was a charge and a good one at that. A lot of the poor devils got cold steel for supper during the charge. Hogan's bayonet got jammed in an Indian's breast and Hogan couldn't get it out, sure. So what does he do but unfix it, leaving the bayonet sticking in the good Indian. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon the general called upon Bolton for a courier to carry his dispatches, which honor was entrusted to Mr. Van Connet, who galloped off to convey the good news to the people of Canada, who for 4 days had been torn with anxiety as to the result of the engagement. Van Connet returned during the night with messages of congratulation from the Minister of Militia. A congratulatory telegram was received from Lord Wolseley on the following night, all of which were put in orders. About 6 o'clock in the evening the whistle of a steamboat was heard and shortly afterwards the Northcote steamed up to the ferry with all on board safe, including a small detachment of mounted police, under Mr. Whitefraise. Blankets and food were sent up from camp, part of the men bivouacked in the village, pickets were posted, and the men rested content with a good day's work. Note: it was impossible to steam back against the current, towing the barges. It was decided to drop down to Hudson Bay Ferry, leave the barges there, take in firewood, and return to Batoché, but they ran aground at the Hudson Bay Ferry, where they found the steamer Marquis with a party of police. Both steamers started with the reinforcement, but the Marquis machinery broke down, and the Northcote took her in tow. They did not reach Batoché till late on the 12th. No doubt the approach of steamers had a dissolving effect on the rebel forces, and prevented Riel's escape across the river. When the troops entered Batoché, the Métis had at first fallen back half a mile. Dumont stayed on the high ground, with 6 brave fellows, and held up the advance of the enemy for an hour. What kept him at his post, he admitted, was the courage of old José Ouellette. The Métis fired at the oncoming Canadians with the last of their bullets, and then resorted to reloading with nails, pebbles and metal buttons. Most waited until the last minute to abandon their positions. When Dumont ordered a 93-year-old Métis named Joseph Ouellette to withdraw, the white-haired frontiersman replied, "Wait, I want to kill another Englishman." Several times Dumont said to Ouellette, "Father, we must retreat." But old Ouellette answered, "Wait a minute. I want to kill another Englishman." Dumont finally conceded, and said, "All right, Let us die here. When old Oulette was hit, Gabriel thanked him for his courage, but could not stay there any longer and withdrew towards comrades. Moments later, the Canadian troops overran the trenches and fought their way into Batoché. Oulette was bayoneted, and so died on the battlefield. For 3 days the Métis defenders had battled innumerable odds and superior weaponry. At this time, only 50 to 60 Métis of the original force of 350 to 400 remained, and they had only 40 rifles, the rest were armed with double-barrel shotguns. With ammunition running out, the defenders had resorted to using nails and other metal fragments in place of bullets. Badly outnumbered, the Métis were driven from their trenches. Ambroise Jobin was wounded and one of his buddies helped him. They crawled about 30 or 40 yards, into some willows. His buddy said to him, "Stay here, they won't kill you because you speak English." The rebels scattered in all directions. The puffs of smoke from the bush and whiz of bullets overhead showed that the natives had retired, not retreated, and were bound on contesting every bluff. But it was now evident that the day was the Dominion's, and that the winding up had only to take place. Although the enemy still kept up a stubborn fire, 12 half-breeds were seen dead already. The wounded half-breed, Ambroise Jobin, a member of Riel's council, was brought in now. In about an hour after taking Batoché, between 200 and 300 prisoners were taken by Dominion troops. They were all half-breeds, the Indians having taken to the woods. One by one, women and men began to turn themselves into General Middleton's forces. Under the shelter of the bank of the river, concealed by a bluff, were found numbers of women and children huddled together, frightened and anxious. Their household property lay in a confused mass in the middle of the village. The captives were kindly treated by the general, as well as by the officers and men, who sincerely pitied them in their unfortunate position, and who did all they could to relieve their anxiety, as well as to assist them in collecting their effects. In the process their weapons, from the repeating rifle to the single-barrel shotgun, were confiscated despite protests that it would leave them without a means to hunt for food. Batoché was lost, families were scattered and people lived in fear for themselves or their relatives who might be wounded and prosecuted, as had occurred 15 years earlier when the Red River resistance came to its conclusion. Suddenly Batoché, the last great vestige of Métis dominion and the old way of life on the western plains, caved into military control. The human misery and suffering created by the conflicts along the valley of the South Saskatchewan was staggering. Métis families lost track of their children. Many women, left behind when their men went to support Riel and Dumont, were without food, shelter, or adequate clothing. They dared not return to their homes as those were being ransacked by soldiers, who, they thought, might rape and murder them as well as imprison their menfolk. Batoché was abandoned. The war was over. But the Métis men and their families were at large and Louis Riel was at large. Riel decamped so suddenly before the rapid and determined onslaught of the troops at Batoché that he left behind him all his papers and documents, with the official record of his provisional government, containing all the evidence necessary to enable the Ottawa authorities to prosecute those implicated with him in the rebellion. After being dislodged from the town, some Métis continued to snipe from trees along the river, but by 7 that evening it was over, as women and children emerged from the cellars and riverbank caves and the last of their men were rounded up. The 90th were extended on the right, and the scouts dismounted beyond them again on the extreme right. Ashley again appeared, running the gauntlet of fire from both sides, to bring another letter from Riel, who, he said, was in a blue funk. Riel and Edouard Dumont started off and were followed by a group of men and women. Maïs Oulette caught up with them at La Fontaine's. "Where are you going with the women?" Oulette asked. "They will freeze tonight, you would be better off to send them to the houses." Maïs didn't know then that the houses had already been burnt. The men did not answer him, so he left the party and went to join his family who were still at home. In the evening, Maurice Lapine and David Turand arrived. The latter said that he wanted to run away and asked Mrs. Oulette for a few provisions. 6. The defeat of the South Branch Miacutetus. Batoche taken. The day was won after 4 days and 3 nights of constant engagements with the enemy. The rebels from the first held a well-prepared and almost impregnable position, stretching for miles in all directions and all in bush and ravines. Dugouts were everywhere. The men were as steady as rocks. The teamsters now brought down the picks and shovels for the troops to throw up entrenchments for their protection, for they were to hold the position during the night. This, however, proved quite unnecessary, as the enemy were thoroughly beaten and threw up their cause without another shot being fired. The delight of the troops over their day's work was unbounded, and congratulations and compliments passed round and great enthusiasm prevailed. After the men had captured every position and driven the enemy completely off, they took up their quarters in the village for the night, during which time the looting complained of took place. Following the battle, 3 Canadian Orangemen from Millbrook, Ontario, McCrory, Stainthorpe, and Natras, stole the legendary Bell of Batoche from the church. It was an unadorned, 20-pound silver-plated church bell that stands just 30 centimeters high, and weighs 36 kilograms, bearing the inscription, Vital Justin Grandin, Évêque de St. Albert. The bell had been christened Marie Antoinette by then Bishop Grandin, and her godparents were named as Emmanuel Beaugrand dit Champagne and Marie, née Letender dit Batoche, Champagne. The bell was taken back to Ontario as a prize. The fate of the bell has become an issue of long-standing controversy, involving several Métis organizations and the provincial governments of Ontario, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. At this point, with the conclusion of battle, the Métis elders, women, and children, came out of their hiding places. They had dug caves along the riverbank, using trees, brush, and earth for covering. They'd hid in these caves, which varied from 10, 3.045 meters, to 20, 6.1 meters, feet in length, to 5, 1.524 meters, to 6, 1.8, meters in width, to 4, 1.22 meters, to 5 feet in depth, for the entire battle. When the battle was over, some women remained in hiding, fearing for their safety, starving and living in conditions so bad, that 9 women later succumbed to illness, among them Marguerite, née Monet dit Belhumeur, Riel. As in past battles, to the victor go the spoils. Batoche was no exception. With the disappearance or imprisonment of the Métis men, their cabins, farmlands, and possessions were ripe for the taking. Found in one of the Métis tents were a basket of eggs and a jar of molasses. These were taken by troopers to the hospital tent for the wounded men. When the Métis women arrived back to their homes, they found them pillaged. Some were even burned to the ground. Madame Amélie, née Poitras, Fisher, wife of Georges Fisher, had $230 taken from her handbag. Madame, née Letender, Champagne saw her family lose its horses, wheat, and flour. Mary Fiddler said that when her grandmother returned to her house it had been burned down. All she had left was some flour that they had hid in the basement of an old house. Neither Middleton nor the clergy were above reproach, as they too participated in the looting. The impact and influence of the clergy in the community quickly vanished. When it came time to give up, they too collected Métis weapons as if they themselves were the military. Priests wrote in their journals and letters that the soldiers acted in a very rough manner. Women had their belongings stolen from them, rings taken from the fingers, money taken from their satchels. Soldiers ran amok among the homes. What the soldiers couldn't carry was destroyed and the women's homes burnt. Middleton's men took cattle and horses. The half-breeds had any number of ponies, and the soldiers were soon seen galloping about on their backs, and every one of them which wished for a shaganapie for his own use and amusement had one. They, however, proved too great an encumbrance to them to care for on the line of march, and so were left behind. Note. Shaganapie, motif. Of Cree Pishaganabii, from Pishagan what is flayed, hide plus abi cord, a thread, cord, or thong of rawhide. The word here, though, was said by the blackguard Bolton to be used as a slang reference of the British Army in India, meaning captured ponies. but I tend to believe that the term was more likely used in reference to captured French-speaking and First Nations women and girls which were abused, humiliated, and gang-raped by the conquering army, oftentimes in the very presence of their helpless families, especially during the looting and burning of Batoche. Before dusk General Middleton took a survey of the position, visiting and inspecting the entrenchments, and as he rode round with his ADC, Lieutenant Frere, he was received with enthusiastic cheers from the men, in their admiration of his coolness and gallantry, and in acknowledgement of the successful manner in which he had led them to victory. General Middleton made a speech, and then the troops all turned in, tired out. Middleton commented, "The conduct of Light Col Monty I. Zambert, commanding artillery, Light Col Williams, commanding Midland Regiment, Light Col Grasset, commanding Grenadiers, and Major McKean, commanding 90th Winnipeg Rifles, was everything I could wish. Light Col Williams and Light Col Grasset came prominently to my notice from the gallant way in which they led and cheered their men on the left, rush by rush, until they gained the houses on the plain, the former having commenced the rush. The field officers of the different infantry regiments, Major Smith and Hughes, Midland, Major Dawson, Grenadiers, Major Boswell and Acting Major and Adjutant Buchan, 90th, are equally to be commended for their behavior on this and other days." At dusk, Middleton had another zareba built, positioned northeast of Xavier Lettender dit Batoche's house. The general ordered the men back at the corral to remain on guard. During the day it had been under the command of Colonel Houghton, with Major Boswell and one company of the 90th, and half of a battery. Bolton, to guard the corral, while Batoche was being taken, was an unpleasant but necessary task that fell upon this portion of the expeditionary force. About 9 o'clock that evening the troops which had taken part in the charge were, by the general's orders, formed up in the square inside the corral, and were addressed by him. He paid them a high compliment for their gallantry, and said he was the proudest man in Canada, to be at their head. He was answered by hearty cheers from the men. The capitulation of Batoche ended the half-breed rebellion, and enabled the general now to turn his attention to quiet the excited Indians, who were threatening trouble all over the country, while the fate of the battle was still undecided. By evening all firing had ceased and the troops constructed earthworks around houses and stores and bivouacked for the night, sleeping on the ground in the open under the canopy of heaven, and all were good and tired, and every one of them slept well. No disturbance occurred. The women and children of the rebels were encamped outside of their encampment. There were left efficient only 7 combatant officers in the regiment. A special fatality seemed to attach to No. 3 Company, every officer belonging or attached to it being killed or wounded. This goes to show how fully the officers shared with their men the hardships and dangers of the campaign. All the Métis people, women and children, as well as the men, were homeless in the brush, and the weather was bitter cold. For several days, they changed places constantly, hiding in the brush behind trees or in damp holes scraped out of the riverbank, so as to avoid being discovered and fired upon by the bloodthirsty enemy. After the Métis were defeated at Batoche, the women had to provide for their families during this grim period. As soon as the battle concluded, women, children, and elders, fearing for their lives, were forced to flee in a hurry. In doing so, they abandoned almost all their personal possessions. They left camp on foot to the Minitinas Hills, south of Batoche. Food was so scarce that they ate whatever was on hand, such as dog meat, plant roots and galettes, bannock, which they had stuffed in their pockets. 3 days after the surrender, they made the 29-kilometer walk back to Batoche. Prior to the Battle of Batoche, families had left their house after the Sunday Mass, which preceded the battle. The priests told them to leave the holy pictures on the walls to protect their homes. Alas! Marguerite Caron is reported to have later said, "When I went home, I found nothing but a basement with only scraps of iron and stoves broken to pieces lying in it." During the battle the priests had attempted to talk the Métis out of fighting for what they believed in were their rights. The priests also tried to blackmail the people by refusing to administer the sacraments, Holy Communion, to those taking up arms and following Riel and denouncing Riel as a heretic. When the Métis would not do what the clergy wanted, the clergy acted as informants and passed on vital information gathered by the English half-breeds to the military, in particular, French Métis Charles Nolan, called Vendus, betrayed the cause. In the final moments of the battle at Batoché, Riel retreated into the surrounding forest to pray. He had secured the safety of his own family, and after choosing not to flee, accepted calls for his surrender. As he gave himself up to Canadian troops, Riel maintained his actions were in fulfillment to his duty to God, his council, and his people. Louis Riel's wife Marguerite, née Bellehumer dit Monet, Riel, who was pregnant at the time, walked down the riverbank with her 2 children and other women. The young family had hid in the bluffs. During the cold and damp weather, she covered her children under a light canvas. Louis Riel visited them 3 times before he surrendered. Gabriel Dumont stole into the village after clothes for his wife and found a policeman at the door of the house he wished to enter, so he picked him off. Another policeman came to look at the body, and Dumont picked him off, as well, and then went in and got the clothing and moccasins he wanted for his wife in the woods. Later, Gabriel Dumont ran into Louis Riel. He was still intent on resistance, asking Dumont, "Are we overthrown?" As if he did not believe it possible, for God was supposed to be on his side, the side of the righteous defenders of family and faith and freedom. Dumont remarked to Riel with cold calculation, "You should have known when we took up arms that we might go down. I, myself, am still at war. All day I have fought a one-man war with the Canadians searching the brush for prisoners, and I propose to continue." Dumont had fought like a tiger all day on Monday. He had not slept for a week, working night and day. Dumont had arranged for Mistahimasque, Big Bear, to strike in the rear a week ago, but some of the messengers deserted and the scheme was miscarried. 2 of the prisoners say Dumont was wounded once on Saturday and twice, slightly, on Monday. Dumont offered young Madame Riel a share of his looted clothing, but Riel would accept no special favors for his family. The good Lord did not want Dumont to see poor Riel again. Gabriel wanted to tell him not to give himself up, but he might very easily have converted him to his point of view. Dumont later described his experiences in the bushes. "I went back to find my wife, and then I began looking about for scattered families whose tracks I followed. Not far from there, I found a group of women and children as well as a few men. My brother Eli had cut some hay to cover them. It was distressing to see these poor creatures laying in the hay like animals. Seeing the bare feet of the children, I made them a kind of shoe out of rawhide. The women were very courageous." He led my wife to another patch of woods, and set out to capture some horses. On the way, his attention was attracted by a white object which he twice called upon to answer, and it was when he threatened to shoot that he heard a voice say, "It is us." He approached and recognized Madame Vandal, whose daughter she had carried this far on her back, because she was paralyzed, but the poor child was exhausted, and they had stopped there. Dumont went a little further, and I saw a Sioux horse and a Canadian stallion. He put his wife on the mare, and led it to a clump of trees where they camped. The next day, he went back to the river. He saw the houses at Batoché with white flags flying from their roofs. He saw that everyone was surrendering. There were a couple of 100 horsemen looking for him, but he was behind them. He hid himself in the woods during the night and watched them on the hills during the day. Aftermath. Furthermore, among the killed and wounded of the Northwest Field Force at Batoché, they had 21 wounded during the 3 days' work besides 2 who hurt themselves badly by falling into enemy rifle pits during the charge. They had now lost the services of 41 men by sickness, wounds, and death. They had started with 271 of all ranks and now had 230 left, fit for duty. Killed and wounded. On the 9th, Gunner William Phillips of A Battery suffered a gunshot wound. Private Stead was wounded on the arm and Captain Mason was wounded on the side. Killed and wounded. On the 10th, Private R.R. Hardesty of the 90th suffered a gunshot wound. Private Cantwell was wounded on the hand and thigh, Private A. Martin was wounded on the shoulder, and Private Scoble was wounded on the arm. Killed and wounded, on the 11th, Private Brisbane was wounded on the forehead, Corporal Foley was wounded in the side, Captain Molly was wounded on the foot, and Major Dawson was wounded on the leg. Killed and wounded, on the 12th, of the 90th, Private Alex Young received a slight flesh wound in the thigh, Corporal J. G. Giles, was slight wounded in the hand, Sergeant Jakes was wounded in the hand slight, as was Sergeant Major Watson, all were doing well. Private Fraser of the 90th was killed. Of the Grenadiers, Lieutenant Laidlaw was wounded slightly. And Major Dawson was slightly wounded in the ankle. Private R. Cook was wounded in the arm, Private James Marshall was wounded in calf, Private G. W. Quigley received a flesh wound in arm, Private H. Wilson was slightly wounded across his back, and Bugler M. Gohan was wounded shot in the finger. And Captain Fitch was shot through heart and died instantly. Of the surveyors, W. M. Kippen of Perth, Ontario, was shot through the head killed instantly, the ball entering his mouth. Of the Midland Battalion, Private Barton was wounded in the thigh and groin. Corporal Helluel was slightly wounded in the face and arm, and his brother, Lieutenant Helluel, was wounded in shoulder. The June 5 New Haven Palladium quotes Howard, "We lost in the fight 8 killed and 75 wounded, and the Indians had 72 killed and 110 wounded that we know certainly, and about 30 were marked with my Gatling balls, ranging from 3 to 20 each man." The balance sheet of these 4 days of desperate fighting was for the Métis, 3 wounded and 12 dead, as well as 2 children killed, the only victims during the campaign of the infamous Gatling gun. Jose, Ph. Ouellette was a very old hero of 93, he died being speared by the bayonets of the young Canadian mercenaries, Jose Vandal, who had both arms broken first and was also finished off with a bayonet. He was 75 years old. Champagne reported that part of the Canadian troops had descended by Charles Thomas's place, whilst another group came straight down on Batoche's store. There, the 2 Tourans, Calishte and Elzir, Damasse Carrier and André Lettender were killed. The Canadians had come upon the Tourans and the others by stealing through the woods and coming upon them unexpectedly. The latter were 10 yards away when shot, and it was like shooting a rabbit in its legs. Damasse Carrier, who was mistaken for Riel, first had his leg was broken and then he, too, was dragged with a rope around his neck, around the field, while tied to the tail of a horse, which is another obvious war crime. Donald Daniel Ross, too, had been shot first and, laying defenseless, was cruelly bayoneted thereafter, with his poor wife helpless by his side. Trottier, who had also been with them, was only wounded, and his body was found later at Caron's homestead. The women had been looking for bodies the next day after the fighting, following the marks where he'd been dragged into the brush on the side of the prairie brush. They came to Damasse Carrier and found him with his fingers clenched at the rope around his neck. Les femmes en cherchent les cadavres. En arrivant à Damasse Carrier, elles trouvent un facile au cou, voyant la trace au train du buisson, au bord de la prairie. Barkwell. A Catholic priest reported the following loss of the rebels in the 4 days of fighting: first day, 4 killed and 5 wounded, second day, 2 wounded, third day, 3 wounded, fourth day, 47 killed, 133 wounded. Total, 51 killed, and 173 wounded. Another death toll, 53 whites killed, 118 wounded, and, about 35 Miakutetis and natives killed, discounting women and children and other non-combatants. There is no accurate count, but it is generally believed that the Exuvites which had died in the defense of Batoche, from May 9th to 12th were, Isidore Boyer, Damasse Carrier, Charles Ducharme, Ambroise Dumont, André Lettender dit Batoche, Jose, Ph. Ouellette, Donald Daniel Ross, John Swain, Calishte and Elzir Turand, Joseph and Michel Trottier, and Jose, Ph. Vandal dit La Pioche. Ambroise Jo Ben Fils died on Saturday, May 23, 1885, in a Saskatoon hospital as a result of wounds received during the Battle of Batoché. As well, J. A. Patupa, or Chapaitulata, a Dakota Sioux from Wapahaska's group, possibly his son or an adopted son, died heroically, having come out of his hole to meet the initial charge and was bayoneted by two of the cowardly Canadian mercenary killers rampaging down upon the defenseless natives in a crazed frenzy of bloodlust. A complete list of Métis and First Nations killed during the 1885 resistance has never been compiled. This list is based on the names taken from the actual monument at the Batoche National Historical Park. It was the end of a traditional way of life for the Miakutetis in the Northwest. We are defeated. We shall perish. But you must have known when we took up arms that we would be beaten. So they will destroy us. Gabriel Dumont. Last words to Louis David Riel Fils. Wednesday, May 13, 1885. The troops were up with the rising sun. It was preparation day, to make ready to be on the move again. The next move being to relieve Prince Albert, 120 miles northwest. The little garrison there had been besieged for the last month, and riders had informed that the population of 350 men, women, and children stood in great danger of being massacred by Indians, with only 50 mounted police protected them. By 10 a.m. they were on the march and reached Guardapus Landing by noon, crossed on ferry to west side of the South Saskatchewan River and camped. In the morning, early, rebels commenced coming in and surrendering their weapons, saying they were compelled to fight against Will. Numbers were arriving, returning with white flags. Those that were least compromised were let go. By Middleton, the others were taken prisoner. A number of prisoners were considered most important, them being Aeneas Poitras, Captain William Fiddler, Alexis Gervais, François and Patrice Turand, Maxime Dubois, Albert Monkman and the Jackson brothers. They would be held for trial, the majority having been Riel's counselors. Every man of the Canadians was allowed to do as he liked in the afternoon. Some wandered around, looking over the dead Indians and half-breeds, and Dominion wounded. A great many rebels surrendered themselves under a white flag of truce. Several wounded half-breeds were brought into camp, amongst them being Ambroise Jo Ben, likely to die, shot in thigh. Actual rebel losses were unknown, but 42 bodies had been found on field already, 15 of which were Indians, and over 20 known to be wounded. The day after the battle the general had his wounded, numbering in all 35 men, placed on board the steamboat to be taken to Saskatoon, and made preparations for a forward march. The wounded included A. Battery, W. M. Fairbanks, thigh, M. Cowley, thigh, Carpenter, right knee and left leg, F. Hoax, run over by gun carriage. Grenadiers: Major Dawson, leg, Captain Manley, foot, Captain Mason, hip, Private Brisbane, forward slight, easier, jaw, H. Milson, chest, A. Martin, shoulder, Marshall, in ankle, Bourbon, in the head, Cantwell, hand and thigh, Quigley, right arm, Cook, arm, Skeed, arm, Scoble, arm, Bugler Goggin, hand, Corp Foley, side. 90th Battalion, Corp. W. M. Kelp, right eye, Ralph Barton, left hand, Mac Erickson, left arm, Alan L. Young, left thigh, Sergeant Jackas, hand, Sergeant Major John Watson, hands, Corp. J. A. S. Gilios, leg, Private F. Alexander Watson, neck and chest. Midland Battalion. Captain Helluel, shoulder, Sergeant A. E. Christie, right arm, Lieutenant G. E. Laidlaw, right calf, Private W. M. Barton, left hip, Corp. E. A. E. Helluel, face, color SGT W. M. Thomas right, on left arm, Private M. Daly, left hand. Bolton's Scouts. W. M. Hope, hay, forearm. French's Scouts. G. R. Allen, right shoulder, R. Cook, left thigh. Surveyors. Captain W. M. Gardner, in shoulder, A.O. Wheeler, shoulder. All were doing well. Father Moulin was also well as could be expected, some wounded rebels we also being taken down as live near there. Captain Sheets said the steamer had terrible trip through rebel fire. Casualties on steamer were, Dr. Pringle, of McGilm, shoulder, Vinan, of Stonewall, thigh, John MacDonald one of crew in heel. Bolton, who had to perform the painful duty of burying poor Captain Brown, selected a quiet spot, halfway down the bank of the river, in front of the corral, on the top of a slight rise overlooking the valley and surrounded by trees. A prettier spot could hardly be chosen for a soldier's last resting place, and within view of the scene of the battle where he fell. His comrades followed his remains to the spot selected, where a grave was dug and the coffin lowered into it amid the most sincere grief of all. The Reverend Mr. Gordon performed the burial service, and as they marched out of camp the band of the 90th played the Dead March. Bolton spoke. I requested the priest at Batoché to watch his grave, which he promised to care for, and we left our dead comrade to rest in peace. Bolton, I would here remark upon the rapidity with which the wounded recovered, and the small percentage that died from their wounds. Out of 89 wounded men, only 4 died, viz., Lieutenant Swinford, of the 90th, Darcy Baker, of, Private Watson, of C Company, and Corporal Code, of the 90th. The fact is a tribute to the healthiness of the country, for the air is so pure that the healing process was most rapid. Captain Gardner had been sent to the hospital at Saskatoon with 2 wounds, and Captain Brown had been the day before killed. Captain Campbell, a son of an old Hudson's Bay officer living at Strathclair, was now appointed. He was installed amid the cheers of the men, reminding us forcibly of the truth of the old motto, Leroyest mort, vive Leroy. A camp of Indian and half-breed women and children were found under a cliff by the river, left by their owners. They were soon camping about the bivouac. Some of the ladies spoke in unparliamentarily terms of their leaders who had brought the trouble upon them and then abandoned them. After breakfast, Maïs Ouellet took his 12-shot rifle to went out to kill an animal, deer. In the bluffs, Ouellet met Francois Fiddler who was looking for his family. Ouellet wasn't thinking about surrendering then, but as he was walking along, he thought things over and said to himself, I do not want to either run away or hide, therefore, I should give myself up. That's obvious. Nevertheless I will go and speak to my wife and to my father-in-law, Gabriel Dumont's father Isidore Père, about this so as to know what they think, but whatever they say, I will surrender. Ouellet returned home and discussed surrendering with his wife. She urged him to run away. You have some dried meat and horses. Go. Isidore Dumont Père, Maïs Ouellet's father-in-law, was of the same opinion. Maïs changed his mind saying, No, I want to see this whole affair come to an end. Isidore Dumont then lent Ouellet a wagon, and his wife went with him to bring it back home, should he remain there. When Maïs Ouellet arrived, Peter Houry said to him, What a mess, and, you haven't seen everything. Ouellet replied, Where is Middleton? Houry answered, In the vicinity of the church. At the priest's house, Ouellet was told that Middleton was in his camp. Ouellet asked Father Vegreville to accompany him there, which he did. Ouellet left his wife at the church. When passing the church, they saw a procession of dead and wounded men being transported to the steamboat. Middleton was on his bed, in his little fort constructed out of earth. Father Vegreville spoke to Middleton, in English, Here's a man who wants to give himself up. Middleton answered, in French, What is your name? Ouellet replied, Ouellet. Middleton asked Ouellet, in French, Are you a counselor? Ouellet answered, in French, Oui, just a petty counselor. Middleton called in an officer. Then spoke to Ouellet again, in French, You are a prisoner, but I won't put you in irons. At that moment, Father Vegreville spoke to Middleton, in English, which Maïs Ouellet could not understand. Middleton began to ask Ouellet questions about his association with Riel, and asked him to take a letter to Riel. Could you take this letter to Riel? Ouellette answered, I've just told you that I couldn't find anybody. Come now. Middleton said, you will try to find him, and if you don't see him, try to find out where he is and come back tonight to tell me. I am not the man for that kind of work. Oh well. Middleton responded, never mind, if you see him, give him this letter and you don't have to come back to tell us where he is. Very well. Ouellette said, but first I wish to go and see the place where my father was killed. Ouellette returned to Batoche with Father Végreville, and found his father lying dead on his back without any shoes. He took a horse and a little cart and then loaded his father's body into it. Some English soldiers came and helped him. The body was then taken to the church where it was to be buried. Father Végreville advised him to go and get a pass from Middleton before going on. Maïs replied that he did not need one, then he went home. He started looking for Riel the next day. With little faith left in the community for the church, members of the clergy such as Fathers Formand and Végreville were finished. The parish at St. Louis was abandoned, and Formand hightailed it to Prince Albert. The following days the half-breeds kept coming in with white flags to surrender, they were crowded together and forced to sue for mercy, sometimes accompanied by their priests. General Middleton had made a list of the most prominent men, the 13 worst rebels, including Albert Monkman who, though one of Riel's prisoners, was a member of his council, and the general held him implicated. All whose names did not appear on the list were dismissed to their homes with a warning. If any charges were brought upon them later they would be liable to arrest. Parties were sent to scour the country for the leaders, Riel and Dumont. There were a couple of hundred horsemen looking for Dumont in front while he was behind them. He hid himself in the woods during the night, and watched them on the hill during the day. Thursday, May 14, 1885, new moon. On Thursday morning the general ordered the troops to strike camp, and set out at 7 a.m. for Prince Albert, intending to cross the river at Guardapouce Crossing, about 10 miles north of Batoche. Before leaving Batoche the general sent another letter to Riel, at the solicitation of Astley, telling him that if he would surrender he would give him protection until being handed over to the civil authorities. Emmanuel Beaugrand de Champagne, Pierre Parentopierre, Pierre Henri, and Bears Borba, a Sioux interpreter, surrendered themselves at Clark's Crossing and were taken on board the steamer Marquis en route to Prince Albert. A party was sent out after Riel and Dumont. The victory of May 12 was so complete that the half-breeds were completely demoralized, and the Indians throughout the length and breadth of the Northwest intimidated. Nevertheless the trouble was by no means over, and weeks of hardship were yet to be endured before the Dominion troops would return home. One of the men was badly hurt today when a horse trod on him. The Batoche wounded having been dispatched the previous day on the Northcote to Saskatoon, the force, augmented by 2 more companies of the Midland Battalion, marched to Guardapouce Crossing, a distance of some 14 miles. No. 1 Co of the Royal Grenadiers, commanded by Captain Caston, as usual, furnished the advance guard. The next day the ferrying of the force across the river would begin. In the meantime, the mounted troops scoured the country on the search for Riel and the other leading spirits of the rebellion. Several Indians gave themselves up on the road, they all had enough of war. They reported 84 killed in the fight. About 115 guns were taken from the rebels, and a great deal of ammunition. The guns, nearly 100 in number, some being fine Winchesters, a few Snyders, a Queen's Own rifle and a Springfield carbine, supposedly taken at Custer's last stand, and shotguns of every description, single and double-barreled, and old flintlocks, some being almost entirely useless, all destroyed. It seemed that as poorly as these men had been armed, they managed to pour on such a hot fire as they had. But the buffalo hunters knew how to use a gun, and they always made the best use of a weapon as they had. The force marched to Lapines. On their way it was heard that Riel and Dumont had fled to the Birch Hills, not many miles distant from this point. They passed through a portion of the half-breed settlement they had not yet visited. They found the people coming in great numbers, carrying white flags, to surrender themselves as peaceable citizens. One and all were treated kindly by the general and by the troops. Jean Caron and his family were at Azari Garnos in Bellevue, just east of Batoche. As an English column passed through, Mrs. Caron recognized one of her best mares, which had been left some distance away, now being ridden by a medical officer. She went straight up to the horse, unsaddled it and seized it. The English, dumbfounded, said and did nothing. Maïs Oulet, hunting for Rial, found Dumont, and Dumont swore at him, angrily, "You go to the devil. You say to Middleton that I am in the woods and that I have 90 cartridges to shoot his men." Oulet met Corbet Fagnan, who was looking for his family, and one of the Parisians who told him where to find Rial, who was with the women. He went there only to find Rial absent, him having gone to see his cousin Joseph Vandal. Oulet found Rial at Vandal's and gave him Middleton's letter. It read, "Mr. Rial, I am ready to receive you and your counsel and protect you until your case has been decided by the Canadian government." Oulet slept there that night, and the next day, May 15, he asked Rial for his answer. "It had been my intention to surrender previously," Rial says. "Give me your answer in writing." Rial told Maïs that he would reply to the letter. "All right, are there any pieces of bark around here? There is some space left on your letter." And he wrote his answer on Middleton's letter, "I will surrender, but my counselors have scattered. You must not look for them. I take all the responsibility." "You are not quite telling the truth," Oulet said to Rial, "as for me, I've already surrendered." "You do understand," Rial replied. "I mean to say that I take all the responsibilities." Then Rial gave the letter to Oulet, who gave it to a priest to give to Middleton, and returned home, where Peter Houry brought another letter from Middleton, which he was to take to Gabriel Dumont. By this time Rial has already turned himself in. What do you expect Gabriel to do with this letter? He can't read English and neither can I. Tell me at least what's in it so I can repeat it to Gabriel. Besides, I'm not a mail carrier. I don't know what's in it myself, says Peter Houry. It doesn't matter, I am giving it to you just as Middleton ordered me to do. Middleton's column arrived at Camp Guardapus in the rain, wet through and very uncomfortable. The country all round was of little light soil with a good deal of scrub. The first pine the troops saw since they left Ontario were on the other side of the river. On Thursday, May 14, 1885, at Eagle Hills, Battleford Indian bands captured a wagon train carrying supplies for Light Col Otter's column. 21 teamsters were taken prisoner. A party of 7 mounted police, patrolling about noon, near the entrance to Eagle Hills, were surprised by a large band of mounted Indians, and fired upon. Constable Elliot was instantly killed dropping out of the saddle, and Constable Spencer was wounded in the body, but succeeded in riding away. A courier came through the hills about the same time. He came up with a train of ox teams carrying provisions up Swift Current Trail to this point. They were waiting for an escort to take them through the hills. There were a number of wagons in the hills with the horses gone and the contents taken. It is supposed that about 20 oxen and 10 horse teams were captured by the Indians. They carried general supplies. Elliot, who was killed, was an Englishman, son of a British officer. Spencer, who was wounded, came from West Troy, NY. The patrol was under command of Sergeant Gordon, formerly of Holland Landing. The train was carrying the articles sent by Toronto ladies to QOR. It is not known definitely what has become of the teamsters, but it is supposed that they were in the hands of Indians. No dead bodies were seen by the courier. The Indians now having got onto Swift Current, there was a great danger of supplies being cut off. Friday, May 15, 1885. Napoleon Nault, who had lain in cover by day, hunted for his horses by night. When he had found a number and recovered saddles for some of them, he chanced upon Riel and proposed that the two families escape to Montana together. Riel thanked him and rejected every offer. "Cousin, you must go. But I am going to surrender. After my enemies get me they will be joyous and satisfied and my people will get justice and be safe. If I do not then the others will be caught and punished for me. He bade goodbye to Nault, and parted. Nault, Johnny Ross, and their party, easily evaded the police, and got safely to Montana in 16 days. Edouard Dumont, Jean Caron, Charles Trottier, Isidore Dumas, and Chief Fine Day also escaped into the United States. Jean-Baptiste Parento, wounded twice in the battle, also escaped across the Medicine Line. The general ordered Bolton to take the mounted men, with the Gatling, and scour the country in search of the rebel leaders. A good many Indians surrendered during the day. The same day Riel and Lapini were to be brought in by the scouts. The half-breeds in the West Bank delivered 75 stand-of-arms today, amongst them several Winchesters and one Springfield, U.S. carbine of 1873. Bolton marched back on the trail by which they had come the day previous, towards Batoché, and there he met a guide who undertook to lead him to Riel. He now branched off into the country towards the Birch Hills, where he got ample information of Riel having been seen a short time previously. Bolton then divided his men into parties and they scoured the country. He came across a place where a camp of women and children had for some time taken shelter. Lieutenant Howard, taking a position on the right, saw a flag floating from one of the pits. So he went to get it, and found it to be Riel's blue battle standard, Certitude Liberté. The flag bore a white hand, a white wolf's head, and two scrolls in Michif proclaiming in black lettering, Maisons, Hotels, and Certitude Liberté, meaning, homes, altars, and above all freedom. The suggested meaning of the symbols being, we lift our hand in prayer to the Lord that he may grant us the courage of the wolf to defend our homes. The flag had been raised over the headquarters of their provisional government at Batoché, Saskatchewan. Some of the troopers caught sight of a mounted man, to whom they gave chase, but he was on too fleet a horse for them. Bolton afterwards learned that this was Gabriel Dumont, who had been in company with Riel. Two prisoners informed that Dumont had been wounded once on Saturday and twice slightly on Monday. A scout told reported seeing a half-breed apparently looking for his wife. The half-breed started to run when the scout threatened to shoot, but he stopped. The scout asked him to go to Dumont and tell him to come out unarmed and the scouts would meet him, also unarmed, on which the rebel replied, Dumont says he will never be taken alive. The scout furthermore promised protection to Riel until he was handed over to the general. The half-breed said that both Riel and Dumont were in a bluff not very far from where they were talking and warned the scout to lie down or he might get shot. The half-breed left the bluff and the scout heard them discussing matters. After waiting 2.5 hours and no one coming, the scout returned to camp. The general took no stock in his story and said Riel and Dumont were miles away. Riel's problem in surrendering was to find a safe person to take him into custody. The brush was full of people who would prefer to kill him on sight. Knowing no white flag would protect him, Riel made his way by stealth and cunning to General Middleton. It would be no easy matter, but once in the protection of the general, he felt Middleton would regard him as a political prisoner and deliver him to the Canadian Parliament. He would get a political trial and the story of the exuvdate would be told. Riel retained faith in the justice of the people of Canada. Believing that once the public learned the truth, about the little Métis nation which had a mission and a beautiful one, the truth would set his people free. 7. The last shots. The Northwest Rebellion. Riel surrenders. Thomas Hury, Robert Armstrong, and Deal, 3 scouts and couriers who knew the country and the people, accompanied Bolton about a half a mile in advance of the column, and on the main trail about 4 miles north of Batoché. Alternatively, William Dype, Thomas Howard, and J. H. Armstrong, are the names of the 3 daring scouts who captured Riel. At 10:30 in the morning, the scouts had been out in the morning to scour the country, but these 3 spread from the main body, and just as they were coming out of some brush on an unfrequented trail leading to Batoché, they spied Louis Riel Fils with 3 companions. He was unarmed but they carried shotguns. Armstrong had known Riel in Montana and recognized him at once, and advancing towards him hailed him by name. They were then standing near a fence. No effort was made on his part to escape, and after a brief conversation in which they expressed surprise at finding him there, Riel declared that he intended to give himself up. His only fear was that he would be shot by the troops, but he was promised safe escort to the general's headquarters. His wife and children were not with him, and he said they were on the west side of the river. Riel surrendered to them with the general's letter in his hand. The letter had been written by General Middleton, after the communications exchanged with Riel during the Battle of Batoché. It read, "Mr. Riel, I am ready to receive you and your counsel and to protect you until your case has been decided upon by the Canadian government." Riel appeared unconcerned. The three scouts assumed that he had not the intentions of surrendering, though, but was getting ready for a hurried flight. He was looking for a horse, and had with him a bridle and saddle. He was in company with 3 young men, 2 of whom were well armed. As I have said, to them he appeared unconcerned. Deal said to him, "Surprised to see you here." Riel answered, "I was coming to give myself up." And he said further that his wife and family were across the river. The idea that Houry and Deal and Armstrong captured Riel is completely wrong, and was contrived by them to collect the $1,500 reward for Riel. Riel never tried to run away from death on the gallows, rather we see him deliberately going to Regina to face death. No effort was made by Riel to escape. He declared his intention to surrender and was promised safe conduct to Middleton's headquarters. Armstrong casually searched Riel, handing over a small .22 caliber revolver which he had concealed in his shirt. It was a fortunate encounter, as Armstrong had been taken on General Middleton's staff after Fish Creek, and was under no other officer's authority. He had been a buffalo hunter, knew the wilds and was familiar with all the natives. Riel showed Armstrong Middleton's letter. Armstrong remarked, "I've seen this bit of paper before, I stood beside the general when he wrote it." While talking to him, Bolton's scouts were seen coming up, and Riel, becoming afraid lest he should be ill-treated or shot, begged his captors to take him on to Middleton's camp themselves. Armstrong understood even better than Riel about the danger of getting him safely to Middleton, and he concealed him for a while. Houry, too, in his anxiety to take Riel into camp himself, gave no intimation of Riel's capture. To avoid the main body of the scouts, Riel was taken to a coulee nearby and hidden while Deal went off to corral a horse for him, but when a little distance away Bolton's scouts got closer. The other scouts were left with the prisoner. When Deal returned, Deal's companions disappeared for a time, evidently to avoid the other scouts. Houry went on ahead with other Métis prisoners and Deal to announce the arrest to Middleton. Armstrong mounted his horse and Riel trudged along on foot. He knew Riel well and liked him, and later said, "He was such a decent fellow that I didn't feel right riding while he was walking." Once he made sure no one of importance was within sight, he gave him a hand and pulled him up behind him on his horse. And then they rode along together and were both comfortable, taking unfrequented roads to bring Riel into camp by afternoon. They came across a pony loose on the range, and both Armstrong and Riel dismounted to round it up. Armstrong gave his blankets for a makeshift saddle and Riel rode the pony. But nearing Middleton's camp, about noon, Riel, with a delicate sense of Armstrong's position, turned the pony loose and marched into camp behind his captor's horse. As they entered the camp, soldiers rushed out, shouting, "Is that Riel you've got?" Armstrong quick-wittedly, taking no chance of mob action, even within sight of the general's tent, replied, "No, it's only his cook." Riel was introduced to General Middleton, who shook hands with him and invited him to sit on the bed, the only seat available. Middleton described Riel as a mild-spoken and mild-looking man, with a short brown beard and an uneasy, frightened look about his eyes which gradually disappeared as I talked to him. While the men ate standing idly round with the scouts, Riel was interviewed by General Middleton, being much alarmed on the account of his family. Riel appeared careworn and haggard, he kept his hair and beard grow long, he was dressed in a poorer fashion than most half-breeds captured. While talking to General, his eyes rolled from side to side with the look of a hunted man. He was evidently a most thoroughly frightened man, and in constant fear of violence in the hands of the soldiers in camp. The general had a tent pitched near his own, and put Riel in it, under charge of Captain Young of the Winnipeg Field Battery, who kept guard over him until he handed him over to the police authorities at Regina. 20 men under a sergeant were told off as an escort or guard for him. A little afterwards they brought in Lapini. He was a man about 50 years old, a little, dark, and dull-looking man. The Reverend Mr. Whitcomb, of Toronto, our chaplain, came in with the mail. In the afternoon a message had been sent to Bolton from the general to say that Riel was captured. He returned to camp that night, and gave up further pursuit of the rebel leaders. Gabriel Dumont, with his companion Michel Dumas, evidently left the country at once. The men of the South Branch were still coming and giving themselves up. Many were old men, some with grey hair, and a lot of these had been killed. Saturday and Sunday, 16 and May 17, 1885. The day after the capture of Riel, Bolton was sent to Batoche with a list of the names of men the general wished him to make prisoners. While at Batoche, Bolton met Major Henry Smith, in command of 2 more companies of the Midland Battalion, just arrived by steamboat on the way to join Middleton. They all went round the battlefield and inspected the various points of interest connected with it. Bolton took his prisoners and brought them into camp, whence they were sent to Regina, to stand their trial for complicity in the rebellion. From Middleton's headquarters Riel was sent to Regina, the capital of the Northwest Territory and headquarters of the Mounted Police. It was a ride of 6 days. For Riel it was a peaceful conclusion to 60 days of conflict. Captain James Holmes Young, who had been a prisoner of the Métis on one occasion in Red River, was in charge. And among the guards was Reverend C. Blato, chaplain to one of Middleton's battalions. Captain Harston, of the Royal Grenadiers, was appointed by the Major General commanding, to the post of Infantry Brigade Major. Captain Young, of the Winnipeg Field Battery, had held the post up to this date, but he had been detached by the general to take charge of Riel after his surrender, and had gone with him to Regina. The 90th and some others crossed the river and encamped on the other side. Several more prisoners were brought in and put on the boat. Gabriel Dumont continued his one-man war until his father imposed his parental authority, although Dumont was going on towards 50 years of age. One of the families that Gabriel Dumont had assisted was Louis Riel's. Nobody knew where Riel was. For 3 days Dumont had looked high and low for him. Finally, thinking that he may have already turned himself in, Dumont brought Riel's wife, Marguerite, and her 2 children to his father's home. Gabriel also acquainted his father with his plan to spend the summer harrying the police. Isidore Pierre told his son that it was a bad idea and advised Gabriel to abandon his fight, to cease his hunt for Riel, and to strike out for Montana where it was safe. He had no choice. "I am proud," Isidore Pierre said to Gabriel, "you haven't given in, but if you follow your idea of staying to kill people, you will be looked upon as a silly fool," and he advised him to go across the border. Gabriel told him that he had always taken his advice, and that he wanted very much to follow it again. He told him he would leave if he didn't find Riel. Isidore Pierre said to his son, "Gabriel, stop behaving like an Indian and leave the territory for a country where you can live a civilized life." Furthermore, Isidore Pierre then informed his son that Maïs Ouellet, Gabriel's brother-in-law, had a letter from Middleton to Riel. Gabriel then went to see Ouellet, who told him that the letter had been read to him and that it said in it that he and Riel should have justice. Gabriel said to Ouellet, "Go to the devil. The government has skinned you like a sheep, it has taken your arms from you, and now you are doing just as you are told." Maïs put it up to Dumont that they had surrendered out of love for their children. Gabriel Dumont had no children of his own, but he and Madeleine had adopted. "You tell Middleton," Gabriel said to Ouellet, "that I am in the woods, and that I still have 90 cartridges to use on his men." Later, Dumont saw Ouellet again. He told him that he had given the letter to Riel, and, he added, he went immediately to see the English general. Gabriel had the idea of catching up to Riel before he gave himself up at the enemy camp, but Oulette led him to believe that he had already surrendered. The good Lord did not wish Dumont to see poor Riel again. He wanted to advise Riel not to surrender, but Riel might well have won Gabriel over to his way of thinking. Maïs Oulette went to see Isidore Dumont père who was sick. The police arrived, looking for Gabriel, and asked if Gabriel was there. No. Maïs answered. Well then, come on, Middleton wants to see you. They asked him for the letter sent to Gabriel and took him to the crossing and onto the steamboat where Middleton was. Middleton asked for the letter for Gabriel. The officer gave the letter to Middleton and they talked for a while, looking at him Oulette, and, after being questioned, Maïs Oulette was arrested. The order was given to take Oulette aboard the steamboat, and, he was made a prisoner. When he saw that he was the only one left, Gabriel made up his mind to take refuge in the territory of the United States. It was Saturday, May 16th. He sent one of his nephews, Alexis Dumont, son of Jean Dumont, to gather some provisions and to tell his wife, Madeleine, that he was leaving. Madeleine went to his father Isidore's house. Gabriel told his wife, Madeleine, if the enemy take you prisoner, and blame you for what I have done, tell them that if the government cannot make me believe, it is not easy for you to do so. On Sunday, May 17th, nothing new happened. The troops had divine service, and struck camp at noon, ready to start. No. 3 Company sent 4 men to Batoché, for PTE. Moore's body. 2 of the bodyguards came in from Humboldt. The Canadians remained in camp until noon on the 17th, when they crossed the river and pitched camp for the night, in charge of Captain Young and a guard of the Grenadiers. Middleton crossed the river during the night, leaving Riel on the boat. Another boat came up from Clark's Crossing with supplies. The Canadians encamped on this side of the river at the prettiest camp we have had yet. It had good water and the troops had a good night's sleep. Riel began his journey to Regina via the river. Monday, May 18, 1885. Isidore Père gave Gabriel 6 cakes about 3/4 of a pound each. These were all the provisions he took with him for a journey of 600 miles. Jean Dumont, Gabriel's brother, and a few young men came to say goodbye to him. Gabriel saddled his horse, which was the best charger in Batoché, and they went with him to the edge of the wood. He had only gone 100 yards when he heard someone shout behind him. He saw Michel Dumas, who had formerly accompanied him to Montana when he had first gone to look for Riel. Dumas wanted to go across the line with him again. He was unarmed, and he too had only a few dried cakes for provisions. Leaving behind his wife, Dumont bid farewell to his family and set out by the grace of God. He rode south by easy stages with Michael Dumas into Montana. Middleton started at 10 o'clock on the 18-mile march to Prince Albert. Before leaving, the general sent 2 wagon loads of provisions to the priests at Batoché, with instructions to relieve any distress that might arise among the defeated people. The troops made a march of 18 miles, with only half an hour's rest, the day of reaching Prince Albert, arriving there by 12 o'clock noon, literally black with the dust of the march. Père André describes a visit to St. Antoine de Padoue, Batoché. Most of the houses had been burned to the ground, fields and gardens laid waste, and everywhere there was the utmost poverty. Who could not be moved to pity seeing those poor and unfortunate women surrounded by their children coming to meet me and to shake hands with me? They formed a perfect picture of squalor and desolation, in tatters and broken-hearted. They had lost their furniture and clothing as well as their homes. Add to this, that these poor women were most of them mourning for their dead husbands, or for husbands and sons lying in prison in Regina waiting for trial, and you can conceive how much these poor unfortunate people deserve our compassion. Conversely, the deaths of Aboriginal women received little coverage. Instead, the image of squaws projected during the months of conflict was their horrible brutality. They were portrayed as even more bloodthirsty than the savage braves whom they were said to instigate to the worst atrocities. For example, squaws had bargained with Riel for the privilege of killing the women of the town if it was captured. The Métis women and children and elders experienced death, deprivation and hardship, and hunger, as well as loss of property and belongings because of the field force's widespread looting. Yet these women never became objects of public concern. 2 half-breed women had recently died of exposure, and several others were so sick that they were not expected to live. With the conclusion of the fighting, many women suffered great hardships. Catherine Godin, widow of André Letender, was left to provide for 12 children. Judith Parento, widow of Isidore Dumont Fils, and Catherine Delorme, widow of Donald Daniel Ross, both had to accept government food relief. Madame Joseph, née Paul, Turand had both personal and property losses. Her house was ransacked, her cattle was stolen or slaughtered, and her fields were destroyed. Worse still, she lost 2 sons on the last day of the battle, and then a third son died soon afterwards of consumption, tuberculosis. Then she lost a daughter to the sickness. Elise Turand died unknown. Marguerite, née Dumas, Karen influenced Métis strategy during the 1885 resistance. During the Battle of Les Coulis Auxiliary Tourans, Fish Creek, April 24, 1885, she told Louis Riel to reinforce the beleaguered Métis forces. She could see that the Métis, including her husband and 2 sons, were under heavy enemy fire. Riel told her that she should pray for them. At that point, she told Riel that unless he sent reinforcements, she would go herself. Riel listened and sent reinforcements, which prevented the Métis from being defeated. Another strong woman, Marie-Anne, née Karen, Parento, told Father Formand, in St. Laurent, that if the police, soldiers, came, she would skin them like buffalo. Madeleine, née Wilkie, Dumont died shortly after joining Gabriel in the Montana Territory in 1886. At least 9 of Batoche's women are known to have died from deprivations following the 1885 resistance, either from consumption, flu, or miscarriages. Younger widows had to depend on other families for shelter and sustenance, or else they had to remarry. Joseph, née Gervais, who was the widow of Calichte Turand, found a job teaching at Vandal School near Fish Creek. However, most other single women had to find work as domestics. The widows, Joseph Turand, Marguerite Caron and Marie Champagne, worked and managed their family farms. Madame Turand ran her farm with the help of her extended family until 1928. Very few of Batoche's women were fully compensated for their losses. For instance, Joseph, née Paul, Turand had sons involved in the fighting. As a result, she only received $2,805 of her $8,451 claim. By contrast, merchant families who had not been involved in the resistance, such as the Letenders, Venice, Boyers, and Fishers, were compensated while the laboring classes of farmers and freighters were not, even if they had not been involved in the conflict. Métis child soldier Isidore Ledoux, 11 years old at the time, was present at Batoche serving as a young messenger and gives the following account of the battle for Batoche. At Batoche all the fighting took place across the river. I heard a lot of shooting but saw nothing. There was a steamboat, which kept blowing its whistle, adding to the noise of the battle going on across the river. Shells were exploding over our heads, but as far as I know, no one was hurt. Just a lot of noise but nothing else. This went on for 3 days or more, and then stopped. We moved from there to a place called the La Boucane settlement, a Métis settlement on the Battle River in what is now Alberta. There were several houses crowded with women and children. We were there for about a week when the men began straggling in. They said the rebellion was over. My father, whom I had not seen for at least 2 weeks, also turned up. He said Gabriel Dumont and many other Métis had fled to the States and that Riel was captured and taken away by the police. About a week later, after his father's return, a platoon of police came marching into the settlement. They were met by a crowd of chattering women. There was not a man in sight to welcome the police. They simply disappeared and they never turned up till about an hour after the police had gone. The Métis men were afraid of being taken as prisoners of war. The police were looking everywhere for Gabriel Dumont and Maxime Lapini, Bouchard, and several others. With the Miacutetis defeated at the Battle of Batoché, the Northwest resistance had effectively ended. For Riel and others directly involved in the conflict, consequences were swift and direct. In the months following, however, it became quite clear that the resistance's aftermath was felt throughout Canada, and in communities not directly involved in the conflict. The more enduring and severe consequences were felt by the Métis and First Nation communities. In the wake of losing their struggle for rights, the Métis had to continue living amidst the expanding Canadian state, and increasing hostility towards their people. In examining the aftermath of the Northwest resistance of 1885, consequences from the conflict can best be grouped into two broad categories: consequences for those who played a major role in the resistance, i.e., Louis Riel, Big Bear, and consequences of a more thematic nature, i.e., impacts on French-English relations in Canada, race relations in Saskatchewan. The government charged or considered charging 202 individuals, most for treason felony against an empire that had conscripted Indians and Métis into its orbit without consulting them and, in the case of Amerindians, without granting them citizenship. Of the 129 who were jailed, there were 46 Métis, of whom 19 were convicted, 1 hanged, and 7 conditionally discharged. The others were either unconditionally discharged or not brought to trial. 81 Amerindians, all Cree, except for 2 Stoney, of whom 44 were convicted and 8 hanged. At one time there was no plea bargaining for them. 2 whites, both charged with treason felony, of whom both were acquitted, 1 on the grounds of insanity. Of the 19 Métis convicted, Riel was charged with treason under Edward III's Statute of Treason, 1352. Madeleine arrived from Batoché, but her news was bad. Gabriel's father, Isidore Père, was dead. He had died in his sleep. As well, many homes had been looted and burned. They heard news that Riel had been taken to Regina to the NWMP cells under escort from the 90th Winnipeg Rifles, nicknamed the Little Black Devils. Gabriel began to plan a jailbreak to free his former leader and returned briefly to Canada. Upon his return, he found bad news. Madeleine had died. Father Ebbeville told him she had died in her sleep the week previous. Riel had sent Alexandre Cayen dit Boudreau, a stout and vigorous individual, along with some others, to Pitiquahanapiwian to ask his assistance at Batoché, should the government forces meet him there. The day after his arrival, news of the disaster to Riel's men reached them through a friendly half-breed, with the advice that he should lay down his arms if he wished to avoid having his people killed. Pitiquahanapiwian did not believe the messenger, and Cayen and the others started for Batoché to ascertain the truth, but after their departure the news was confirmed by couriers sent by Kami Istuowasit, Beardy. Pitiquahanapiwian's nephew had in the meantime been dispatched with a letter to Prince Albert, where it was thought General Middleton was camped, but finding that he had gone to Carleton followed and overtook him. Cayen was captured near Duck Lake, and brought to Carleton also. Isidore Cayen dit Boudreau, called Pete Quakey, comes to us with the sound of wings, was the brother of Alexandre Cayen and was a counselor when his brother was chief. After Alexandre left the reserve to live near Batoché, Pete Quakey became chief. He was active with Gabriel Dumont during the fighting at Duck Lake and was of the opinion that they were not fighting the government, since their opponents were the police. Pete Quakey and his group then moved down to St. Laurent to participate in the defense of Batoché. The Reverend John Hines reports that after the NWMP left Fort Carleton, Pete Quakey's family left the mission at Sandy Lake and traveled with the Mistawasis and Star Blanket bands to the safety of Round Plain just north of Prince Albert. He notes that they sent a number of young men back to retrieve the domestic animals from the reserve at Sandy Lake. They arrived to find the Muskeg and other Indians robbing their hen roosts and taking items such as cooking utensils, clothing, and bedding. He further states that after they returned to the mission, some of the Roman Catholic women of the Muskeg Lake Reserve, unrequited, brought back the items taken from his house in his absence. The starving band of Cree led by war chief Kapapamakchukwu, Wandering Spirit, which had joined the rebellion after the Métis' success at the Battle of Duck Lake, seized food and supplies from several white settlements and captured Fort Pitt, taking prisoners. Major General Thomas Bland Strange, a retired British officer living near Calgary, raised a force of cowboys and other white settlers, added to them 2 units of Northwest Mounted Police, NWMP, and headed north. He was reinforced by 3 infantry units from the east, bringing his forces to some 1,000 men. Leaving men to provide protection for isolated white settlements, he led several hundred troops east to Fort Pitt. The Cree had burnt the fort and retreated to the nearby hills. On Monday, May 25, 1885, General Strange and the Alberta Field Force used Fort Pitt as the militia's battle headquarters until the campaign ended in July 1885. Fort Pitt was partially rebuilt in 1886, and then closed in 1890. The final stages of the revolution. Regaining control of the combined bands, Pitaquahanapiwian sent Father Louis Cochin to General Middleton, saying he was prepared to negotiate a peace settlement. The general rebuffed the appeal and demanded that Pitaquahanapiwian surrender unconditionally at Battleford. On Tuesday, May 26, 1885, the Northwest resistance ended. Pitaquahanapiwian and his followers loaded their wagons and headed to Fort Battleford to meet with Middleton. A large crowd of settlers, townspeople, Northwest Mounted Police, and soldiers had gathered to watch as they entered the fort. When Middleton emerged, Pitaquahanapiwian offered to shake hands, but Middleton turned away, saying, "Tell him I don't shake hands with rebels." Pitaquahanapiwian had come to Battleford expecting peace talks, but was taken aback by this unwarranted hostility and was immediately imprisoned. Throughout interrogation, Middleton continually insulted the great chief in front of his people, calling him a pilfering rat, a murderer, a liar, and a coward. On Wednesday, May 27, 1885, the Alberta Field Force under Major General T.B. Strange interrupted a thirst dance, a 2-day nonviolent protest held by Mistahimasque's band. These people fell out among themselves over plans to join Riel and Pitaquahanapiwian. At this point they entrenched themselves so well at Frenchman's Butte that the ensuing engagement was inconclusive. On the night of May 27, the Cree dug in at the top of a hill east of Frenchman's Butte, in the district of Saskatchewan of the Northwest Territories, and they waited. Early on the morning of Thursday, May 28, 1885, Mistahimasque's band and General Strange clashed at Frenchman's Butte. The Cree warriors had divided into 2 groups. Kapapamakchukwu, the Cree war chief, led some 200 warriors to positions in the trenches and rifle pits, while Little Poplar remained with a second group to protect the camp, some 2 miles away. General Strange arrived opposite the Cree position at 6 in the morning and opened fire with a piece of artillery. The Cree responded. Some Canadian troops tried to cross the valley, but the bottom was covered in muskeg and there was a steep, open hillside in front of the Cree. Strange pulled his forces back and deployed them along the bottom of the valley. The 2 units of NWMP formed the left flank, to their right was the 65th Battalion, Mount Royal Rifles, with the Winnipeg Light Infantry Battalion in the center, while the right flank was formed by the Alberta Mounted Rifles. The 2 sides exchanged fire for 3 hours. Cree rifle fire wounded some of the Canadian troops. Strange ordered Major Sam B. Steele to lead the NWMP north and outflank the Cree, but the Cree saw this. Kapapamakchukwu led a group of warriors along the tops of the hills, parallel to Steele. Steele turned back. Around the same time, some Cree warriors outflanked the Alberta Mounted Rifles and almost captured the supply train. Afraid of being attacked from behind, General Strange ordered his force to retreat, and the Canadians withdrew to Fort Pitt. The Cree slipped away later that day. In the final stage of the rebellion, the Indians retreated and scattered, but were pursued by Inspector Steele and his scouts. Steele made contact with an Indian scouting party. Steele's scouts called out to the party and were fired upon. Steele's troops returned fire and killed the first Indian casualty of the battle, Maminook by name. He had been dragged by the scout. His body was stripped of all clothing with the rope, cut short to about 1 yard in length, still around his neck, which had cut into his jaw. The scout who had captured his mount, a swift-footed black stallion belonging to the HBC, had galloped around the prairie with the rope attached to his saddle pommel, trailing the body in the grass in circles, a war crime, the trails of which were still visible. He had thus been left exposed for days before being buried, and his body from the intense heat, was huge in size when he was buried. The battle was a victory for the Cree, albeit a hollow one. The last shots the Northwest Rebellion were fired in on Wednesday, June 3, 1885, at Loon Lake, 95 kilometers northeast of Lloydminster. Often called the Battle of Loon or Makwa Lake, the Steel Narrows Battle, at Ratfoot Hill, as it was locally known, was a minor skirmish between about 65 policemen and soldiers under NWMP Superintendent Sam Steele and Woods and Plains Cree retreating after the Battle of Frenchman's Butte. Led by Steele, a force of NWMP, Alberta Mounted Rifles and Steele's scouts, a body of mounted militia raised by Steele himself, caught up with and dispersed a band of Plains Cree warriors and their white and Métis hostages. They found the Cree camped on both sides of the Narrows and swooped down on them guns blazing. The natives repelled the attack as best they could, but those on the same bank as Steele bore the brunt of the firefight. The shooting stopped after about half an hour, none of Steele's men died but 7 were wounded. Cree losses were heavy, 5 were killed, including prominent Woods Cree chief Seekaskuch, Cut Arm, an amputee, of the Onion Lake Band, and dozens were wounded. The death toll could have been higher, for several hostages including the children of HBC factor William McLean were found, having narrowly missed being hit during the engagement. The Cree were practically without weapons. Cree scouts made a determined stand with what was left of their ammunition, but most of the Cree, realizing the hopelessness of their situation, released their prisoners and fled. The Indians were tired, starving, and despondent. The last shots had been fired in the Northwest Rebellion. After the end of this 1885 conflict, large numbers of First Nations people commenced an exodus towards the north, into northern Alberta, northern Saskatchewan, northern British Columbia, and into what are now the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and the Yukon. Kapapamakchukwu, Wandering Spirit, leading the Cree military campaign, surrendered to authorities at Fort Pitt. By that time, Mistahimaskwe, Big Bear, had withdrawn into the swampy northern wilderness, taking 70 white hostages with him. On Thursday, June 18, 1885, with a message pleading for our Great Mother, the Queen, to stop the government soldiers and redcoats from shooting us, the Indians released some white prisoners. Soon afterwards the Cree began surrendering themselves at Fort Pitt. Rifleman Austin fell ill at Maple Creek on May 4, 1885, and was returned by train to Swift Current, where he remained hospitalized until the 20th of that month. Accordingly, he was not present with the Midland Battalion at Batoché, although his company was not directly engaged in the Battle of Batoché, anyway. He rejoined his company on June 1, at Clark's Crossing on the South Saskatchewan, and they marched to Telegraph Creek on the North Saskatchewan, whence they moved to the area of Fort Pitt and Frog Lake Landing. On July 4 the Midlanders embarked on the steamer Northwest to begin their homeward journey. On Thursday, July 2, 1885, Mistahimaskwe, his 12-year-old son, Horsechild, and a counselor called All and a Half, walked to Fort Carlton and surrendered to NWMP Sergeant Smart after evading police for 200 miles. The Northwest Field Force prepared for the steamer trip back east. Considerable alarm was expressed during the rebellion regarding the loyalty of the Blackfoot Nation. At one point, Calgary inhabitants feared they would be attacked, and Father Lacombe was sent to Issamuxica, Crowfoot, occasionally known in French as Pied de Corbeau, to investigate. He was told by Issamuxica that in spite of frequent messages from the Cree and the fact that Pittaquahanapiwian was in the center of the conflict, the Blackfoot did not intend to rise. When this news was transmitted to Ottawa, the Governor-General, Lord Lansdowne, Petty Fitzmaurice, expressed his thanks to Isopmuxica on behalf of the Queen. The cabinet of Sir John A. Macdonald gave the Blackfoot chief a round of applause. In the following year Isopmuxica and his foster brother Nooxkastumuk, 3 bulls, were taken on a tour of Montreal and Quebec by Father Lacombe in recognition of their loyalty. On his return from Quebec, Isopmuxica stopped in Ottawa where he met Macdonald and gave him the Indian name for brother-in-law. 8. The end. The trials. I suppose the half-breeds in Manitoba, in 1870, did not fight for 240 acres of land, but it is to be understood that there were 2 societies who treated together. One was small, but in its smallness it had rights. The other was great, but in its greatness it had no greater rights than the rights of the small, because the right is the same for everyone. And when they began treating the leaders of that small community as bandits, as outlaws, leaving them without protection, they disorganized that community. Louis David Riel Fills. The government charged, or considered charging, 202 individuals, and most for treason felony against an empire that had conscripted the Indians and Miacutetus into its orbit without consulting them, and, in the case of the Indians, without granting them citizenship. The betrayal of Père Alexis André. Père Alexis André OMI of Prince Albert, priest superior of the Catholic mission of Carleton, being duly sworn and deposed, in August 1885, said, I have lived 25 years amongst the half-breeds in Dakota and Manitoba, and 15 years among them at that part of the Saskatchewan where the late rebellion broke out. I personally know almost every one of the half-breeds, and am thoroughly well aware of the various ways and means by which Louis Riel secured the adhesion of these people. I most solemnly declare from my own personal knowledge that with the exception of Gabriel Dumont, Napoleon Nault, and Damasse Carrier, now deceased, not one of the other half-breeds had the least idea or suspicion that there was any probability of danger or rebellion, until they were so completely involved in the toils of Riel, and he had led them on until they were so compromised, that there was no escape for them. On the one side were most glowing promises of peace and plenty for them if they would follow him as their leader, on the other they were made to religiously believe that they had no mercy to expect at the hands of the soldiers, police, or the government of Canada. If taken prisoner or wounded they were told nothing but death with unpitying torture awaited them at the hands of the soldiers and police, and their wives, daughters, and sisters would be dishonored before their eyes, their children hacked to pieces, and all their earthly property utterly destroyed, and their whole nation exterminated by the brutal soldiery. But if anything were wanting to complete the terror of those poor, deluded people, it was supplied when pointing out the fate of Charles Nolan, who had been sentenced to death by Riel for desertion, and ordered to be shot on view as a deserter, was imprisoned by the police. The treatment of Charles Nolan by the police. The treatment of Charles Nolan by the authorities gave great force to Riel's threats, and above all to a great extent gave an appearance of truth to the assertion of Riel when he so often named the unfortunate dupes, that there was no mercy to expect from them if they were taken prisoner or surrendered to the police or government. It will be remembered that a proclamation issued by Major Crozier at my suggestion, knowing that a great many of the half-breeds were kept by force, and had been brought by force into camp. The proclamation of which a copy is herewith produced, not available to me, offered protection to all those who were forced to take part in the rebellion, on their surrendering themselves to the commanding officer at Carleton or Prince Albert. Now, on this proclamation, Charles Nolan, when he made his escape, at once went to Prince Albert with the proclamation in his pocket, confident in his loyalty, and in the promise given in Her Majesty's name, applied to the officer in command for protection. He was rewarded for his loyalty and confidence by being ironed and cast into prison, where he was kept for 2 months, without any charge or accusation being made against him, and without any explanation being given to him, and was at length liberated without any explanation or excuse. This most illegal and ill-judged proceeding gave fearful weight to Riel's assertions, see below. See what you have to expect if you desert as Nolan did, see the mercy that will be shown to you, and think of your wives and families. Nolan is a deserter, he will be shot if I can catch him, and the police have him chained in prison, from which he will be brought out only to be hanged like a dog, and see. Now you know that death is the certain portion of any traitor or deserter from our sacred cause, or of those who attempt to escape from our camp when the lives of their friends and families depend on all being true to our holy cause. Pere André quoting Riel. Pere André continuing, the poor people were also terrorized into submission by their cunning leader, pointing out to them anyone deserting now in the hour of danger, in the face of the enemy, would live a life of shame, abandoned by all honest and brave men, would go down to the grave dishonored with the name of a coward, and would leave behind them a memory loaded with disgrace, which would be carried on his brow by every one of his descendants to future generations. Pere André went on to mention personally knowing certain of the exhumed men by name, those being, as follows. Pierre Pierrich Parento, Riel's trusted friend and chairman of the 16-man exhumed council, along with Ambroise Lapini and Louis Riel. Pierre was a representative of the Métis people in Red River in 1869–70, and elected captain of the Métis troops in 1871 to repel the Fenian invasion. Pere André said of him, Pierre Parento I have known since I met him in the Red River settlement, now Manitoba, since 1862. He is a man of 72 years of age, and has 11 children, and since I first knew him has been a man of peace, and who was remarkable for the good influence he exerted over the people of his race and kindred, who, when on the plains in days now past, a leader of his people he prevented many a bloody deed between the Indian tribes and half-breeds, and always was on the side of peace and order. This good old man was misled by the wily Riel telling him that the younger men of his race required the soothing and pacifying influence of the old friend and counselor of their forefathers, that it was his duty to become a leader or counselor among the people in their peaceful efforts to secure their rights. That it was by such assistance as his that he Riel depended upon avoiding all approach to violence, and to succeed in keeping union and peace among the half-breed people. This poor old man was borne on by the appeal to his heart and contentiously did what he thought was right. He was not in conscience or in fact guilty of any disloyal thought or action, and stands before God and man today, although in a felon's cell, an honest man. To keep such an aged and respectable man as this any longer in prison must be to strike at the heart of justice and render law a thing of scorn. His house has been burned down and all his horses and some of his cattle are lost or stolen. Emmanuel Beaugrand de Champagne, godfather to Marie Antoinette, the Belle of Batoché. Pere André said of him, Emmanuel Champagne I have known since 1861. He was then a resident of Dakota, and was doing a considerable business at Pembina during the horrors of the Sioux massacre in 1862, and has a wife and 7 children. Champagne saved the lives of many white men and women at the risk of his own life and property, and is gratefully remembered by many of the white people of Dakota to this day. After living in Red River Settlement and Manitoba, respected for many years, he came to the Saskatchewan about 6 years ago, and lived at Batoché, where he had a very fine place and a large business. I believe he was north at the time of the breaking out of the rebellion. He was worth at least $25,000, today he is a ruined man. When Riel proposed to the old man to join the movement of the half-breed rights he promptly refused to do so. Persuasion of all kinds failed to induce him to go in with Riel. When Riel and his followers came to Batoché, Champagne was again solicited to join the movement, and, on positively refusing to do so, threats were used instead of sweet words. Unless you consent to become a member of the council, your whole property will be pillaged, your life will not be safe, you will be at the mercy of those who wish to abuse you, and by threats and force the old man was kept there, but he acted as he always had done, defended those who were in danger. To him Tom Mackay owes his liberty, if not his life, and to Mackay's being at liberty the government of Canada owes the fact, to a great extent, of the speedy suppression of the rebellion. I have no hesitation in declaring that Champagne, instead of being in prison as a malefactor, ought to be distinguished by the government as one who was loyal and true to his queen and country in a time of trying danger. One thing is certain, a very short time longer in prison, and death will deliver him, as he is sick, old, and failing fast. He is between 60 and 70 years old. Maxime Lapini Père, MLA. Père André said of him, Maxime Lapini I know well. He was a leading man in Manitoba before he came to the Saskatchewan. He was in favor of constitutional agitation to secure the rights of the half-breeds, but was positively opposed to violence of any kind, and it was only by compulsion he was kept among the Riel people. He opposed himself to Riel in every way he could, and prevented a great deal of violence and mischief by his determination. He was always very moderate and peaceful in his conduct. He has a wife and 6 children, and is about 50 years of age. Pierre Garipi. Père André said of him, Pierre Garipi is an old man of 55 years of age, and has a wife and 7 children, and has been all his life nearly on the plains as a hunter. He has a large family, and is ignorant of the ways of political tricksters and civilized agitators. He is just 1 or 2 degrees above the Indian, but was a leader among the plains hunters. Riel made him believe there would be no trouble or violence, and when the wounded at Duck Lake were about to be brutally massacred by the Indians, it was this old man in particular that saved them. Albert Monkman, suspected of disloyalty and imprisoned by Riel. Père André said of him, Albert Monkman I have known for 2 years past. He is a man who has been very much, and I think unfairly, abused and misrepresented. I always found him kind and good, and he always took the part of the weak and defenseless against Riel, to his own very great danger and risk. The opinion I get of him from my brother priests is most favorable. He prevented the burning at Duck Lake and St. Laurent of the Catholic churches, although not a Catholic himself, and was imprisoned by Riel because he opposed him in every way he could and wanted to escape from the rebel camp. I sincerely believe that Monkman was a good, true, and loyal man, who was placed in most difficult circumstances, and acted amid danger and difficulty as few men would dare to do for the best interests of the country, even at the imminent risk of his life. Captain Philippe Elzire Garipi. Père André said of him, Philippe Garipi, 48 years of age, I have known for 25 years. He has been married for 20 years, and has a large family of 6 children. All the settlers know this man and respect him. He is one of the most respectable and peaceable men in the whole country, kind-hearted and gentle as a woman. I am informed that he is accused with having abused a wounded man, knew it. From my personal and intimate knowledge of this man's character and disposition, I do not hesitate to pronounce this accusation to be false and unfounded. It is repugnant to every feeling of the heart of a man like Garipi. It is the act of a savage and brutal and wolfish nature and disposition. He is quite the contrary, kind, amiable, and charitable, while his accuser, who is, if I am rightly informed, one Levesque, is totally unworthy of belief. He came to the Saskatchewan poor and miserable, and was treated kindly by Garipi, whom he now tries to ruin. Joseph Arcand. Père André said of him, Joseph Arcand is a poor, harmless kind of individual, about 50 years of age, with wife and 6 children living. He was plunged in misfortune at the time of the rebellion. He lost 2 children by death during that time, and was almost in despair. He took no part in any fight, and was sent away to protect the prisoners in Poundmaker's camp, where his conduct was kind and considerate. The poor man is still keenly suffering from the sad loss of his children, and is an object of pity more than vengeance. Alexis Labombard, who spoke 15 native languages and worked for Riel as an interpreter. Père André said of him, Alexis Labombard is a poor, old, almost blind man. He has a wife but no children, 82 years of age. I have known him for 25 years past. I was sent by the government as a commission to the Sioux in 1862, during the massacre, and this old man was my interpreter at the time. I found him honest and reliable. He has been acting as an interpreter the greater part of his life, and he is now accused of acting in that capacity between Riel and the Sioux. He did so without any evil intent, and without any idea that he was doing anything wrong. I know myself that he told the Sioux to be moderate and not to kill, this I know from the Sioux themselves who told me. Now, to punish this old man for acting as an interpreter would be just about as just as to punish a telephone for carrying sound. I do not think the government of Canada will advance their own glory or the interest of the Dominion by going to the cradle to find criminals, or on the verge of the grave to find victims. Philippe Garnot, a leftist political thinking who first met Riel in Helena, Montana, about 7 years previous, secretary to Riel's 1885 provincial government, turned against him at trial and called him crazy, insisting that Riel had used armed men to force him into joining the rebels in insurrection. Pierre Andre said of him, Philippe Garnot I have known for about 4 or 5 years. He is a very nervous and timid creature, with very little courage or decision of character. Riel ordered him to take up arms, he refused to do so, and continued keeping his little boarding house and attending to his business. Day after day for 4 days Riel ordered him to come and take part in the movement. At last Riel ordered him to be dragged to the camp, where, overpowered by terror for his life and fear of loss of his property, he consented to act as secretary, but refused to fight, or resort to the use of arms. It must be remembered that having a gun in one's hand in Riel's camp was no proof of disloyalty or being a fighting rebel. Many had to carry a gun to protect themselves or their property from the savages who were not at all particular whose property they took when the desire possessed them. I have reason to know that Garnot was invariably kind and considerate to the prisoners and to all those whom he could assist in his peculiar position. Alexandre P. Fisher, Phil, son of Alexander Fisher, son of Henry Monroe Fisher and Marguerite Laframboise, and Suzanne Desjardins, daughter of Antoine Desjardins and Pelagie Martin, ferryman at Batoché. Pierre Andre said of him, Alexander P. Fisher I have known for 25 years, parting Manitoba and in the Saskatchewan. He is an innocent, flighty kind of fellow, who is always ready and anxious to create a laugh. He was the owner of the ferry and it was all he had to support his family. Fisher bought the ferry from François Xavier Letendre dit Batoche, in 1878. He was compelled to remain to try and save his ferry and wire cables as it was his all. He was always opposed to the Riel movement, and it was only abject fear of death that caused him to remain in the camp, in addition to the fact that his 3 little daughters were in the convent school, and he feared if he escaped they would suffer for him. I am told that a great deal of importance is attached to a paper signed by him as governor of the Saskatchewan, or of some other silly joke of that kind. Surely no one can be mistaken in seeing that the poor creature was joking. He is of so volatile a disposition that he will do any kind of a silly folly to make people laugh. Again, he is accused, I believe, of signing a declaration of neutrality. Well, it may be a crime to do so, and it may make a man disloyal, and guilty of high treason to do so. The poor half-breeds are not deeply versed in the noble science of law, and they may be perhaps pardoned for doing that which their priests were obliged to do under a superior force, to save their lives and to be able to assist the tardy authorities whose neglect had left them at the mercy of a lunatic or a tyrant. Fisher never took up arms. He has lost all his property, he is guilty of being obliged to do the best he could to save his life, and that is all his guilt. In all other respects he is perfectly innocent. He has 3 children whose mother is dead. Pierre Honor did Henry, whose 13-year-old son Patrice participated in the resistance as a child soldier, caring for the horses. Pierre Andre said of him, Pierre Henri is known to me for 20 years. The last 2 or 3 years in Saskatchewan. He is a very quiet, silent man. Riel used him as a counsel because he never has anything to say and is a profoundly ignorant man. I solemnly declare that I know of no act of his that was bad. He did no harm of any kind to anyone, and was more a cat's paw than anything else. He has a very large and helpless family of a wife and 7 children. One of his sons being a confirmed invalid, God knows what will become of them if he is kept in prison, they will become a charge on the public. He has lost all his property. Mais Napoleon Oulet, whom had gone with Dumont into Montana to fetch Riel back to Batoche. Pere Andre said of him, "Mais Hulot I know for 25 years. He is not a man of much intelligence. He has a very large family of 11 children and a wife and is their only support. He assisted Lapini and Ross, and Hulot, from the beginning opposed Riel in every way possible, and they did all they could to prevent rebellion and any resort to arms. This may be seen in Riel's prayers, when he prays to God to change Hulot and others. Hulot was the man who carried General Middleton's letter to Riel for which he was promised considerations. He is about 55 years of age. Ignace Zenon Batilat Poitras Père, an old man of 60 years who stood guard over Riel's prisoners, being good and kind to them always, and his son. Père Andre said of him, "Ignace Poitras, senior and junior, I have known the old man for 15 years, since he came and settled on the Saskatchewan. He is one of the most simple, honest, and peaceable men in the whole settlement, never mixing in any agitation or trouble. I am very intimately acquainted with him. I have often been his guest, and always found a welcome at his hospitable house. His industry and economy made him a comfortable and well-off man. He was, fortunately for the prisoners in Riel's camp, one of their guards, and I was told by several of them that he was kind and good to them always. He is about 60 years of age and has a wife and 10 children, and has lost everything. The young man was with his father and is a harmless youth. The old man is old and feeble, and has suffered very greatly in health and property. The best interest of justice would, I think, be satisfied by sending him home to his poor family. Captain, Jean, Baptiste Vandal Père." Père Andre said of him, "Baptiste Vandal is the near neighbor of Poitras, and I can say the same about him that I do Poitras. He resisted for a long time before he could be forced to join Riel, and did so only from fear and compulsion. He has a large family of a wife and 8 children, and is a very poor man and is an old man of about 50 years of age. Riel wanted to name him a captain but he refused positively to act, and hence was appointed one of the guards over the prisoners, and they all agree that he was most kind to them, and gave them any little comfort in his power, such as tobacco, and c. Old man Jean-Baptiste Rochelot Père." Père Andre said of him, "Baptiste Rochelot, who is generally known as Old Man Rochelot, is nearly 70 years old. He was always a hard-working, peaceable man. Has a family of a wife and 4 children and was entirely opposed to Riel's proceedings. He refused to fight or do anything wrong, and was like the last 2 named placed over the prisoners and compelled, through fear, to remain in camp. He speaks the English a little and proved useful and a friend to the prisoners. He is a humane and good old man." Joseph Delorme, one of Gabriel Dumont's principal lieutenants, who was severely wounded having lost both testicles after being deliberately shot by a merciless soldier, a war crime. Père Andre said of him, "Joseph Delorme I knew in Manitoba and during the 3 years that he has been in the Saskatchewan. He was always a very respectable, hard-working man, very honest and well thought of. He, for a long time, refused to have anything to do with Riel, and induced his neighbors to refuse to do the same. It was only by force and threats that he was compelled to take part with the rebel party. He has been very severely wounded, is a cripple for life, and his home and family utterly ruined. If he has offended he has been very heavily punished, and the hand of justice might in mercy, deal lightly with him. He has a wife and 4 children and has lost everything. Maxime Dubois, his poor wife Marie-Pélagie Parento died whilst he was in prison." Père Andre said of him, "Maxime Dubois I have known since he was a boy. He has a family of 7 children. He was in my service for some time, and proved honest, faithful, and reliable, and has been greatly trusted by his employers, and always proved very worthy of being trusted." The poor old man was induced to surrender himself by the advice of Father Vegreville, and is now a prisoner for the reason above. He is about 36 years of age, and his wife is a cripple. Pierre Vandal. Père Andre said of him, "Pierre Vandal I have known for 15 years. He has 7 children, young, and unable to provide for themselves. He is 36 years of age. The poor man was sick and unable to do anything, being useless. Riel sent him off to Battleford along with others to protect the prisoners in Poundmaker's camp. He neither had arms nor did anything for which he should suffer the punishment he has suffered since he foolishly surrendered himself to the authorities. Alexandre Kitu Weihao, sounding with flying wings, Kayan Dit Boudreau, who played a prominent role during the resistance in which he participated in every battle, Dumont's envoy to the Assiniboine in the camp of Pitaquahanapiwian, Poundmaker. Pierre Andre said of him, Alexandre Kitur, or Kitweo, is a pure Indian but has lived with the half-breeds. I have known him for 17 years, he is a hunter and has a great deal of influence with the Indian tribes. He has a very large family of 10 children and their mother of the children are cripples, and he is an old man of nearly 60 years of age. He spent the winter hunting away 200 miles at Turkey Lake, and only arrived about the end of April when he was seized by Riel and forced into his service. He was not present at any battle and rendered very single service in saving the lives of the teamsters when the Indians were about to massacre them, after taking them prisoners. He has lost everything. Captain James Timus, Little Dog, Short, who fought at Duck Lake, Likuli Auxiliary Turans and Batoche and was present at Lapini's crossing when flatboats were sunk in the river with large quantities of government arms, it was he which dove down into 12 feet of water and saved a quantity of rifles. Pierre Andre said of him, James Short was always a good, honest man. He was a buffalo hunter, ignorant and easily led away, Riel made him believe anything he wished. Although an ignorant man, he is a noble fellow, and incapable of a mean or unmanly action. He was present above Lapini's crossing when flatboats were in the river with a large quantity of arms and so forth belonging to the government, and Captain Gagnon of the Northwest Mounted Police, at Prince Albert, told me saved a large quantity of rifles and other property for the government by diving down in 12 feet of water. I beg leave earnestly to recommend this man to the clemency and mercy of the court, as he has a large and helpless family of a wife and 10 children depending on him for support, and refused to run away or escape when told to do so, but went to work to make a living for his family and was made a prisoner while freighting. Joseph Pilon. Pierre Andre said of him, Joseph Pilon is a farmer, and has a family of 10 children, and is about 50 years of age. He lived half a mile from Batoche, he was always an industrious and hard-working man. When the trouble broke out this man was ordered by Riel to come into camp or he would force him to come, as he had protested against Riel's movements, and he had refused to attend any of his meetings, and never contributed 1 cent towards Riel's support last winter. Pilon, when he was threatened by Riel, came to the priests, and cried when telling what was wanted of him. Riel by force and threats against his life compelled him to serve his purpose. Poor man, he deserves pity rather than punishment. François Turand. Patrice Turand, who was a principal lieutenant to Gabriel Dumont, as well as bodyguard and protector of Louis Riel on the final day of battle at Batoche. Pierre Andre said of them, François and Patrice Turand are brothers. I have known them for a long time. They are unmarried. They are among the most respectable families of the Northwest. They were 7 sons and a widowed mother. These young men were the admiration of all the neighborhood, they were so quiet and hard-working, their farm was the nicest kept in the whole settlement. They were opposed to Riel in all his movements. The crafty Riel tried every means to induce the boys to join him, but without success. They were well off, had a fine farm, plenty of cattle and horses, and were worth a good deal of money. Riel went day after day to the poor widow, and with his devilish cunning played on her superstition and credulity. He told her of his holy visions, how he saw himself surrounded by 7 glorious stars of extraordinary brightness crowning him with glory. These bright stars, he cried, are your 7 glorious sons, who are to achieve the glory of the half-breed nation, and the poor woman, in her simple faith of his divine mission, prayed of her fine young sons to go forth and battle under the banner of heaven. Alas, and with what terrible results. That once happy home is now desolate, the wealth produced by industry and sobriety swept away like snow before the wind, the grand young sons, their mother's pride and strength, where are they? 3 of them, shot on the field of battle, lie in hurried graves on the banks of the Saskatchewan, and another of a broken heart at the sudden shock of the terrible death of his brothers, another wounded and crippled for life, and 2, the 2 above named, prisoners awaiting sentence at the hands of outraged majesty of the law of their country. Oh, spirits of mercy, enter the heart of their judge in pity and compassion, for the poor heart-broken widow now almost childless, deal mercifully with these poor deluded young men, and in mercy send them home to console the desolate heart of their mother. It must be remembered to the credit of Patrice that when Riel ordered the prisoners to be given up to the savages to be brutally murdered, he cried out, "Riel, these prisoners you shall not kill until you kill me first." These 2 young men are the only support of their mother and 2 young sisters. They have lost all their property. Pere André finished by saying, in conclusion, I would earnestly pray for mercy for those poor people, ignorant, innocent, confiding, they were misled by one who thoroughly knew their weak minds and their heart. They were called on in the name of God and of the holy saints, by one who declared himself ordained by God to do a great and good work. They were blinded by pretended visions and messages from the Holy Ghost, poor people, in their trusting confidence they were led on to desolation, misery, and death. Over the grave of the silent dead, rise up the shrieks of despair of the frantic living, to a God for consolation and succor and to majesty of the offended laws of their country for mercy. That gallant soldier, Captain H.S. Moore, said to Bishop Grandin, "Although I am one of the greatest sufferers by this terrible rebellion, and will limp through life on one leg, yet I say from my soul, hang Riel and Dumont, but forgive all the others. They are innocent of intentional crime, and were misled by that soulless rascal Riel. I forgive them from my heart." Pere André quoting Captain H.S. Moore. Pere André continuing, "This is the spirit in which I humbly beg of the court to consider the sentence of my poor half-breed people, show that their priests, who always try to lead them to act as loyal and good subjects, should have some little influence to temper the sword of justice and direct the hand of mercy." This was sworn before Dixie Watson, clerk of the court, on August 13, 1885, in Regina. Author's opinion of Pere André. Now, as far as I'm concerned, Pere André was full of shit, and the foul remarks which he spewed against poor Riel and Dumont have surely placed him in the 9th treacherous Dantean hell. Besides being totally ignorant of the treatment of the traitor Charles Nolan by the police, Pere André is obviously an apologist, nay, much worse, he is both in denial and either a stupid idiot or a bold-faced liar in defending the oppression of the foreign government in Ottawa. Sure, he said what he did and did what he could to apparently save the other exhumed councillors, but he only did so in such a way as exonerate Holy Mother Church of their responsibility for an implication in the suppression of the native peoples, and, more so, to whitewash, if not completely deny, the myriad crimes of the mercenary force. MacDonald's mercenary Northwest Mounted Rifles had been sent into the northwestern wilderness 10 years previous, specifically to subjugate the indigenous peoples of the interior by the use of force, hence the name change, Northwest Mounted Police Force, and, even by 1885, the poor, unsophisticated descendants of the fur trappers and mountain men which pioneered the wilderness still had absolutely no comprehension of the truly mammonistic nature of the Machiavellian cabal of Eastern lawyers, bankers, and railroaders, much less any comprehension of the dastardly plans that these schemers entertained to dispossess them of their inherent rights to the soil and colonize our native homeland with foreign-born devils, weed-seeded amongst us, much like was done by the parabolic sower of darnel tares. Thus, ever since Confederation was first established, and with the subsequent fall of Batoché, our nation has surely been continually raped by the generations, and by the generations our future has been stolen piecemeal. Even unto this very day, especially in this present age, our ancestral claims of blood right to the soil are not only persistently, consistently denied, but, the political puppet criminals in Ottawa openly favor these replacement peoples brought here, encouraging them to establish temples and synagogues to false idols, encouraging those who are determined to destroy our natural familial social mechanisms with demeaning degenerations, lauding others with financial benefits drawn from the public coffers and promoting their prosperity, much to the benefit of the Federal Reservist bankster mafiosa scum and their lobbyist ilk, but very much to the detriment of decent Canadians with deep genealogical roots and a real historical national identity. I ask you, how many of our Miakitatis brethren have seats with Parliament today, and how many foreign-born devils are sitting in those seats which our people should be occupying, and just what do you think will be our share in the future of this nation, and of their share? It is as if, like Powton Cretan, le petit gars de Shawinigan, Pierre Andre is speaking out both sides of his face, whether or not he is using the English or the French tongue he is by no means being reasonable, et. Thus, whence he first mentions the wily Riel as seducing Pierre Parento in saying they, i.e. the Miakitatis, had no mercy to expect at the hands of the soldiers, police, or the government of Canada, he completely justifies the prophet's statement when later stating that Parento's house has been burned down and all his horses and some of his cattle are lost or stolen. The same can be said of Emmanuel Beaugrand de Champagne, whose valuable horses and riding equipment were stolen by none other than General Middleton himself. In fact, when Champagne was captured, on Tuesday, May 19, 1885, he did not even have a coat, and his wife and children had nothing but the clothes on their backs. As a matter of fact, almost every claim of nigh unto 100 honest Miakitatis who defended their homes and families from the eastern invaders were denied by the government stating that they had thusly contributed to their own losses and were not eligible for reparations for the crimes committed against their persons and property by the rampaging police and soldiers set upon them like rabid frothing wolves loosed amongst a peaceful flock of sheep, i.e. exuved, one of the flock. When speaking of Emmanuel Beaugrand de Champagne, Pierre Andre stated that he was loyal and true to his queen and country, which is nothing less than rank nonsense, for none of the prairie folk knew much about the enigmatic Queen Victoria, much less gave two shits about the English claim to the wilderness, their ancestral homeland which they had been born on and had lived on all their bygone days, sharing in both good times and bad with the Indians, whose claim to the soil cannot be debated. It is our ancestral blood right to despise Prince Rupert's supposed claim. Now, when Pierre Andre spoke of Pierre Garipi as being ignorant of the ways of political tricksters and civilized agitators, he may as well have been speaking of any of these poor, illiterate buffalo hunters, in fact, any and all of them, because only a few of these men were educated well enough to understand the workings of the world beyond the prairies and woodlands, such as Louis Schmidt Didleford, who was not a part of the Northwest Rebellion, or prairie visionary Honore Joseph Jackson, who, after the failure of the rebellion, was tried for treason felony but found not guilty by reason of insanity and sent to an insane asylum in Lower Fort Garry, from which he escaped. The common people, though, were simple folk in their upbringing and many were unable to read, much less even write their own names. This is not to say that they were a stupid peoples, because many of them could speak several dialects, both European and First Nations and sign language, as well. And insomuch as Pierre Andre claiming that Albert Monkman dared to do for the best interests of the country, even at the imminent risk of his life, nothing could be more laughable. The plainsmen were only loyal to the soil which they thrived and depended upon for their daily bread and way of life. As mentioned, very few of the Miakitatis could imagine a world beyond the prairies and woodlands. Sure, they all knew about Pembina and many of them had actually participated in hunts in the area, such as Gabriel Dumont, Donald Daniel Ross, Gilbert Breland, François Lagaw Fiddler Sr., Captain William Fiddler Sr., and Louis Schmidt Didleford, whom all witnessed the Métis/Dakota Sioux Battle of Grand Cocteau in 1851. Moreover, it is certain that the South Branch Miakitatis were all conscious of places like Montreal and Quebec, and France, from where many of their NWC voyageurs and coureurs des bois descendants originated. Furthermore, it can be speculated that many of them had some idea of places like the Orkneys, Scotland, and England, the birthplace of the majority of the HBC chief factors. The same can be said about their limited knowledge of places like Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and even the 13 colonies. But it is highly doubtful that any of them had any in-depth understanding of these places or the peoples which lived there, only knowing of them from family stories told by the old-timers at night around the campfires to amuse and educate the children. Just as much, it is more than likely that none of them had ever seen a Negro, except for those few that had actually been to the east, like Riel, or Schmidt, or HBC chief factor Lawrence Clark. Of course, rumors of Indian wars and massacres across the border in the United States would have been commonplace, and the people would have had some notion of what kind of evil that the eastern cabal of bankers and railroaders and colonizers were capable of, which, no doubt, fueled fear and resentment in the hearts and minds of the poor prairie peoples, which is why they turned to Riel to save them from the likes of the drunken railroader/colonizer Sir John A. Macdonald and his greedy mammonistic ilk in Ottawa. After all, their malevolent agents were at that very time busily reserving huge tracts of land, 10 million acres in all, for these eastern robber barons in places like Prince Albert, Regina, and in the Qu'Appelle River Valley, recipients of crown patronage calling themselves promoters and forming colonization companies, such as the Prince Albert Colonization Company, active in the vicinity of St. Laurent. When Pere André spake of the savages not being at all particular whose property they took when the desire possessed them, he failed to take into account that the followers of Parklands or Willow Cree chiefs Kyope Aquasconum, One Arrow, Unflesh, and Camdiastosit, Beardy, had camped behind the Champagne house and store, but had not bothered his property or possessions, yet, these were pillaged by the marauding Canadian troops after the Battle of Batoché. In fact, it was Major General Frederick Dobson Middleton himself who stole Champagne's valuable horses and riding equipment. Norbert Welsh did Lallman's stores were looted at Prairie Ronde, and Anglo-Métis store owner/trader Charles Bremner, who was falsely accused of rebellion activities, was also robbed by General Middleton. Neither man had been involved in the resistance. The scandal ruined Middleton and he returned to England. The same can be said of François Xavier Letendre dit Batoche, founder of Batoche's Crossing, who chose not to participate in the fighting and removed his wife and children north to one of his posts in the Carrot River region. In his absence the Canadian mercenaries ransacked his property in search of trophies of war and conquest or for financial gain. He was one of the lucky ones which were later compensated by the Rebellion Losses Commission. It was not uncommon for the invader to put plundered homes to the torch and harass and humiliate, i.e. rape, the poor people which they victimized, if the families were of French or Aboriginal descent. And, on Tuesday, May 5, 1885, the houses of Jean Caron Pere and Ludger Euchre Garreau, Father Ken, like the property of Gabriel Dumont, were amongst those which had been looted, shelled, and burnt by General Middleton's invading Canadian troops. It is Garreau whom, initiated by Pere Moulin, built St. Antoine de Padoue Church at Batoche, which still stands today, was also burnt and his stock scattered. However, like Batoche's family, the Garreaus were absent from Batoche, at Montreal, during the Dominion occupation of the South Branch in 1885. On the matter of the trials, 129 were jailed. Of the 46 Miacutetus, most were charged with lesser charges than treason felony, and 19 were convicted, 1 was hanged and 7 conditionally discharged. 11 were sentenced to 7 years. 3 to 3 years. 4 to 1 years each. 18 men were sentenced to 90 years. The remainder were either unconditionally discharged or set free. And, of the 81 natives charged with treason felony, some were charged for murder, as well. All were Cree except for 2 Stoney Indians. 44 were convicted and 11 were sentenced to hang. On November 17, 1885, another 8 were hanged together at Battleford, the largest mass hanging in Canada's history. There was no plea bargaining. At the time, a person charged with a criminal offence could not testify on their own behalf, although, a doc statement was allowed, it did not have the weight of testimony. Prison sentences were of 20 years for manslaughter and arson. Of the two whites charged with treason felony, both were acquitted, one William Henry Jackson aka Honor Joseph Jackson, Prairie Visionary, on the ground of insanity. On Wednesday, May 27, 1885, Basil Favell, son of Thomas Favell, Métis, and Sally Pa S.A. Trout, Cree, a member of Poundmaker's band, was arrested, and on Tuesday, June 9, 1885, he was charged for horse theft and sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment. On Sunday, July 5, 1885, Riel was formally charged with high treason. On July 20 to August 1, 1885, Riel was tried and found guilty of treason. Judge Hugh Richardson sentenced Riel to hang September 18. On Friday, July 24, 1885, Jackson was found not guilty by reason of insanity. He was sent to a lunatic asylum in Manitoba. David Poitras was arrested for alleged resistance activities. However, on Sunday, July 26, 1885, Judge Rouleau dismissed the charges at Battleford. Furthermore, in July of 1885, Jean-Baptiste Primo applied for half-breed scrip on behalf of his children Sophie and Basile. He refused to answer questions put to him as to his participation in the resistance. As a consequence, his claim was reserved, but later allowed on September 30, 1886. On Wednesday, August 5, 1885, Sir John A. Macdonald requested that murder charges be laid against the Indians involved at Frog Lake and in the killing of Payne. On Thursday, August 13, 1885, Kapayakwaskanam, 1 Arrow, was tried on the charge of treason felony. He was found guilty and sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment. Wednesday, August 13, 1885. Captain Philippe Elzire Garipi, son of François Garipi and Louis Gladue, was tried for treason felony and sentenced to 7 years' imprisonment, and did serve some of that time. Pierre Garipi, son of François Garipi and Louis Gladue, the older brother of Philippe, a leader among the Plains hunters, was charged with treason felony and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Pierre Honor did Henry, son of Alexis Henry and Marie Donnay did Lyonnaise, married Catherine Beauchemin, and they settled near Fish Creek in 1882. He was charged with treason felony, plead guilty, and was sentenced to 7 years. Alexis Lebombard, a large, dark man who wore his hair long and usually dressed in buckskin, was accused of acting as an interpreter between Riel and the Sioux. He received a conditional discharge on August 14, 1885 at Regina. He was 82 years of age at that time, poor, and almost blind. Maïs Napoleon Ouellette was sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment for his part in the resistance. Thursday, August 14, 1885. On Friday, August 14, 1885, a number of Miakutetis involved in the rebellion plead guilty to treason felony and receive prison sentences ranging from 1 to 7 years. Joseph Arcand was tried for treason felony and sentenced to a 1-year jail term. Emmanuel Beaugrand de Champagne plead guilty and was conditionally discharged for his part in the rebellion. Maxime Dubois, son of François Dubois and Madeleine Lauberg, who was honest, faithful, and reliable, had been induced to surrender himself by Father Vegreville and was sentenced to 7 years' imprisonment, served part of that time, and was released before 1887. His wife Catherine Ledoux, whom was crippled, died before he was released. Maxime Lapine-Pierre was convicted of high treason and sent to Stony Mountain Penitentiary, near Winnipeg, on Friday, 21 August 1885, serving only about 7 months of his 7-year sentence, but, a changed man, he was released on Tuesday, 16 March 1886. In 1896, he was given an appointment in the Indian Agency at Battleford. Lapine died in St. Louis the following year. Albert Monkman, son of Joseph Old Joe Monkman and Isabella Setter, was sentenced to 7 years' imprisonment for his part in the resistance. Pierre Pierre Parento was sentenced to 7 months' imprisonment for his rebellion. He was 68 years old when sentenced. Although captured after the hostilities on May 19, 1885 and charged with treason felony, Adolphus Nolan was discharged by General Middleton's order on July 22, 1885. He was involved in events at Fort Pitt and Battleford, Cut Knife Hill and Frog Lake. He and John Pritchard are credited with protecting the white women who were prisoners in Big Bear's camp. Jean-Baptiste Rochelot, nearly 70 years old, sick, served a prison sentence because of his participation in the 1885 resistance. At trial, Pierre Alexis Andry said, he refused to fight or do anything wrong, and was placed to watch the prisoners and compelled through fear to remain in camp. He speaks English a little and proved useful and a friend to the prisoners. James Timus, Little Dog, Short, son of James Short and Marie Charlotte Gladue, was charged with treason felony, found guilty, and sentenced to 7 years imprisonment. At trial, Pierre Alexis Andry said, he was present above Lapini's crossing when the flat boats were sunk in the river with a large quantity of arms and so forth belonging to the government, and Short saved a large quantity of rifles and other property for the government by diving down in 12 feet of water. The brothers Patrice Turand and François Turand, sons of Joseph Turand and Joseph Paul, each served a prison sentence because of their participation in the resistance. Captain Jean Baptiste Vandal, son of Pierre Vandal and Charlotte Hughes, served 1 year of a 7-year prison sentence for his participation in the resistance. Jean-Baptiste was the uncle of Pierre Vandal. Pierre Vandal, son of Antoine Vandal and Isabelle Millet de Beauchemin, was found guilty of felony treason and was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment for his own participation in the resistance. Joseph Delorme had been severely wounded and crippled for life, and his home and family utterly ruined. He'd been captured by the English at Batoche and was severely wounded, deliberately shot through the thigh so that he lost both testicles. It was an obvious war crime, and he is an obvious martyr. James Short had found him and courageously carried him on his shoulders through the open prairie. Although they were fired upon by the Canadians, they were not hit. Joseph Pilon was charged. Ignace Zenon Poitras Père was charged, and his son Ignace Zenon Poitras Phil served a jail sentence of 1 year with hard labor for resistance activities. On Wednesday, 17 to 19 August 1885, Pitaquahanapiwian, Poundmaker, was tried on the charge of treason felony, found guilty, and sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. On Wednesday, September 9, 1885, the Manitoba Court of Queen's Bench rejected Riel's appeal. On Friday, September 11, 1885, Mistahi Masque, Big Bear, was tried on the charge of treason felony, found guilty, and sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. On Friday, September 25, 1885, Kapapamakchukvua, Wandering Spirit, was tried at Battleford and sentenced to hang. In October 1885, Riel's wife Marie Marguerite, née Monet dit Belhumeur, Riel suffered a miscarriage, and then she died of tuberculosis in May 1886. On Monday, October 5, 1885, Itka and Men Without Blood were tried, found guilty and sentenced to hang for killing Paine. On Saturday, October 10, 1885, 5 Indians were tried at Battleford for involvement in Frog Lake, and were found guilty and sentenced to hang. On Thursday, October 22, 1885, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council ruled against Riel's appeal. You cannot cage a wild bird. Of the 3 leading chiefs, Big Bear, Poundmaker, and One Arrow, all were sentenced to 3 years, and all had to be released earlier and died within a year of release. Big Bear pleaded for amnesty for his band, which were hiding in the woods. If the government did not step in, many would die from want before winter set in. He served 1.5 years of his sentence before his health broke. He died months after his release, abandoned even by his own family. Poundmaker, who had surrendered on learning that Riel had been captured, was sentenced to 3 years in prison, protested in court. The bad things they have said against me here are not true. I have worked only at trying to keep the peace. This spring, when my Indians, the half-breeds, and the white men fought, I prevented further killing. As soon as I heard what had happened at Batoche, I led my people and went to the white men and gave myself up. If I had not done so, there would have been plenty more bloodshed. For this reason I am here. I will not excuse myself for having saved the lives of so many people even if I must suffer for it now. He was spared one final indignity as a prisoner through the intercession of his adopted parent, Isipmuxica, Crowfoot. His hair was not cut as Big Bear's had been. He died shortly thereafter his release. One Arrow, who was originally opposed to signing Treaty 6, but signed 5 days after the general meeting, joined Riel on the day hostilities broke out. He was 70 years old at the time. It was highly unlikely that he took part in the fighting. As with the other two chiefs, his trial was a travesty. He spoke no English and very little was interpreted for him. His claim that he had shot no one and had no intention to went unheeded. He was sentenced to 3 years and released after 7 months, unable to walk. The trials began in Regina on Tuesday, July 28. The Crown's principal interest was Riel, a U.S. citizen, charged under a British doctrine that a person born a British subject did not lose status through naturalization in another country. The jury decided he was guilty of treason, but recommended mercy. The judge pronounced sentence of death by hanging. An appeal court didn't change anything. Prime Minister Sir John A. Macdonald could have invoked a prerogative of clemency. Whatever he did would be popular in one province and not in the other, i.e. Quebec, called Lower Canada, or Ontario, called Upper Canada, but Ontario had more voters. So, Riel was executed for high treason under an obsolete medieval English statute viz. Edward III, Statute of Treason, 1352, and hanged in Regina on November 16, 1885. Dumont escaped into the United States, only returning to his native homeland, several years later, after being granted amnesty. The fate of the Miakutetis was dispersal to the fringes of the dominant society. Some, within the Winnipeg area, emphasized their French Roman Catholic faith as a means of retaining their identity and defined their corporate role among the invading settlers. Others strengthened familiar blood relations with the Aboriginal natives on reserves. The CPR was successfully completed just 9 days before the execution of Louis David Riel Fils, exhumed martyr, in Regina. It marked a new beginning, a dynamic period of growth for the Northwest. But for the old residents of the territorial wilderness, Miakutetis and Amerindian, it marked tragedy, and a long night of oppression through racism and neglect. A new economy based on wheat production was to employ a different type of labor force, made up of the hundreds of thousands of landless and often destitute Europeans, seeking freedom and independence, at the cost of the freedom and independence of the people who pioneered the Northwest. The immigrants' lot was often one of poverty and hard, unremitting work, of isolation in a land where harsh climate made simple survival a serious challenge. And, the CPR and business barons of the East harvested profits of their wheat fields like an oversea plantation. And, of the South Branch Métis, Gabriel Dumont wrote, during a retreat to his cabin. No hope, no inspiration, poor beaten creatures that drift with the tide. Living epitaphs of dead souls, I have thought of and seen destitute working mothers and famished children and thought too of the blood-stained gold of Canada's rulers, and where could one find more eloquent witness that criminals are enthroned in positions of power in Canada. On the trial of Louis Riel Fils. The trial of Louis David Riel Fils was one of the biggest spectacles in Canadian history. The trial itself was a mockery. The outcome had largely been prearranged by the federal Conservative government. According to the Tatch papers, as early as Wednesday, April 15, 1885, Joseph Royal, the French-Canadian MP for Provencher, had learned that it was the government's intention to hang Riel, but beyond writing about his concerns to Bishop Tatch, he did nothing to expose this government interference in the case. Royal was later rewarded for his silence in this scandal. He became the Light Gov of the Northwest Territories on July 4, 1888. The trial was moved from Winnipeg to Regina when the government discovered that a Manitoba jury could be half Métis. Of the 6 men on the Regina jury, only one spoke French. Trial began on Monday, July 20, 1885. It was a sweltering day made more oppressive by the hordes of people wanting to view the spectacle in Regina. The city was packed with officials, lawyers as well as reporters from around the world. People lined up for hours outside the courtroom willing to pay $10 to watch the biggest trial in Canadian history. The trial lasted 4 days. Riel addressed the court, listing the undemocratic treatment of Métis on the prairies and outlining his vision for a diverse society. Riel's own lawyers argued that their client was insane. And they seemed to have some justification. Riel considered himself a prophet from God sent to help his people. He also advocated moving the seat of the Catholic Church from the Vatican to Canada. He rejected his lawyer's attempt to argue that he was not guilty by reason of insanity, asserting life, without the dignity of an intelligent being, is not worth having. Riel insisted he was not insane. I suppose that after having been condemned, I will cease to be called a fool, and for me it is a great advantage. I have a mission. I cannot fulfill my mission as long as I am looked upon as an insane being. If I am guilty of high treason, I say that I am a prophet of the New World. Despite his pronouncements, Riel impressed the jury as being respectful, entertaining, and perfectly sane. But on Monday, August 3, 1885, the judge ignored the jury's pleas for mercy and sentenced Riel to death. On Monday, August 4, 1885, about 3 o'clock on the afternoon, a small army of mounted redcoats arrived in full canter at the courthouse in charge of 26 Métis prisoners of war, the vanquished heroes of Duck Lake, Fish Creek, and Batoche. Once in the courtyard, the Métis were ushered through the hall and into that memorable little building where, but a few days before, a highly interested and attractive audience gazed on the central figure of a Northwest rebellion, and drank with silent eagerness draughts from the fount of forensic eloquence. The public attendance was rather small, and one fair figure only graced the ladies' gallery. The prisoners arraigned were Pierre Parento, Pierre Garipi, Pierre Henry, Emmanuel Champagne, Maxime Lapini, Albert Monkman, Joseph Delorme, Philip Garipi, Joseph Arcand, François Turand, David Parento, André Nolan, Maxime Dubois, Alzire Swain, Frederick Fiddler, Patrick Turand, James Short, Alexander Fisher, Baptiste Vandal, Ignace Poitras, Pierre Vandal, Joseph Pilon, Baptiste Rochelot, Maïs Parento, and Alexander Cahen did Kiti Weihao. Leagues of prisoners, August 1885. Métis prisoners outside the Regina courthouse, mounted police behind them. Poitras, Ignace Zenon Batilat Père, 56. Pierre Pierrich Parento, 72, 7 months imprisonment. Baptiste Parento. Pierre Garipi, 59, charged with treason felony and sentenced to 3 years. Ignace Poitras Zenon Fils, 35, sentence of 1 year hard labor. Albert Monkman, 31, sentenced to 7 years imprisonment. Pierre Vandal, 37, sentenced to 7 years imprisonment. Jean Baptiste Vandal Fils, 39. Joseph Arcand, 52, sentenced to a jail term of 1 year. Maxime Dubois, 32, sentenced to 7 years imprisonment but released before 1887. James Timmis Short, 51, sentenced to 7 years. Pierre Henry, 47, sentenced to 7 years. Patrice Turand, 28. Emmanuel Beaugrand de Champagne, 62, received a conditional discharge. Alexandre Cahen dit Boudreau, ex-chief Muskeg Lake Band, a 7-year prison term. Alternatively, Jean-Baptiste Johnny Sans Regret dit Pontbriand, 61, is also suggested as being in this picture. Others prisoners not listed. Note, Jean-Baptiste Parento Père, 53, was wounded during battle and escaped to Montana. I find no record of Jean-Baptiste nor Baptiste Turand participating in the 1885 resistance. Jean-Baptiste was part of Riel's Red River Council in 1870, and David Turand was not tried having escaped to Montana. Note, Patrice Tourand was a bodyguard of Riel in the last days after the fall of Batoche. The charges were read in English, French, and Cree by Judge Richardson, Mr. Marceau, and the interpreter Houry, respectively. The judge asked each prisoner separately whether he wished to be tried by a stipendiary magistrate alone or by a stipendiary magistrate and a jury. All pleaded guilty, and elected to be charged before Judge Richardson without a jury. Mr. Robinson, Q.C., submitted that the varied and reflective echeloned Métis buffalo hunters were not equally guilty, and evidence of each man's guilt in the rebellion would be prepared by the Crown and submitted for his honor's consideration. Counsel paid a warm tribute to Père André's wise advice to the prisoners. The reverend gentleman had materially assisted the Crown. Counsel then suggested the immediate release of 4 prisoners on their own recognizance to appear when called upon. Mr. Maclus of Prince Albert, with whom were Messrs. Carey, Benson, and Prendergast, addressed his honor at some length on behalf of some of the prisoners, contending that they were the dupes of a wily arch-rebel and the victims of a systematic imposition. Mr. Osler, Q.C., in answer to Mr. Daniel Carey of Winnipeg, motioned that in all probability sentence should be passed on the prisoners within 10 or 12 days. 4 prisoners were discharged: André Nolan, David Parento, Elzire Swain, and Frederick Fiddler. Amongst 2 or 3 of the prisoners noticeable for their unbecoming levity in court was Albert Monkman of Batoche notoriety. The question as to Riel's fate fast became a heated issue. A major crisis threatening political instability developed between French Roman Catholic Quebec and Anglo-Saxon Protestant Ontario. Quebec politicians, who had done nothing for the Miaquetetis during their prolonged economic, and, briefly, military, troubles in their struggle with the federal government, geared towards harnessing the political energy of Quebecers along the St. Lawrence, rather than pushing for redress of Métis grievances in the Northwest. Prime Minister MacDonald did not wish to compound his problems by trying the popular and still politically volatile Gabriel Dumont, although his political future was tied to the Orangemen of Ontario. So long as Riel was alive, he posed a serious threat to conservative national policy, and as the prophet Riel he vibrated a mystic ability to inspire the discontented elements in the Northwest to resist the federal government's planned exploitation of the region, including the foreign people it was populating the stolen lands with. Hugh Richardson, the magistrate chosen to try Riel, was a conservative insider, who served MacDonald on previous occasions. He'd crushed a revolt which had occurred in Prince Albert, in 1882, when the irate community took to the streets in protest of patronage given Lawrence Clark during the telegraph scandal. The 6 Anglo-Protestant jurors were more compassionate than Judge Richardson and recommended clemency for Riel, but their plea for mercy was ignored. Richardson's charge, whilst perhaps legally sound, was definitely prejudicial, and the wording of the sentence would seem to have been unnecessarily cruel. Philippe Garnot, secretary to Riel's 1885 provincial government, turned against him at trial and called him crazy, insisting that Riel had used armed men to force him into joining the rebels in insurrection. Père André painted Riel as a manipulative demon concerned only with obtaining money, which became the focus for most of the trial. Dr. Francis Roy, who treated Riel at Beauport years earlier, testified Riel was the victim of megalomania. Although Louis Riel's cousin, he testified against Riel. Charles Nolan, a traitor to the Exuvdate cause, was so vindictive in his testimony that it provided much basis for the eventual passing of the death sentence, having pretended to support the rebels during the early part of the resistance, and being rewarded with fat government contracts before the trial. P.M. MacDonald, shouting, "He Riel shall hang, though every dog in Quebec barks in his favor." Riel's defense, despite speaking in English instead of his native tongue, was both brilliant and persuasive, bestowing legitimacy and credibility unto the Miaquetetis people in their historic struggle for their rights, versus his insanity. Transcript, Trial of Louis Riel. When I came into the Northwest, the 1st of July, 1884, I found the Indians suffering. I found the half-breeds French and English eating the rotten pork of the Hudson's Bay Company and getting sick and weak every day. Although a half-breed, and having no pretension to help the whites, I also paid attention to them. I saw they were deprived of responsible government. I saw that they were deprived of their public liberties. I remembered that half-breed meant white and Indian, and while I paid attention to the suffering Indians and the half-breeds, I remembered that the greatest part of my heart and blood was white, and I have directed my attention to help the Indians, to help the half-breeds, and to help the whites to the best of my ability. We have made petitions, I have made petitions with others to the Canadian government asking to relieve the condition of this country. We have taken time, we have tried to unite all classes, even if I may speak, all parties. Louis Riel. Riel claimed the social system imposed upon the Northwest was insane and deprived people of the right to elect their own government. He claimed that the House of Commons, Senate, and ministers of the Dominion, which made the laws for their land and governed it from afar, were no representation whatsoever to the people of the Northwest. And that the Northwest Council generated by the federal government had the great defect of its parent, as well as the numbers of its members, which were elected for the council by the people, was making only a sham representative legislature and no representative government at all. British civilization, which rules today the world, and the British Constitution has defined such government as this is, which rules the Northwest Territories, as irresponsible government, which plainly means that there is no responsibility, and if there is no responsibility it is insane. Petition after petition had been sent to the federal government, and so irresponsible is the government to the Northwest that in the course of several years, besides doing nothing to satisfy the people of this great land, it has even hardly been able to answer once or give a single response. The fact would indicate an absolute lack of responsibility and insanity complicated with paralysis. The government, my accuser, being irresponsible, and consequently insane, cannot but have acted wrong, and if high treason there is, it must be on its side and not on my part. When we sent petitions to the government, they used to answer by sending the police. I suppose that after having been condemned, I will cease to be called a fool, and for me, it is a great advantage. I consider it as a great advantage. If I have a mission, I say if, for the sake of those who doubt, but for my part it means since I have a mission, I cannot fulfill my mission as long as I am looked upon as an insane being, and the moment I begin to ascend that scale I begin to succeed. Transcript, Trial of Louis Riel. He refused to compromise the validity of the Mi'kaq'tesh's struggle for a democracy in Western Canada that would have had a dignified place for its Indigenous peoples. No less than 300 armed troops were formed into a concentric circle around his person where the execution was taking place. Riel, with great courage and quiet dignity, left a lasting impression. Never have I seen a more radiant face than his as he prayed marching the scaffold. Beauty of soul reflected in his face, divine light seemed to shine on him. His eyes looked into the future. Père André. Archives, Archdiocese of St. Boniface. Enduring and severe consequences were immediately felt by the Mi'kaq'tesh and First Nation communities. In the wake of losing their struggle for rights, the Exuvites had to continue living amidst the expanding Canadian state and increasing hostility towards their people. Final statement of St. Louis David Riel Fils, Martyr. I have devoted my life to my country. If it is necessary for the happiness of my country, that I should now soon cease to live, I leave it to the providence of my God. On Monday, November 9, 1885, the Medical Commission, created to examine Riel's mental condition, submits its report to the Prime Minister. The commission was divided on question of Riel's sanity. Cabinet decided to proceed with the death penalty. On Monday, November 16, 1885, Riel was hanged at the Northwest Mounted Police Barracks in Regina for high treason under the medieval English treason statute of 1352. On that chill, clear morning, the sun glittered out in pitiless beauty and the prairie slightly silvered with hoarfrost shining like a vast plain sown with diamonds. At 8 a.m. that frosty mid-November day Riel was seen, in the barracks, kneeling with Father Alexis André, praying in the light of a candle. In his hand he held an ivory crucifix, silver-mounted, which he frequently kissed. On the scaffold, minutes later, the white cap was put on his head by the hangman. Riel murmured, "Courage, Monday père," to the priest, who repeated, "Courage, courage." Riel asked for a little more time. 2 minutes, it was to be to recite our Lord's Prayer, in English. When he reached the sentence in the Lord's Prayer, "and lead us not into evil," the hangman was to do his work. Actually the last 2 words were lost. Riel murmuring, in French, "and deliver us," when the hangman pulled a crank and he fell 9 feet. In 2 minutes his pulse was declared stopped. In 30 minutes the white cap was turned up, showing a face calm in death, the once fiery piercing eyes closed forever, the strongly marked features, the massive high brow looking peaceful. But the once long shaggy locks of Riel had been shorn off, an outrage Mr. Davin called scandalous. Outside of the barracks some were disappointed they had not been allowed in. Jokes were made, laughter heard. What Canadians do not understand is that Louis Riel Fils is the true father of Canadian Confederation. He intuitively sensed the future for Canada and wanted to guarantee a place for Miakutetis people in that future. Riel once said, "I can see something into the future." Adding, "We all see into the future more or less, and the half-breeds as hunters can foretell many things." The fact that he was betrayed and martyred for his efforts only guarantees the fact that today he is hailed by his people as a freedom fighter of the highest order. After the rebellion, despite limited First Nations participation, the government's retribution was severe. 28 reserves were officially identified as disloyal, and more than 50 First Nations individuals, including Pitiquahanapiwian and Mistahimasquay, were convicted of rebellion-related crimes. This number was nearly double the number of Métis who were convicted. Pitiquahanapiwian and Mistahimasquay were both convicted of treason felony and were sentenced to 3 years in the Stony Mountain Penitentiary in Manitoba. They would both die within a few years. 7 First Nations warriors were executed for their role in the Frog Lake killings. The most damning event was the mass execution of 8 First Nations warriors who were hanged on November 27, 1885 at Fort Battleford were, Kapapamakchukvu, Wawanich, Man Without Blood, Napus, Iron Body, Manachus, Bad Arrow, Papameksik, Round the Sky, Kishimakayan, Miserable Man, and Apistascos, Little Bear. Itka was also executed for having earlier killed a non-Aboriginal farm instructor, March 29, 1885, on the Mosquito Reserve. First Nations individuals who fled to the United States included Kamiyoki Sikwe, Little Poplar, Lucky Man, and their extended families. The natives hung at Fort Battleford were buried below the hill north of the fort. With the resistance crushed, all forms of First Nations descent, even peaceful ones, would be severely punished. All aspects of the First Nations life on the plains would be severely regulated. The goal of government policy was to assimilate First Nations into the non-Aboriginal mainstream. These policies included residential schools, a restrictive pass system to monitor movement on and off reserves, and measures to curb First Nations languages and spiritual systems. These policies had already been planned, however, prior to the 1885 colonialist invasion of the Northwest Territory, by successfully suppressing the armed conflicts of 1885, the government secured its claims to the West and paved the way for settlement and immigration. In the wake of losing their struggle for rights, the Métis had to continue living amidst the expanding Canadian state, and increasing hostility towards their people. The settlement recovered. There was relative prosperity in the area during the 1890s. In 1900, scrip was granted and many young Métis settled on farms around Batoche and had a certain success. Others worked as interpreters, scouts, and laborers for the Northwest Mounted Police, who established barracks there in 1888. Later, Batoche experienced many economic and social difficulties. The northern branch of the Canadian Pacific Railway bypassed the Métis settlement in favor of proposed white immigrant areas. Tuberculosis took a heavy toll and jobs became more difficult for both men and women who worked mainly as laborers or domestics. In a society now dominated by English Canadians, the Métis found little opportunity for their children to maintain their Michif language and pass on their cultural traditions. The new nation had become a minority group, les gens libres, a dependent people. By 1915, only one store remained in the village of Batoché. Increasing settlement from eastern Canada, Europe, and the United States, further isolated the Métis and many chose to move further north. Batoché was designated as a National Historic Site of Canada back in 1923. Today, several historically important buildings have been restored within the site, including St. Antoine de Padoue Church and Rectory. In June of 1967, a stone cairn was unveiled at Duck Lake and dedicated to honor 5 rebels who died thereat in defense of faith and culture. Firstly, Asiuwin, an elderly half-blind First Nations headman, and Isidore Dumont, Gabriel Dumont's older brother. Both these men were murdered in cold blood by Gentleman Joe Mackay, of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, an action which initiated the Battle of Duck Lake. The other men who died were Auguste Laframboise, Pascal Montour, Joseph Montour, and Jean-Baptiste Montour. Gabriel Dumont's gravestone, a huge rock with plaques in English and French, stands at the far side of Batoché Cemetery overlooking the river. After 1885, les familles exhumed were branded as rebels and traitors, and many were relegated to living on road allowances as social outcasts. Mainstream society rejected these Métis people, and the federal government disallowed them recognition under the Indian Act. The Métis, in general, have endured many hardships economically and politically, forced to live in poverty between worlds, and denied the right to education because they did not pay taxes. Métis leaders including Jim Brady and Malcolm Norris brought Métis issues into political discussions to raise awareness and argue for the right to a better life. This history was denied us because our grandparents and parents were defeated generations. We are a new generation, starting our lives of defeat, without hope, ashamed of ourselves as half-breeds. Although our forefathers, Bouchard, Fiddler, Mackay, Ouellette, Parento, Smith, etc., had fought gloriously against the Ottawa regime, we are still the wretched of the earth. How much easier and happier it would have been to start knowing the glory of our forefathers and their accomplishments. The truth would have given us all strength and pride, but instead we followed in the debased path cut out for us by the white image makers. Having resisted the Ontario takeover of Assiniboia, Manitoba, the Northwest was a resistance of the government's underhanded way of dealing with the Mi'kaqtatis problem, and since they won at Batoché nothing has changed. The label of rebellion comes from the victors over the vanquished. You can be sure that we would have beaten them had it not been for Louis Riel, who always counseled us not to spill their blood. Gabriel Dumont. I have acted reasonably and in self-defense, while the government, my accuser, being irresponsible and consequently insane, cannot but have acted wrongly. St. Louis David Riel des Métis. Louis Riel, Métis leader, executed on November 16, 1885. Political martyr. Guilty of having loved his oppressed countrymen. Victim of Orange fanaticism to which the politicians sacrificed him without soul and without heart. Let true patriots remember him. Riel is laid to rest. Funeral services of the dead Métis chief were held at St. Boniface. Removal of the remains from St. Vital half-breeds testify their respect for their dead leader. Very impressive ceremonies. On December 12, 1885, Riel's body was laid to rest at St. Boniface churchyard. The cathedral was well filled as early as 9 o'clock by Winnipeggers and persons from St. Boniface and vicinity. It was expected that the procession would arrive by 9 o'clock, but it was about 10 before it came in sight. Crowds thronged the sidewalk to witness the funeral train pass along. It was a novel sight, indeed, and one which revived the memories of days long gone by. To show the great esteem in which the deceased rebel was held, his people bore his remains upon their shoulders all the way from St. Vital. Almost 6 miles. The names of the pallbearers were Benjamin Nault, Chas Nault, Ellie Nault, Prosper Nault, Pierre Harrison, W.R. Lagimodiere, Louis Blondeau, Romain Lagimodiere, Norbert Landry, Roman Nauld, Norbert Landry, Alfred Nauld, Martin Nauld, André Nauld, Louis des Rivières, Francis Poitras, Joseph Lagimodiere, Saint-Pierre Parisien, François Marion. They were dressed mostly in buffalo coats and wore beaver caps and moccasins. Red-colored sashes encircled their waists. They wore a white sash each across their shoulders and breast. The casket, a magnificent rosewood one, was covered with a beautiful cloth, the form of a large white cross being worked on it. 2 paces in front of the coffin walked Riel's 2 brothers, Joseph and Alexandre, both stalwart specimens of their race. One wore a heavy buffalo coat and the other an ordinary frieze coat. On either side of the bier marched in single file order a row of half-breeds, about 30 yards in extent. They acted as a sort of guard in case of a surprise, which was feared. The procession left Riel's home at St. Vital about 8:30. Half-breeds from the surrounding country, to the number of 600 or 700, were present. Some sad scenes were enacted. The first sleigh in the procession contained Riel's mother, his 2 sisters and his wife. The poor old woman, on leaving the house, insisted in walking in the procession, and did so as long as her failing strength would bear her up. She was at last obliged to ride in a sleigh. The service in the church was the ordinary Requiem Mass, without alteration, and was celebrated by Reverend Father Dugas, curate of the parish. He was assisted by Reverend Father Cloutier as deacon, and Reverend Father Messy as subdeacon. Among the clergy who also lent assistance were His Grace the Archbishop, Reverend Father Richet, parish priest of St. Norbert, Reverend Father Maisonneuve, and the Reverend Father Lushier of St. Boniface College. The musical service was that known as the Gregorian, and consisted of plain chants. Reverend Father George Dugas of St. Boniface conducted the choir, and M. Alfred Bitorn presided at the choir. Messrs. W. M. Lamotte and Filion of St. Mary's Church assisted the cathedral choir. The services lasted about an hour and a half, and at conclusion, the crowd left the church and gathered around an open grave just outside the church entrance. Note: St. Norbert was a predominantly Métis parish, approximately 9 miles south of the bishop's residence and Upper Fort Garry. Fort Garry, also known as Upper Fort Garry, was a Hudson's Bay Company trading post at the confluence of the Red and Assiniboine rivers in what is now downtown Winnipeg. It was established in 1822 on or near the site of the Northwest Company's Fort Gibraltar. Fort Garry was named after Nicholas Garry, Deputy Governor of the Hudson's Bay Company. It served as the center of fur trade within the Red River Colony. In 1826, a severe flood destroyed the fort. It was rebuilt in 1835 by the HBC and named Upper Fort Garry to differentiate it from Lower Fort Garry, 32 km downriver, which was established in 1831. Throughout the mid to late 19th century, Upper Fort Garry played a minor role in the actual trading of furs, but was central to the administration of the HBC and the surrounding settlement. The Council of Assiniboia, the administrative and judicial body of the Red River Colony mainly run by Hudson's Bay Company officials, met at Upper Fort Garry. In 1869, the Hudson's Bay Company agreed to surrender its monopoly in the Northwest, including Upper Fort Garry. In late 1869 and early 1870, the fort was seized by Louis Riel and his Métis followers during the Red River Rebellion. After the rebellion, the area around the fort continued to grow. In 1873, the city of Winnipeg was established and the name Fort Garry was no longer used. In 1881 to 1884 the majority of the fort was demolished.